It has been a day since I bound my soul to the black hole. To clarify, this isn't just any ordinary celestial entity. It's beyond a supermassive black hole, it's an ultra-omega massive one. The sheer power coursing through me now is indescribable. Yesterday, I summoned a level 60 dragon to deliver a message to Gemera, informing them of my arrival. Yes, a dragon capable of reducing entire cities to rubble in mere minutes, used as a simple messenger. Such are the perks of being the dragon overlord. Speaking of levels, I've noticed a profound change within me. That subconscious feeling of limitation, my pre-evolution cap at level 100, has vanished entirely. This must be due to my complete integration with the Tensura system, which has elevated me beyond mortal constraints. My guardians and all NPCs under my command have also had their level caps removed. They, too, have integrated with the system, reaching new pinnacles of power. Each of my guardians has ascended to the level of a demon lord seed, with some surpassing even that within their specific domains.
Take Yama, for instance.
His martial skills are unmatched, and he's earned the unique skill martial arts. This ability grants enhanced stamina, perceptive senses, and accelerated thought processing. Moreover, it allows him to double his strength temporarily for 30 minutes, during which all injuries and depleted resources are restored. However, once the ability ends, his prior wounds return, and the exhaustion could render him unconscious if overused. Despite its drawback, it's a remarkable skill. Medusa, on the other hand, acquired the unique skill Grace of the Lord, born from her unwavering devotion to me. This ability parallels Lumina's power over her followers, granting Medusa access to holy magic and a passive boost in her magical reserves. She can channel the collective faith of my followers for a massive temporary power boost, though its strength depends on the number and devotion of those followers. Every guardian has received a unique skill perfectly tailored to their strengths. With Gabriel's help, I could potentially replicate and even evolve these into ultimate skills. The allure of Grace of the Lord is especially tempting. Surely, my guardians wouldn't mind if I borrowed their abilities for experimentation? They would gladly offer their skills to you if asked, my lord. In fact, they would feel honored, Gabriel reassured. Yes, I already knew that, I replied with a faint smile. As I stepped outside the castle, I was greeted by a breathtaking sight, my army, assembled in full glory. It was the most imposing and fear-inducing force the world had ever known. The soldiers stood in precise rows and columns, clad in obsidian black armor streaked with glowing lines of blue and purple, resembling molten lava. Each soldier's pattern was unique, their indigo eyes glowing with eerie intensity. Towering over 2 meters tall, they numbered 50,000 in total. This was merely a fraction of the Imperial Army, which boasted a full strength of 500,000. Even so, this contingent alone would be enough to subjugate any kingdom with ease. These weren't ordinary troops. They were Dragon Knights, dragonkin of immense power, each equivalent to an A-rank entity. The army's creation had required a world item, army of end ***, but with Gabriel's copy and paste skill, I might soon be able to replicate them. That's a thought for another day. At the center of this army stood a massive chariot, easily quadruple the size of a standard carriage. Pulled by colossal dragonic horses, each nearly 3 meters tall, the chariot was a spectacle of opulence. Atop it rested an obsidian throne, carved with intricate designs that radiated authority. I stared at the gaudy monstrosity, unimpressed. When I said to make an impression, this is not what I meant. I grumbled. Why such an oversized chariot? A regular imperial carriage would have sufficed. First impressions matter, my lord, Gabriel chided gently. This is my 3rd visit, I retorted. It's not about the frequency. It's about cementing your dominance. I sighed. Fine. But stop phrasing it like that. Medusa, accompanied by Adrigal, Yama and Roku, stepped forward from the formation. My lord, everything is prepared. Shall we proceed? She asked, bowing gracefully. I nodded. Assigning roles had become easier now. Yama and Roku would act as generals, commanding the Dragon Knights. Adrigal would serve as my personal guard, while Medusa, ever reliable, would handle negotiations as my minister. The remaining guardians had been tasked with managing the castle under Rhombus's leadership. Let us depart, I commanded. Gate. Third-person POV. The kingdom of Gemera was abuzz with anticipation. Outside the capital's walls, a platoon of knights stood in formation, flanked by King George, his family, and the kingdom's nobles. Among them were Carlos and Gaulard, their expressions cautious yet resolute. When do you think they'll arrive? A noble whispered nervously to his companion. Hard to say. I see nothing but plains and forests, the other replied, squinting into the distance. Suddenly, a figure emerged, a lone rider astride a massive horned, dragon-scaled horse exhaling fiery breaths. The rider's black armor matched his steed's scales, and in his hand, he carried a flag bearing the crest of the dragon overlord. "It's him," Carlos murmured, his sharp eyesight confirming what the others needed telescopes to see. As the rider approached, the oppressive aura surrounding him grew palpable. When he finally arrived, the ground trembled as his horse reared, its hooves striking the earth with bone-rattling force. The rider dismounted, revealing his towering stature. Standing well over 3 meters tall, he was a giant clad in obsidian armor, his glowing eyes visible through his horned helmet. "I am a servant of the Great One. You may call me the Dragon Paladin," he announced, his deep voice reverberating through the crowd. "I am here to inform you that the Supreme Being has arrived." Before anyone could respond, a massive gate opened behind him. From it emerged the rest of the Dragon Knights, followed by the chariot and its entourage. The sheer scale of the procession left the gathered humans awestruck and terrified. King George stepped forward, doing his best to mask his unease. "Welcome, Lord Bale, to my humble kingdom. We are honored by your presence." Bale descended from his chariot with an air of effortless dominance, flanked by his guardians. His smile was calm, yet it sent shivers down the spines of all who saw it.
Thank you, King George.
"I am here only to ensure your safety and demonstrate that Gemra is under my protection. I trust you won't mind the presence of my Imperial army."
The king forced a smile.
"Of course not, Lord Bale. Your support is invaluable." As they proceeded toward the capital, George's mind raced. Was all of this, the monster infestations, the proposed expedition to the Deathlands, the impending war, part of Bale's grand design? The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. In that moment, George understood, he was merely a pawn in the Dragon Overlord's game. And Bale, as if sensing his turmoil, smiled wider, his presence overshadowing everything else. "I found myself seated in a grand room, the centerpiece of which was a long table with chairs meticulously arranged on either side. Facing me were Volan's emissaries, their expressions a mix of apprehension and determination. On my side, Adrigal and Medusa sat resolutely, their presence a statement of power. Opposite us sat King George, flanked by his 2 children, while Gaulard stood vigilantly behind them. As this was Gemra's territory, the royal family acted as mediators for the negotiations. "Let us begin," George announced, his voice steady. "We have gathered here to discuss the fate of Volan and the compensation they owe to Gemra and Orion," he continued. One of Volan's counselors immediately interjected. "This is all a misunderstanding. Our army was merely conducting military training when your kingdoms misconstrued it as an act of war." Prince Robert scoffed, his voice sharp with contempt. "How thick-skinned can you be to think we'd believe such baseless lies? It was your kingdom that declared war on us." The exchange devolved into a heated back-and-forth, with accusations flying across the table. Adrigal and Medusa sat silently, though their simmering anger was palpable. I, however, chose to remain composed, observing the proceedings with amusement. The breaking point came when one of Volan's counselors made a particularly absurd claim. "Besides, it's clear that this lady here commands the dragons. This Bale is merely a figurehead, a puppet for the true demon lord." PHFFD. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The sheer audacity of their claim was both hilarious and baffling. In their limited intellect, this must seem like the only explanation for Adrigal's strength and the dragons she commands, Gabriel noted dryly. "I'm the Dragon Overlord for a reason," I replied internally. Asterisk, their brains lack the capacity to comprehend such details. Asterisk. Before I could respond, Adrigal's aura flared, dark and menacing. "What did you just say, worm?" "Adrigal, calm down," I commanded, my tone firm yet reassuring.
"But my lord."
"How dare he insult you?" "He must pay the price," she protested, though she reined in her aura at my insistence.
"It's fine."
"They'll die soon enough," I said, my voice cold and dismissive. Adrigal reluctantly retook her seat, though her glare remained fixed on the offending counselor, who was now visibly trembling. It was clear she had only unleashed a fraction of her true power, or else the man would have perished on the spot. Leaning forward slightly, I addressed the room. "Volan has questioned my rule, my power, and my title as a demon lord. Such actions cannot be dismissed as mere misunderstandings. Therefore, I propose this: Volan will be annexed under my rule. Let them witness the might of my governance, as they have already seen the extent of my power." King George nodded after a moment of contemplation.
"A wise decision, Lord Bale."
"Gemra has no objections to this annexation." A counselor from Volan attempted to protest, but Medusa's glare silenced him instantly. "You insects have no say in your fate. You dared to challenge Lord Bale, and now you must face the consequences." Turning to me, George spoke with a solemn expression. Lord Bale, I have a request. I gestured for him to continue. I am always ready to assist King George. He took a deep breath before making his declaration. I wish to surrender Gemra as a province under Orion's rule.
The room erupted into shock.
George's children turned to him, their expressions filled with disbelief. Gaulard and Carlos visibly faltered, struggling to process the king's words.
Father, why?
Prince Robert asked urgently. Gemra has suffered irreparable losses, George explained. Our military is decimated, and our economy cannot sustain recovery. Under Lord Bale's rule, however, I believe our people will find prosperity and stability. The reasoning was clear. During my time away, Darkseid had executed his tasks flawlessly, depleting Gemra's treasury and eliminating key nobles. George likely suspected my involvement but knew he could do nothing against me. I have seen how New Orion flourished under Lord Bale's rule. The people are happier, the slums have been transformed into thriving commercial areas, and opportunities abound. His words resonated deeply with the audience. They understood that George's decision was born of a genuine desire to protect his people, even at the cost of his throne. I nodded, acknowledging his resolve.
I accept.
From this day forward, Gemra will be a province of Orion. George, you shall serve as its governor, ensuring its continued prosperity. George knelt before me, followed by his children, Gaulard, Carlos, and eventually, Volan's representatives. The room echoed with a unified chant. Long live Lord Bale.
Long live Orion. Inside Dudenia.
In the throne room of Dudenia, my guardians and I gathered to formalize the day's achievements. With Volan and Gemra now under Orion's banner, the foundations of my empire had been solidified. Guardians, from this day forward, I declare the establishment of the Dragon Empire, Orion. Under my rule, all shall contribute to its prosperity, whether through intellect or strength. Disobedience will not be tolerated. The room erupted in chants of loyalty. Long live the Dragon Empire. Long live Lord Bale. Once the enthusiasm subsided, I began assigning tasks. Isabel and Shah El-Ru, you will investigate the ancient dungeon ruins in Volan. Shah El-Ru, protect Isabel at all costs and utilize your unique skill, second chance if necessary. As you command, my lord, they replied in unison. Rhombus, accelerate the spread of our factories throughout Volan and Gemra. Ensure every city and village benefits from our innovations.
It will be done, my lord.
The plan was simple: establish dominance in the market through Orion's revolutionary products, from magic lamps to MCB-powered scooters. These innovations would attract global interest, though lingering fears of my title as Demon Lord would need addressing. A calculated act of heroism might just suffice. Medusa, oversee the administration of Gemra and Volan. Assist George in ensuring smooth governance. As you wish, my lord, she replied, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Adrigal, manage the administrative duties of the guild castle in Medusa's absence. Understood, Lord Bale. Standing from my throne, I delivered my final decree. Spread the name of Orion across the world. Our first step has begun, and it will not end until the entire world is under our rule. The room erupted once more in fervent cries of allegiance. Dudenia was poised to rise, and with it, the Dragon Empire's dominion over the world had begun. Hey,
Dudenia,
welcome to another
Bale
audiobook
POV.
on Quantum
Yo,
Audiobooks.
guys.
Welcome
Sorry
back
to disturb
the next
you,
chapter
but if
of
you
this
enjoy
fanfic,
it,
please make
as you
sure
have
to
probably
subscribe.
read the title,
It motivates
it has
me
been
to create
200
more
years
audiobooks
since my
like
reincarnation,
this.
and
Also,
then transmigrated
don't forget to
to
like the
Tensura.
video and share
There
your
have been a
thoughts
lot of
about this
changes
novel
that has
audiobook
occurred
in the
in the
comments
world.
below, especially with the Empire of Orion. First off, let's begin with the starting point, the Deathlands. The continent has had a massive overhaul with its lands and vegetations. Well, it never had any to begin with.
It was all a barren land.
With Gaia working on it for the first 1 year, we have managed to create the ideal location for a living habitat of dragons. Snowy mountains, volcanic ranges, plains, lakes and a large forests for all types of dragons we have. Speaking of dragons, the summoning spell can only summon elementary dragons like wind, ice, water or earth. So, Rhombus was working on a way to breed 2 species of dragon with different elements and produce offspring with both the set of elements in them, or even better, a hybrid. At the beginning there was a setback in the experiment with the genes of the 2 parents fighting over dominance, and it was hard to get both the genes to coexist together. But after Isabel joined in on the research after her own work in Volan finished, the experiment is going along smoothly. Now we have dragons holding 5 basic elements in their arsenal flying around in hundreds. Some have mutations like ice and storm, making icy storm variants.
Or steel dragons.
And you might wonder what Isabel was working on before she joined the research. Well, I had tasked her with exploring the ancient ruin in Volan. And we have found some interesting histories. As the first 3 floors of the dungeon was already vandalized, there was nothing to see there. It also had no murals or wall carvings showing that the initial 3 floors were just decoys and the real value lied in the last 2 floors.
And it did.
After the seal was broken and the floors were thoroughly searched, there were scriptures written in ancient language that seemed to have been lost to history. But with the help of Isabel's unique skill researcher, she was able to decipher the translations. Her unique skill allowed her parallel thinking, thought acceleration, analysis, and the ability of perception. She can alter the perception of anyone she targets, showing her what she wants them to see. It works as a mild illusion. From the writings, it was discovered that this ruin was built by a Magian of the past. There was no mention of the Magian's name, but he described himself as the Sword of the Empire. Most probably the Eastern Empire. In the series, I don't remember any character or dungeon being here. Well, the whole country is not there. It seems that this Sword of the Empire guy lived in the era where Veldanava still lived on the planet. He mentions things like how Veldanava has grown weaker and will need a replacement for him. This guy says that Rudra is the best candidate for it. He tried to persuade Veldanava of this idea, but Veldanava refused, saying he had already made a choice. He was angry that Veldanava refused his proposal, the great sword of the empire. So he waited for the day Veldanava will die. He knew that Veldanava married a human, who already gave birth to a child. And soon Veldanava's power will dwindle.
Then he will take his chance
to kill the whole lineage of Veldanava. It seemed like he misunderstood what Veldanava tried to say.
And so, after Veldanava's death,
he set up a plan to get the strongest kingdom of that time, the Super Sorcerer Kingdom. He enticed Jahil, a high human, to launch an attack on Malim. But due to some issues the plan had been postponed for some years, because the Holy War had started. And due to the war, this Sword of the Empire guy built the dungeon as a safe spot to hide and scheme. He also held many researches over monsters, as we found many monsters with mutations and hybrids of many monsters. If even one of them escaped the dungeon, the kingdoms of today might not have been able to hold them off. Each monster was at least a ranked, and they were in the thousands. Regardless, it was easy for Isabel and Shah El Ru to control the monsters and kill them. Some were kept as research materials. Next up was our progress of world domination. At the beginning, I was quite enthusiastic of the prospect, but after a year I had a thought. That maybe I should slow this down a bit. Let's not rush it.
So slow we went.
After 200 years, on paper Orion has all of the Western countries in its hold, leaving those that were important for the plot, but in the commercial side, we were the dominant ones. In the dark market as well as the light, we were the top. Everything had our brand in it. For the continuation of the plot, I left Ingracia, Blumund and Farmus out. So, including the Western nations as well as the Sorcerer's dynasty was under my rule. All these didn't come without its troubles. Though, the small demon lords who weren't even true demon lords called of Walpurgis, claiming that I am trying to steal their territory, which I was. Some of them had set up base in small kingdoms, which Orion had conquered. But all these was silenced with a simple kill here and there. Guy didn't mind it because he knew my true goal. As for the original 10, they weren't that bothered with what I was doing. I thought about claiming the Jura Forest as my own, but I knew that the demon lords will not tolerate it anymore. And for now, I liked my peace and quiet. I had also started my plan of starting a religion. Just 2 years back, Veldora had attacked Luminous' kingdom, so as a fellow demon lord, I kindly helped her. It was the most fun fight I ever had in a long time after with Guy. In the fight between us two, the hero too joined in on it. But since she was a hero, she started to fight both of us. But I was able to soon convince her to seal Veldora first, and she listened. After Veldora was sealed, me and the masked hero or Cronoa met up. It was an interesting chat.
Third POV. To the past, in Veldora's cave. Who are you? Asked Cronoa,
her hand on the hilt of the sheathed sword.
Me?
I am a demon lord, Baal Draconio Arminon, ruler of Deathlands and the Empire of Orion. Baal said, his hands on his hips, with a smirk.
No, I mean, where do you come from? Outsider,
said Cronoa. Although she had a mask on her, Baal could sense that right now she had her eyes squinted as if to judge what his reaction would be. But Baal remained unfazed. He expected such a question to come up. Knowing who Cronoa was, it was obvious she would know about outsiders. Have you heard a world called Yggdrasil? Baal began with a question of his own. A celestial tree that is said to hold the worlds on each of its leaves? Cronoa answered. Yes. But why are you asking me about this? Are you implying that you come from this Yggdrasil?
Cronoa asked.
Yggdrasil, the world tree that holds the 7 realms in Norse mythology. I don't remember there being an empire called Orion or even about this guy.
Cronoa thought.
She had already decided to meet with Baal a long time ago when she entered Gemera. But when she tried to use her time stop ability to reach Baal, she found that it was impossible to activate it within his radius. It was as if his existence negated her ability. So, she decided to wait for the right opportunity. And it was now, when unexpectedly Baal had come by himself to subdue Veldora. She didn't know what relations he had with Luminous, but after battle she decided to talk with him. Exactly. It is not exactly the Yggdrasil that you know of, but it is completely different. There is no concept of king, gods and higher beings. But there is a council of beings that governs the working of Yggdrasil. They are basically gods per se.
I come from this universe,
where countless beings fight for the spot on the top. Each being's capable of at least doing some damage to a country. The ones at the top could be considered to have strength of a demon lord. Then, are you one of them? Cronoa asked. She knew the answer but still chose to not believe it.
Yes.
And rest assured, they won't come here. Baal said. How can you be so sure of it? Because Yggdrasil is no more.
No more? You mean it doesn't exist anymore? Asked Cronoa, surprised.
Yes, the council decided that Yggdrasil has lived its life for long enough, so they decide to end it.
Said Baal.
But, what about the inhabitants?
What of them?
Cronoa asked, a little perturbed at the thought that a group of beings so casually decided to end an entire universe. Some decided to cross to another universe, some chose to end their lives with Yggdrasil. Baal said plainly, what is your motive for coming to this world? The only thing I want to do is enjoy myself. How do you plan on going about with this? With world domination,
declared Baal.
As soon as the words left his mouth, a katana reached his neck just nanometers away from touching his skin. Feisty, aren't you? You are concerned about a certain someone, aren't you? Baal said, not at all bothered of the legend-class katana. How did you dash? I see. As soon as she got shocked that Baal knew about Rimuru, she realized why her time stop ability didn't work on Baal. You also have a time skill, don't you? Cronoa half-stated, half-asked. Something like that. Anyways, I know who you want to protect and I promise you, I won't let him die either. Baal said, as he used his finger to move the katana away from himself. Why would I believe someone like you? Cronoa asked, still suspicious of Baal's intentions, but still she lowered her blade and sheathed it. Because he is an interesting fellow. Naive at first, but he does come up with some interesting ideas. Baal said.
Did you know?
He is the reincarnation of the god of this world. Seeing that Cronoa still doesn't believe him, Baal decided to drop another bomb on her.
God. Veldanava. A shocked Cronoa asked.
Yeah. Now, you decide if I would have any ill intentions against him. Said Baal as he put his hands behind his back and waited for Cronoa to answer. You have saved yourself for now, but remember, if you even dream about doing something to him, then I will have your head. Said Cronoa as she disappeared, from time and reality. Like you could, smiled Baal as he opened a gate and left the vicinity.
Back to present. Baal POV.
Anyways, another major thing that happened was that of the 17 demon lords, 7 of them had either died or are missing. Basically, after I killed the 3 Dumbos in my first Walpurgis, there were only 17 remaining. With me joining, it became 18. During the period of Orion occupying the Western nations, some of the demon lords had tried to challenge me in war, because some of the kingdoms that Orion annexed were their territories. So I did what a responsible conqueror would do, kill them and assimilate their armies. And from the remaining ones, Kazaram, the leader of the weak demon lords, somehow challenged Leon, leading to him dying, and Claymanik taking his seat after defeating another demon lord. It seems, at least in this universe, he is at least an unawakened demon lord level. But he still doesn't have a seed. And that was all about the black market. Granbel Rosso did try to spin some schemes but were instantly thrashed by Darkseid, who was in charge of commerce now. I have ordered Darkseid to just keep an eye on Granbel and inform me when he acquires a little innocent granddaughter.
Medusa's POV.
Walking in the hallway of Dodinia, I couldn't help but think of all the things that had occurred last 210 years. The most notably was that I had my first sex with Lord Baal a long time ago. And after that for uncountable number of times. Adrigal and Isabella had found out about it after a few months. And they were very jealous. Something which I always teased them about. It brings great joy that I was the one to have sex with Lord Baal first. This just goes on to show that Lord Baal loves me more. Even though he rarely shows it, but whenever he does, it is the most euphoric feeling ever. The strange thing is that even after all these, I was unable to conceive any child inside myself. Lord Baal had said that it was probably because by default me and Lord Baal were incompatible by races. This means that since I am a Gorgon, a subspecies of dragons, while Lord Baal is the species' highest hierarchical dragon, my body seemed to always get overridden by Lord Baal's strong dragonic factor, that in result prevented any possibility of me bearing a child. But there was a solution. Lord Baal mentioned that due to the constant presence of him on me along with the sex we had, my body was slowly getting used to his dragon factor. It would take at least 500 more years for me to bear his child. Which I am quite sad about. If Adrigal were to have sex with Lord Baal, which they have yet to, then she, as a dragon herself, could bear a child much easily. Sigh asterisk, just when I thought everything was going so well. I sighed out in resignation. Soon, I reached a room where his guardians were holding our annual meetings. It was currently the end of the 210th year of Orion's beginning. Each year we would hold a meeting with all the guardians to discuss the overall progress of our plans. We did have meetings each year, but it was just a run-through of what was to be expected and what new things came up. Such meetings were not necessarily attended by all guardians because they may be busy fulfilling their tasks given by Lord Baal. Such meetings were mainly there for me, Darkside Adrigal, and Isabella to discuss our plans. Entering the room, I saw everyone present on a round table with an empty seat, on which I swiftly sat. Thus beginning our annual meetings. So, let's first start with the reports.
Darkside. I began.
Project Divinity is going along quite well. After Lord Baal sealed Veldora, a lot of humans and mostly intelligent monsters have started to see him as a divine being. And with the propaganda that Isabella spread, we have been able to gather a large amount of followers worshipping the Supreme One. Although a slight problem might arise if we were to have significant numbers of humans worshipping the Supreme One, which is the Holy Kingdom. Demon Lord Luminous might not take kindly with us taking her monopoly.
Darkside said.
We won't need to worry about that. Lord Baal mentioned he would take care of it. Let's leave this to the Supreme One's wisdom.
Next, Yama.
The army training is going along smoothly as well. I have to say, humans without any external help are very fragile. In our army they are the weakest. But regardless, each human soldier are given equipments and taught magic to elevate their levels to B+ ranks. We also have some humans who are A and Special A ranks. They have skills.
The list is here.
Yama said as he handed the file. I skimmed through the skills and found that none of them were unique skills. So, I simply put his aside to read latter. For now, we were searching of humans with unique skills, or even monsters, but we're unable to. It seemed that such powers were very rare to find. But we did find monsters that even with having a racial skill were powerful enough to be Special A rank without any training, and with training they reached almost S rank, but it seemed like a limit is reached. No matter what we tried, they won't be able to break through the S rank.
I see. How many?
3 million, adding all the races together.
Yama said.
With such a large army, we could already storm the whole continent and take control of it in one swift battle.
Roku said.
It is true that only our army could conquer the whole world, but Lord Baal said that he wishes to give the world a chance. A chance to fight back when we truly launch a war.
He wants to enjoy the fight.
He wants to find joy in the battlefield. Currently, the world is too weak to be taken over. That were the words of Lord Baal. He wishes to have a blast. That were the exact words he said. Although I knew not what it meant, but he said that it meant fun. So I assume he is trying to stall the inevitable world domination in hope of letting the world fight for its last chance of freedom, which it will never get.
What a domineering thought.
Just thinking of his whims gives me shiver of ecstasy. So who are we to not heed his words? We exist to fulfill every wish of Lord Baal, the Supreme One.
I preached.
Hail Lord Baal.
Baal POV.
Ah, a groan left my mouth as soon as I felt the warm waters touch my body and ease it.
What a feeling.
It is like all the non-existent soreness and exhaustion has faded away. Now I understand why Japanese people love
onsen so much.
It is just too enjoyable. Baal, you just turned of your pain nullification to enjoy this feeling. Just when I was immersed in my enjoyment, Gabriel had to destroy it. Oh, and after all these years, I have managed to make her call me by my name. Obviously Gabriel, you know in my past life, I was just an average guy on some country which I can't even remember. We didn't have such luxuries, you know?
I know.
And it is pretty interesting that there is an ancient text that describes how the world will end when Earth becomes like your world. She mentioned, after thinking hard, I remember a vague memory. Memories of my past two life is quickly fading away. I had long expected of such a thing happening and asked Gabriel to store all my memories in my mindscape. But I realized it too late and small memories like these have faded, and I remember only snippets of it.
Earth 2138?
I guess you are referring to the Indian mythology? There indeed was a saying that when the world becomes too corrupted then God will take on an avatar to end the world and start it anew. Although other mythologies like Norse had Ragnarok, the situation and conditions of Indians are eerily too accurate.
Yes, that one.
There is a possibility that the Indian gods are more in charge of Earth itself and other pantheons just have parts of it as their domain. For example, Ragnarok was maybe the doom of another world, where the Earth was added to the legend. Gabriel is onto something. Maybe it could all be just us overthinking, but there might be a possibility that all pantheons really exist and they shared the domain of Earth between each other. Do you believe that maybe the mythologies, those gods were real?
There is a probability. Look at yourself.
If you re-entered Earth, those humans will see you as a god too.
I guess so. But why did they leave Earth?
If they are real, then I don't know any possibility of them leaving Earth. Does the universe Earth exist and have a concept like fate? Like an age of God, then age of man.
Then a new cycle begins.
It is indeed somewhat accurate by my memory. Maybe there is an even deeper reason to it. If I were ever able to travel multiverses, then maybe I should look into it.
It'd be a blast. Third POV.
While Orion was enjoying their time of leisure, the world was on edge of their next move. The kingdom, especially the Western which were yet to be under Orion, were very wary of the Empire. They formed thoughts and beliefs that maybe the Orion Empire is just like the Empire in the East, ruthless and evil. They even thought that both empires were together. But the constant news of the prosperity enjoyed by the people of Orion unsettled them. The kings didn't want to give up their power, and they refused to be under a demon lord. Still, it won't be long before they fall before the allure that Orion presented itself with. The simple fact that even commoners there enjoyed treatment similar to nobles was enough to entice the populace of any kingdom that didn't even have any money to put together 3 meals on the table. Just this was enough to put pressure on any kingdom. And then the equipments, accessories, and many more goods sold by Orion were indigenous, efficient, and mostly cheap. The fruits, food, and resources were fresh, of good quality, and of acceptable price. This added an additional pressure on the economic integrity of any kingdom. Nobles want to enjoy such luxury, and to distance them from it would be akin to striking an axe in your foot. Because if the nobles were dissatisfied with your decisions, they might have the courage to dethrone you and put a puppet king who listened to their needs. And there were just too many enemies who would pounce on such opportunities to have a share of their pie. The emergence of Orion has made the lives of foreign kings very hard. They all cursed every day at Orion, while they had nightmares at night of getting choked to death by their nobles just because Orion provided a free bonus on their goods.
Life's hard for them. Let's pray for them.
Pray that they too soon join Orion on their own, so that they get relieved from such hardships.
Amen.
Glory to the Supreme One. In a small kingdom near Ingracia, the capital was decorated with flowers, old flags, banners replaced by new shiny ones. The market bustling even more than normal as everyone quickly hustled from one stall to another, buying everything on their long shopping list. Children ran across as they played, a face of joy in their face as the elders watched them with smiles of their own. Maidens and housewives chatted among themselves animatedly as men and boys talked about what new things are going on in the country. The most prominent one was the reason for this festivity. It was the beginning of a new year. Year 210 YD had ended and 211 YD was to begin tomorrow. It was started by the Empire of Orion. YD simply meant Year of Dragons, which was quite fitting of the empire that came up with it. And I don't know if there was any calendar system, but I will add mine. At the beginning, even though this system gained a lot of popularity, the foreign nations tried to start their own years but ultimately failed to set a proper timeline or other setbacks, and due to that, they reluctantly resorted to using the empires. The empire came up with different holidays, a period of time in the year where people can enjoy a time of rest with their family and organize festivals. One of the most important was the day of harvest of crops, and another was the start of a new year and the end of the previous. Tonight, they will celebrate the end and begin of a year. A day filled with well wishes for the future and the acceptance of the past. So, this kingdom, which was too small for its own good, named Listeria, situated between the Empire and Ingracia, enjoyed a period of peace due to both nations being in friendly terms with it. Well, Ingracia at least, Orion is a doubt that they would like to give the benefits of. 10 years ago, Orion stopped expanding its borders. When it became the largest nation in the world, it abruptly stopped its expansion. As if they had planned all these. It was not because they had met a formidable enemy nation capable of stopping. No, if they wanted, then half of the world might have already been under them by now. Still, it was not a really bad thing. Unlike the Eastern Empire where the future of citizens were doubtful, Orion allowed its people to climb the ladders of power. The only thing it demanded was that you become a devotee of the dragon Overlord and work for your future.
No strings attached.
Back to the festival at hand. In the castle of the kingdom of Listeria, on the balcony we see a young prince looking out to the hustle and bustle of the kingdom.
As he heard the sounds,
of hurried footstep and shouts of orders as the servants hastened to decorate the castle. Knock knock asterisk your highness. A muffled sound came to the room where the prince was. Come in, Sir Luther. The prince commanded as he entered the room. Greetings, your highness. His Majesty is waiting for you in the dining table. He has asked for you to join him for lunch. Sir Luther bowed as he said the reason for his visit. Certainly, Sir Luther. The prince said as he walked out of the room, followed by the knight towards the dining hall. While walking, the prince asked a question which had been bugging his mind for a while. I heard that the products of Orion is quite revolutionary and also convenient in daily life? Indeed, your highness. The magic items of Orion is very useful as well as quite cheap. It is also easy to use as well. Sir Luther said. Is this true that father wishes to propose a contract with the Empire for military aid?
Yes, your highness.
As you know, our kingdom is very small, and compared to our neighbors we don't have even a fraction of their army. As for any powerful warriors, only me and Sir Alvin is of rank A and the other knights are B. So getting help for the Empire might ease our difficulties. Sir Luther said. Silence fell after that as the prince went into contemplation of the facts spoken by the knight. It was indeed a fact that their kingdom was quite weak and there was always a threat of getting invaded. They don't know if it was purely out of luck or not, but for the 500 years of its existence, no kingdom tried to usurp it. Maybe it was because there was nothing of true importance they had which will entice the enemy to attack or anything else. But still, the king decided to be safe than sorry and called for a meeting with the minister of the Empire in secrecy. After the short walk, the prince entered the dining hall as Sir Luther waited outside. Good afternoon, father, mother.
The prince greeted.
Good morning, son, come sit with us. The king said as he smiled towards his only child and heir. Father, I heard you were planning to form a contract with the Empire? As he sat down, the prince asked his father. His father was quite young for a king. He was in his early 40s with an air of authority and discipline. He was a fairly kind-hearted and fair ruler. He sought of what was best for the kingdom and its people. He was also a loving husband. He never did marry anyone other than the prince's mother. In a world where polygamy was a common occurrence, the king's decision was something unheard of.
Yes, son.
I wanted to strengthen our army, so the best course of action was to take help from the outside. Ingracia might have been a better option, but now that the Empire has proved itself to be quite cooperative, I have decided to hand out a proposal to them.
The king said.
I know you have already taken into account of the fact that they might use this opportunity to meddle in our affairs, right?
Yes.
But I have already considered for all these things when I decided to send them the request. It was met with a reply quite swiftly, stating that the minister will arrive tonight. The king said, his face showing the surprise he felt when a magic circle lit up on his desk as soon a letter was dropped on it. Father, I trust the decisions you have made, so I will not try to change your mind. But I do have a question, is it really true that the emperor is a god? The prince asked in skepticism. He had heard of the preachings which was spread by the dragon priests. Followers of the dragon god or the supreme one as they like to call him. In Listeria, it was still not that popular, while even followers of Luminous were quite scarce here. I don't know about that, son, but from what happened 30 years ago in the Great War, which was true, he might as well be a god in that regard. The king said as a shiver went down his body, remembering the massacre of the Great War. 30 years ago, when Orion was in its conquering phase. All the remaining kingdoms of the western nations, as well as with the aid from Ingracia, the Holy Kingdom and Dworgen, a massive army of 3 million was formed. Multiple otherworlders and famous adventurers were also in this army, each formidable and known for their strength. The gathered coalition of such a large army was headed by the king of Dworgen, King Graal Dworgo. A special S-ranked king who defeated a demon lord in his youth. He had ruled Dworgen for 800 years as a very powerful ruler who rivaled the power of a hero without being one. In a conventional war, such a lineup of powerhouses and a large army was enough to win the war. But fate had it that they were up against the dragon Overlord. The war went on for 3 days. The first day went on as a normal war would. Deaths on both sides and constant uses of strategies and war formation. The Empire had deployed only 1 million army. Along with it they sent only 2 guardians, namely Roku and Yama. These 2 guardians decimated the whole battlefield as they alone were responsible for the deaths of approximately 700k soldiers. Many adventurers and otherworlders tried to stop them but were met with swift demise. This went on until Graal had to step in. With the help of the hero team Kibu they managed to stall the 2 guardians for enough time that the sun had set, signaling the end of the first day of the war. It was so, because before the war began, a meeting was held where Orion proposed a rule that after sunset, neither sides will continue the battle and let the battle end for the day. This left the coalition of nations puzzled as to why Orion asked such a thing. But after the first battle, it was clear that Orion just wanted to mock the coalition of their hopeless struggle. Just only 2 of the guardians out of the 10 was enough to make them run for their money. The next day of battle, Yama and Roku were nowhere to be seen. They were replaced by 2 females. One was named Isabella and the other Adriana. Right from the beginning, dark clouds formed, and as the war began, dark lightning struck the battlefield. Whomever the lightning touched, that person will instantly collapse. This struck fear in the hearts of the army. They tried to evade the lightning but failed. They tried to form magic barriers, but that too failed. They tried to retreat only to find their backlines being attacked by explosions occurring all over. It was later found that the storm of death was conjured by the lady called Isabella, as the explosions were the creation of the other names Adriana. By the time this was known, the day had ended and the coalition lost 1.5 million of their army. Only half of it remained. Some voiced of retreat, but they were quickly silenced. The third day. There was no army to be seen from Orion. The battlefield was quiet for a while when suddenly a dark portal opened from above as the Overlord himself entered the battlefield. That day was the day where the coalition felt true fear as they watched the Overlord transform into a dragon. A 200m dragon who with just one for breath killed 100,000s. In that final battle, out of the total 1.5 million, only 50,000 survived. And that too because the sun had set and the Overlord followed his own set rule. The dwarf King Growl was also killed in the war along with the hero team and many other kings and heroes of their nations. That day was the most tragic day of each of the kingdoms who was against the empire. And with that, the whole Western world was in a period of its most weakest point. Many powerful beings were killed in that massacre. One of them was the Grand General King Growl. In an act of bravery he faced the Overlord to protect what little army was left, but in the end he too was killed. He was succeeded by his son Gazef Dwargo. The boy was only 20 years old at that time, and by the standards of dwarfs who lived for up to 300 years and more, he was but a child. Still, Gazef was said to be a genius in swordsmanship and a great ruler, something which can be witnessed from the 30 years he has been ruling Dworgen. Narrated the king of the whole story of the Great War. Alright, let's stop all these history lessons and focus on the cold food at hand, said the queen as the family ate dinner quietly. The prince was silently thinking about the impact of that war. Although he wasn't even born at that time, he saw the old soldiers who were survivors of that time have an episode just hearing the term Overlord. As if a deep impression was attached to that name only. Suddenly a doubt came in his mind. Father, why did the empire no seize the nations then? An act of superiority. It was a statement that they were able to take over the whole Western nations in one fell swoop if they wanted. But instead of the obvious, they just annexed the small Western kingdoms, leaving Ingracia, Dworgen free. The only terms were that both nations will have to worship Baal as the supreme deity, explained the king as they finished lunch. And what about the Holy Kingdom? Surely they would have opposed it. They didn't, no one knows why, but the Holy Kingdom denied any claims that it was against their law. They sort of distanced themselves from this events. The only declaration was that Baal was truly a divine being and nothing else. Strange, why would the Holy Kingdom known for its aggressive stand against monsters choose to ignore such a thing? Thoughts like these ran in the prince's minds, but no answer came. It was now night time. The whole capital was shining brightly from the lanterns and lights propped up all around the roads. There were even long poles on which a lantern-shaped object was placed. A luminous yellow light was emitted from it, giving the most light of all the light givers. Children as well as adults wore masks of different depicted monsters, fantastical figures or even heroes. Stalls were set up all around as vendors sold food and wares. Overall, the atmosphere was that of a festival. The air filled with joy and happiness. Inside the castle, a similar scene was going on. But somewhere in a chamber deep inside the castle, 4 figures stood surrounding a magic circle. They were the king, prince, the military commander of Listeria, and the duke of the nation. They were waiting for the arrival of the delegation from Orion. The magic circle drawn before them was sort of a marker so that the portal opens in the right place. Soon, the circuit lit up, illuminating the room. As soon a female figure made herself known. Greetings, King of Listeria. I am Medusa, the Prime Minister of Orion. It's an honor for us to welcome such a beautiful lady in our kingdom. King said. Let us discuss in the meeting room. The Duke presented as everyone traveled towards the meeting room. So, you want to ask for aid in gearing your military with our magic equipments? Is that all? Medusa asked. She was seated on a long table where opposite to her was the king, prince, military commander and Duke of Listeria. Yes, Lady Medusa. We hope to purchase your services with that. The king replied. Very well, but I must tell you, the charges for all these will be quite high. Almost 1,000 stellar coins. Medusa said with a smile, as if the price was very low. But the mere words startled the king and the others. Their kingdom was very small, they barely had more than 200 stellar coins. A full 1,000 was just too much. Why is it so much? Slammed the Duke as he abruptly stood up, shocked at the number of stellar coins they were demanding.
Please calm down.
Taking into account the logistics, equipments and the training we will provide, all these will quickly sum up to be a 1,000. And this is quite a small amount to that we asked for from Ingracia and Dworgen after the war, which was 30,000. You should know which war, right? Medusa said with a smile, unfazed of the sudden burst from the Duke. Hearing the minister Medusa mention about the war, he had a chill come on his spine. He was about 15 years old when that great war took place and had heard and even witnessed the devastation caused on the battlefield after the war. He didn't want the same to happen in his motherland. I hope we can come to an agreement, Lady Medusa. You must understand that currently we have but not the amount you are asking us of. The king said solemnly. Worry not, the Supreme One is kind. I will give you a discount of 50% only if a temple is to be built by us in the capital, along with us taking 50% of the annual income of Listeria, until the debt is cleared. Medusa offered. Hearing this, a shadow spread on their faces. The kingdom's annual income was 20 stellar coins. Stellar coins were equivalent to 1,000,000 copper coins. For a commoner, even a single silver coin was equivalent to his annual income. And I hope my maths matteingly, otherwise it would be quite embarrassing. A 50% decrease didn't help reduce the problem even one bit. The kingdom had to account for all the economic and other expenses. And the added fact of building a temple. For that they had little objections because for them, faith didn't matter. It won't even will if there was no kingdom to rule on.
I agree.
The king reluctantly agreed. He had no other choice. On one hand, deny the offer and the weak military will stay weak, or, on the other hand, they will be indebted to Orion but will have a relatively strong army. Calculating altogether, the king had found that they will be indebted to Orion for half a century. Even he is quite unsure if he would live for that long or not. Considering the plots of enemies brewing.
Very well.
The first batch of magic equipments will be sent tomorrow. With the new beginning of another year, a new bond will be formed. Medusa declared with a smile as she stood up to shake hands with the king. Although she said such words, in the mind of the king, he had already interpreted the meaning. They were now bounded by the chains of debt, and if no solution come up in the near future, they might soon get a very disturbing future. As the deal was confirmed and magical contracts were signed, the fireworks began to fire outside as midnight came, bringing along the end of the year and the beginning of a new year.
Third POV.
In the capital of the Empire of Orion. On the continent of previously known Deathlands, now renamed as the Land of Dragons, Darkonia. A/N generic much. From the skies, the island continent didn't look the same as it was hundreds of years ago. In place of its barren basalt-filled hills, lush plains, hilly mountains, deep forests and multiple reservoirs of lakes and rivers flowing. Different types of dragons which controlled elements of their own roamed the lands. Some breathing ice, some fire, some electricity and some even sound. In the middle all of this, stood the looming tower. A dungeon in the form of a castle, from where everything started. Surrounding the castle was now a bustling city. A utopia of monsters, demi-humans, demons and other creatures. The harmony and unity shared in the city could never have been witnessed before. And inside the throne room of this castle sat the emperor, the ruler of this lands. The dragon, Overlord Baal.
Baal POV.
Opening my eyes, I felt something. Something which told me that it has begun. Rimuru has arrived. Medusa too noticed the changes. As she looked at me, as if asking what to do. Let it be, Medusa, we'll wait for the right moment. Then we will see what changes has occurred in Jura. Understood, my lord. I know Medusa is confused of my decision internally but is too loyal enough to question me. Such loyalty only few have the luck of having. But unfortunately this sort of creates a barricade where I am unable to free talk with my guardians. I tried to lessen this effect of them being too loyal to ask any questions to my actions, but even after 500 years, the changes are minimal. But they changed, and it was a testament that their functions and feelings were not permanent.
It can be changed.
This just went both ways. Both good and bad can be taken from this. Anyways, why don't we talk about the changes that has occurred during this 300 years? For starters, the empire has grown quite a bit. It now holds 50% of the whole world's GDP. Meaning that we are now the richest empire in terms of money. We have yet to establish any connections with the Eastern Empire, but other than them every region, whether ruled by demon lords or humans, have a trade relation with us. Speaking of trade relations, We hold almost all of the commercial market in our hands. Meaning that almost every product sold at the market is produced by us. Technology-wise, I have tried to limit the amount of technological advancements by as much as I could to slow the time of the Tenma War. I could just march to the Eastern Empire and kill Rudra, but there's no fun in that. I'd much rather have fun with whatever Rimuru will do. But although I halted the technological advancements, it doesn't mean that I stopped it completely. Technologies like refrigerators, telephones and self-lighting streetlights are some of the gadgets that Orion is using. And all these are run through magicules.
Or more precisely magicurrent.
A nanometer-thin string of magicules that works like electric currents. The best thing about them is that there is no need for ugly wires to be set up everywhere. You just need to inscribe the right runes on the object and the magicurrent will redirect to that object. Next up would be the small cold wars between Orion and the neighboring kingdoms that is going on. From schemes like indeption and propaganda, we have secured most of them in our hands. This fact is not written on paper officially, but everyone knows how Orion has control of the lands. In present, Orion has control over the borders of half the kingdom of Ingracia, the western nations, Sorcerer's dynasty, and a part of the Jura forest. I got the part as a side gift from Guy after me, and Velzard kinda decimated the forest. He was quite annoyed at the recklessness we displayed that day. Well, what could I do? Velzard had forced me in to have a fight. By her words, she said it's a sister-brother bonding moment and I should cherish it. Next thing is the fact that how frequently Malim and Guy has been visiting me. Especially Malim, she sort of sees me as an uncle due to me being a true dragon. And somehow I feel the need to reciprocate such relationship. As if me being a true dragon has influenced such feelings. During our first meeting we did have a spar which resulted in the destruction of a dwarf planet, but that's a story for another chapter. Anyways, her visits always accompanies her with destruction. Just yesterday she destroyed the castle's gates as she entered. Poor castle gate, it was just a millisecond late from opening and Malim punished it for such slight. I pray for you, Dorkuan. The next thing would be that I have acquired a general. Not from Dudinia, but from Jura. The father of Hakuro, the Org swords master himself. Hakuro's father, Haguro, was called the Demon Swordsman. And it was a perfect title that displays his prowess. Haguro was a 700 years old Oni who upon being named by me became a divine Oni after taking a small amount of divinity from me. He is now the ruler of the new Orion, the successor of Gemera from where all this started. Through his powers, he is akin to a regional god in New Orion. He acts as a government head of my provinces. Every province head reports to him who then reports to me directly. He has also quickly connected with Yama and Roku because of them sharing the same discipline of swordsmanship and discipline. I could have taken Hakuro in as well but decided against it. Maybe because of me taking him I might change the canon, so I didn't. I wanted to ensure that Rimuru becomes powerful enough so that he can handle everything after I leave for another universe. Yes, another universe. It has been 500 years, and I have become quite bored of this world. I want to enjoy something new and maybe venture out to other worlds? Well, that's quite far in the future anyways, so I will try to keep it in the back of my mind. Speaking of divine Oni, my faith has spread quickly and has gained a lot of supporters. From which I am able to draw faith from which gets converted into divinity. The amount of divinity in me is very small compared to my magicule reserves, but I am sure that mine is the largest of all. With this, I have officially become stronger than everyone, but Veldanava. For me to reach his level, I am still quite far away.
Third POV.
Deep inside the cave where Veldora was sealed. A slime and the dragon were having a conversation. So who trapped you here? The slime asked surprisingly.
HM?
Oh, it was the hero and my brother who helped her. The hero had a unique skill called Infinity Prison. Well, I obviously let them do it. Veldora spoke. He had his hand on his chin while the other was supporting it, as if he were trying to remember the details.
And why did they do that?
The slime asked, but already feeling a premonition that it might be something completely stupid. Oh, I just destroyed a capital, that's all. Veldora said as casually as someone would point out the weather. I see, wait. Destroyed a capital, you say? The slime took some time to process the information, but due to its unique skill, Great Sage helping, he soon understood the meaning. Yeah, no big deal. Veldora answered, still oblivious to the concern this slime had. No, destroying a capital is not a big deal, it is a huge deal. Also, what do you mean by your brother?
The slime asked.
I am what this world calls the true dragons. We are akin to gods to the people. In total we are 4, me, my 2 big sisters and my small brother. He was just recently born, maybe something like 400? 500 years ago. Veldora said as he tried hard to remember when his younger brother came to be.
I see, So what's his name?
If he sealed you here and he knows that I have connections with you, then he might target me too.
The slime said.
His name is Baal Draconio Armenon. He often came here to chat with me but stopped some decades ago, saying he had some important things to do in his empire.
Empire?
You don't say he is an emperor? The slime asked, once again feeling a premonition that the answer might not be good. Yeah, the largest territory is his. His empire was called Onion?
Olion? Orion? Yeah, Orion. Oh.
And he's also a demon lord. This just got a lot scarier. Why is his brother an emperor of a large empire and also a demon lord? Did I reincarnated in an anime where the heroes journey to kill the demon lord? And I am their pet? Because what I am doing right now seems like a very important segment of the story, thought the slime asked. He started overthinking, which somehow melted his non-existent brain. Hashtag time skip brought to you by Mini Rimuru joining to become Big Rimuru hashtag. It has been a few minutes after the slime got its slimes together. After some talking, it was decided that the slime will help Veldora from escaping his prison, while Veldora will name him.
Wahahahaha.
From this day forth I am Veldora Tempest. And you shall be known as Rimuru Tempest, my sworn brother. Thus began the saga of a peculiar brotherhood between a slime, the lowest of the low in the monster food chain, and a dragon, the king of the food chain.
Time skipped to some weeks.
Rimuru went outside the cave the following day. He ate Veldora. He also found 3 reckless adventurers barging inside the cave, which he smartly evaded. While on a walk, he met with a group of weak goblins who took him to their village and told him of the crisis they were under. Rimuru, in all his kindness, decides to help the goblins from the dire wolves. All goes according to how it went in the anime, and today Rimuru was taking a stroll in the village. He was followed by Rigard, the village chief, as Rimuru inspected the poorly built hut. Suddenly a weak breeze passed by them as the hut instantly collapsed.
You guys don't know how to build,
Rimuru said calmly in front of the now demolished hut. I am sorry. Rigard apologized as he did a Dejiza. He did it so hard that blood came out of his head. This can't go on like this. We need experienced workers. Hey Rigard, do you know where we might get builders or workers?
Rimuru asked.
We can probably commission the dwarves.
Rigard replied. Dwarves?
Rimuru asked excitedly. Yes, just a week's journey away in the north there is the armed nation of Dworgen. The king of that nation is said to be a hero king. I believe Gopta went there with my son at one time. Rigard answered.
Then it's settled.
We will journey to Dworgen to employ some dwarves for the houses. Maybe they might also help you guys teach their crafts as well.
Rimuru decided.
That's a good idea, Rimuru-sama. Rigard replied, worship visibly shining from him. Traveling on the direwolves, Rimuru and gang reached the kingdom in mere 2 days. The wolves were huge contributors in their journey. You guys, stay with the dire wolves here, me and Gopta will go inside. But Lord Rimuru, what if something happens to you? One of the goblins asked in worry. Don't worry, Gopta already visited Dworgen, so they might recognize him. As for me, I am just a harmless slime. Rimuru assured the goblins as the duo came out of the forest line and joined the long line in front of the gate. How did we get here? Said Rimuru as he held the bars of the prison cell with his slimy arms with a comical deadpan face. Just a few moments ago, all was going well and they were about to enter the gate when some rowdy adventurers antagonized them. And to just scare them away, he transformed into a huge dire wolf. This did work, but a problem arose. While scaring the adventurers, he didn't restrain his aura, so among the side characters, 1/3 fainted in fear, the half of which desecrated then and there, while the remaining ran away swearing that they will never step out of their houses again, screaming things like, "The world is too scary, mommy."
Captain. Bad news.
An Armorsaurus has been spotted in the mine. A dwarf soldier exclaimed as he approached the dwarf captain that was filing a report of Rimuru's crimes.
What?
Where are the suppression forces?
The captain asked. I don't know.
They haven't responded yet.
Shit.
What are we ? Before the worried captain could complete his sentence, Rimuru asked a question. You guys need some help? What can you do? You are just a slime.
The captain replied. Don't underestimate a slime.
I can help you heal the injured. Here, plop. Rimuru spat a large barrel of full potion as he convinced the captain that this potion can be very helpful for them. I'll trust you on this slime. But don't leave until I come. The captain said as he immediately ran to help in the mines. Some minutes later. You saved them, thanks a lot.
No worries.
So you're the one who gave the potion.
Thanks a lot. Welcome.
I thought I will have lost my arm. But it regrew back.
All thanks to you.
You're welcome. Just say something. Time skipped to Rimuru, now out of the prison, as he strolls the marketplace of the Dwarven nation. While walking, or jumping around, he spot a very shiny and expensive-looking sword hung on one of the shop's walls. He approached the shop to see a shirtless dwarf with a large goggles hitting a hot piece of iron bar. Rimuru soon spotted 3 other people with the dwarf, which he recognized to be the guys who were saved by his full potion.
Ah. Slime-san, what are you doing here? Muahaha.
Praise me more. In a shop inside the market of the Dwarven nation, a slime audaciously laughs as he is surrounded by 4 kneeling dwarves. "Oh great wish-granting slime, we are grateful of your kind help," said the dwarf brothers in unison as they prayed to the slime. Some moments before, Rimuru, seeing the predicament of Kaijin, who was tasked with crafting 20 special swords in limited time, he decided to help the dwarf. Seeing the 20 exact copy of the original sword Kaijin had crafted with his sweat, blood and tears getting spat out from the slime, shock was plastered all over his face.
Thank you, Slime Dana.
With this I can finally show that bastard Vesta who's the boss now, Kaijin said with distaste. To celebrate the happy moment, the group decide to visit a bar, where beautiful long-eared elves cater to the guests. Hearing the term elf, Rimuru's inner weeb awoke as he swiftly jumped towards the bar. While in the bar, he met many hot and elegant elves Mostov which played around with his slimy body. Seeing this, the dwarf brothers and the other guests couldn't help but glare at the culprit of their hatred, a blue innocent slime.
Hey Slime-san.
Do you want to try this? A black-haired elf asked as she moved her hands in a very misleading way. I am very good at it. You Ms. Elf, I think we are not that close yet. Panicked Rimuru as a wrong idea ran inside his mind of what the girl was asking of him, most probably involving some which he didn't have, yet.
No ma'am. Slime-san? Are you ready?
The voice of the girl broke Rimuru's dreams as he came to the hard reality that it was only fortune-telling.
Ha.
Yeah, so what kind of fortune-telling can you do? Of all kinds, but my best suit is in finding your fated ones, suggested the elf as she smiled while putting her finger on her cheeks. I don't think I will have a fated one in my life though. Rimuru replied honesty. Thinking about it, he remembered that slimes unusually reproduced asexually, so he might not even be able to meet his younger brother. Why don't we try Slime-san? It's worth a try, you know. Encouraged the dwarf brothers as they too were interested in the personal life of their benefactor. Okay, if you guys say so, then let's do it.
Alright.
The elf started to wave her hands above the crystal ball, from which soon it began to show a reaction. First there was a reflection of Rimuru as the reflection quickly faded to show 5 young children surrounding an older girl. The girl had worn a white combat dress, her face was of Japanese origin, on which, on her left cheek there was a 3 red line mark under her eye. She held a sword on her waist with a mask on the side of her head. My fated one, trailed Rimuru as she looked at the girl. But suddenly the view broke into another scene where the same girl was in a large hall of some kind. Large circular pillars were erected on either side as large chandeliers hung from the high ceiling. The girl walked up to the end of the hall where a large throne was situated, on which a lone figure sat. The figure had black obsidian armor with spikes from his shoulders. The head was adorned with 2 pairs of curved horns as the starry purple hair flowed down the figure's shoulders. The figure was resting with his right fist on his cheek, while the hand rested on the armrest. The face of the girl was on a serious note. She looked at the figure sitting ahead as she said something which the group was unable to hear. But the figure clearly did. Because from his resting position, the figure opened his eyes and smiled. The smile eerily looked like it was directed towards the group directly from the crystal ball as seconds after the crystal ball cracked. My ball. The elf couldn't help but exclaim in sorrow as her precious crystal ball fragmented into pieces. This is not good. Kaijin muttered under his breath, but it was loud enough to be heard by the closely seated people. What's not good, Kaijin-san? Puzzled Rimuru asked. That figure. He is a very dangerous man. One of the elf answered for Kaijin. Although Kaijin-san have not lived for long to know everything about him, but we elves have, to know that he is someone who should not be messed with. I see. Who is he, by the way? Asked Rimuru. Baal Draconio Arminon, the Emperor of Orion. And it seems he knows you guys were watching him. An unfamiliar voice spoke as the group turned to look towards the source. Vesta. What are you doing here? Kaijin immediately stood up in rage seeing his rival. I should be the one to ask this. What are you doing here, instead of working on the swords? Do you want to ignore the clear orders given to you? Vesta replied. Ha. For your information, I have already submitted them to the office. Kaijin said with a smug face. How? To complete that task in so little time is impossible. Vesta retorted. And you guys know how this goes. How did we get here? Asked Rimuru in chains perched on top of a stand along with the dwarf brothers before the king of the Dworgen nation. Some time ago inside the bar, Vesta unable to contain his anger poured wine all over Rimuru. Seeing the disrespectful act towards his benefactor, Kaijin swiftly punched Vesta who flew into a wall. Soon they were arrested and were presented before Gazef Dworgo, the hero king of Dworgen for justice. Talk the judge hammers his wooden hammer on the table as he commenced the proceedings.
The session begins.
It has been reported that the accused mastersmith Kaijin attacked the victim minister Vesta who was simply enjoying his drink in the bar.
The lawyer spoke.
He clearly joined their side. Panicked Rimuru as he saw the person who was supposed to defend then agree with the statement. The proceedings were headed by the king Gazef, who sentenced Kaijin and his brother's banishment while Rimuru was ordered to never appear inside the kingdom once again. Using this opportunity, Rimuru gathered 4 talent dwarves who would be indebted to him all their life. While journeying back to the dilapidated goblin village, he thought back to the fortune-telling incident. How he recognized the girl to be a Japanese just like him. But quickly the thoughts trailed to the second image, where she confronts Bale. A person who in his mind was already set as a final boss of a hardcore game. Thinking about it, with the girl's face having a serious look, he deduced that maybe the girl was not on good terms with the guy. Bale, a demon lord, a brother of Veldora, and now is somehow related to my fated one, if she even is my fated one. Just, who are you? Report, Bale Draconio Arminon is said to be an ancient dragon who has authority over the whole dragon race. During the Great War, he unleashed thousands of dragons on the battlefield, bringing in great chaos and destruction. During the last phase of the Great War, he single-handedly massacred millions of lives. Of which, one of the warriors was the father of Gazef Dworgo, who was the chief of the coalition army. This army composed of the top superpowers of the Western nations. Great Sage narrated the deeds of Bale to Rimuru, who hearing the info dump felt like this Bale was more dangerous than he had imagined. I think I should stay away from this guy, I don't want my fated one to be death itself. Deep inside the forest of Jura, near the cave of Veldora, a village was being constructed. The construction was being done by goblins and with them were the 4 dwarf brothers that came with Rimuru. The village now had houses that really looked like a house. Dire wolves helping carry the heavy loads as the goblins hammered away, while the dwarves instructed on where to place the materials.
Kaijin-san, where will these planks go? One of the goblin asked as he carried a bundle of planks on his shoulders. Over there. Kaijin pointed towards a direction after looking at the blueprints of the village. The work is going along quite nicely, huh? Rimuru quipped in as he jumped towards Kaijin. Yes, Rimuru Dana. But is this really alright? Kaijin's response was mixed with a sense of anxiousness. What do you mean? Rimuru asked, confused as to what Kaijin was concerned of. You see, no has ever been able to use the resources of the forest, just because of the fact that this forest is the domain of Veldora. And this forest is also under the protection of the Dryads, the subjects of Veldora. I see. Don't worry, Kaijin-san, you can rest assured that nothing bad will happen. Rimuru thought for a while and then responded. Besides, Veldora is currently inside me and I think he won't mind me using the resources, right? That's not the most worrying part. The thing is, the storm dragon has disappeared from the world for quite a few days, only the Dryads are guarding the forest in his stead and will not take any drastic measures. My true concern lies in where we are building the village in. Have you seen a barren plain a few kilometers in the west? I did notice it, why? Rimuru asked. That plain was originally part of the Jura forest. It got destroyed a few decades ago from clash of 2 true dragons. One of them was the dragon Overlord Bale. Kaijin narrated. What? That plain was definitely couple dozens of square kilometers. You mean to say that was made artificially? Perplexed Rimuru asked. Yes. It was said that both dragons had restrained themselves by quite a lot, but during the end of their 7-day fight, Guy Crimson, the strongest demon lord, had to step in to stop them lest they completely destroyed the whole Jura forest. Shivers ran down Rimuru's slime body as he considered the danger this world had. Why is my fate so scary? First this Bale guy somehow is related to my fated one, and then the village I am building is also near his territory. It's like the more I try avoid him, the more chances I am getting of meeting him. Report. The Empire has not started any campaigns since the past decades and has adopted a passive nature on the external affairs of other territories. Hence it is probable that the Empire won't interfere with your work since the village is not in their area of authority. You're right, Great Sage, maybe I am just getting delusional. We'll deal with that problem when it comes, Kaijin-san. For now our aim is to have a proper village. Let's focus on that. Alright Rimuru Dana, if you say so. Kaijin said. Yo. Rimuru-sama. Wanna come hunt giant ants? A short round-head goblin with an equally round nose approached Rimuru as he was followed by a group of wolf riders. Somewhere inside the Jura forest, a large dust cloud chased 4 individuals as they frantically ran. "This is all your fault, Kavol. You just had to stab their nest with your sword." A male screamed as he ran at top superhuman speed, which would leave behind even bolt and dust.
"Shut up. Don't talk bad about your leader."
Kavol, the leader of the group, spoke. "Leaders don't do such stupid things. If I die here, I promise that I will haunt you forever." A female screamed as she held her magic staff closely.
"Mwahaha.
"That is impossible."
"Why?"
"Because I will be dying here with you," Kavol exclaimed maniacally. Just as they seemed to run forever, the 4th figure wearing a white mask and white combat attire, which had not spoken till now, turned around and in quick succession unsheathed her sword as flames bathed the blade. She quickly jumped towards one of the giant ants and slashed it into 2, killing it instantly. Next she used one of her skills to burn 2 other ants. As she was about to end the last one, she suddenly collapsed on the ground while gripping her heart tightly. "Not now," she muttered as she struggled to lift her sword. The ant was about to attack when a dark thunderbolt struck from above and hit the ant. During the explosion caused by the lightning bolt, the girl got pushed back quite a bit and her mask came off her face and landed before a blue slimy goo.
Are you okay, miss?"
The slime asked as it approached the cart while handing the mask back to the girl. Back at the village, inside one of the tents temporarily erected before the proper houses were built, the cart of adventurers were attacking the food that was provided to them, while all except the white dresses girl, she ate the meat slowly and elegantly, unlike the 3 hungry pigs beside her. "Have they not eaten for years?" Sweat formed on the slime, asked. He watched them gobbling up the food. "That could have fed a family of 10.
"So, wanna introduce yourself?"
"Oh. Right, the food was so good that we forgot why we came for. My name is Kavol, the leader of this group."
Kavol replied. "And this is?"
Kavol pointed towards the girl holding a staff.
"Arandisu." The girl replied.
"And my name is Jido, nice to meet you," the other male said. "And this is our temporary member, who happened to be going the same way we were taking," Kavol said as he pointed at the masked girl.
"Shizu."
The masked girl spoke. "Shizue." The slime pronounced the name. "And you are Slime-san?"
Aaron asked.
"Let me introduce to you, our master and lord,
Rimuru-sama."
The bulky goblin which stood behind Rimuru all this time exclaimed as out of nowhere confettis and claps sounded.
"Ah. Hello."
Rimuru embarrassedly greeted. "You are definitely not a simple slime, Rimuru-san. Shit, I think this threw them off. Let's do something that might ease them."
"Hello.
"I am Rimuru."
A slime."
"I am not a bad slime, Yano." Rimuru spoke in a cute tone.
"PHFFD."
Except for Shizue, the rest were pretty confused of what Rimuru meant to say. She's definitely a cultured Japanese. /N. As you guys might have noticed, the story is not exactly on point with the anime or manga. Meaning, the dialogues and actions will be not the exact copy. And I omitted many of the unnecessary parts just because this is a fanfic. We all know what happened in the anime. And if you want the exact thing, then just go and rewatch the anime. Any app will do, even YT Muse Asia. Not really a plug if this is not my channel, right? Next is the question of why is MC scared of changing the plot is he did all those crazy things in these 500 years. Well, the simple answer would be, wouldn't you want to witness the plot in reality? Which you saw in a 2D screen. Yeah, that's the logic I came up with. As for any butterfly fluttering around, we'll see. Goodbye, readers. See ya in the next chapter.
Comment. 11 comment. Rimuru POV.
It has been 2 weeks since I got reincarnated in this world. A lot has happened. First I found myself in a slime body, then I befriended a dragon, got named, founded a village and recruited the dwarf brothers, and now here we are, standing on the hill overlooking the small but humble village, with my fated one. So, how long have you been here? I asked Shizu, physically though she looked no more than maybe in her 20s. I am bad with ages, and Asian ones are even harder, even though I am a Japanese myself. When I got summoned to this world, there was a war going on. My mother and I were escaping the bombing when a torrent of flame consumed me, and now here I am.
Shizu replied.
By the description she gave, the war was most probably one of the world wars.
So,
she is approximately 80 years old now.
See.
What did I say about Asian? They look like they are young, but in reality they are ancient. Well, not that exaggeratedly, but the point is made. You know, from where I come from, a lot has changed. The world has changed a lot too.
I said. Really?
I wished I could see that too, sighed Shizu. Seeing her a bit depressed, I felt bad for her.
living in a war-torn world and then getting summoned here against her will. Can we use that great sage? Suddenly I had a realization.
Affirmative. Shizu-san, you know I am dash.
That you are from Japan too? Before I could finish my sentence, she completed it for me.
How did she? Oh, write the line.
It seems you know. Anyways, I also wanted to ask, wanna see what happened after the war?
Huh? Can I?
Hope filled her eyes as Shizu asked with some uncertainty. I nodded as I asked Great Sage to use that. Using thought communication.
Time skip.
It is now the next day. Shizu-san and I talked a lot that night, until I was interrupted by Ronga and Rigard. Shizu and the trio were now about to return to Blumund, now that their objective had been completed here. We were all gathered at the entrance of the village and were waiting for Shizu-san. A few minutes later she too came and was about to join us when as if suddenly she got overwhelmed by something she collapsed on the ground.
Not nows.
Shizu-san. Aaron ran towards Shizu as I felt a bad premonition about this. Immediately, I used my steel thread to pull Aaron towards us and as soon as she got pulled back, large flames burst forth from Shizu-san.
Shizu-san.
Confused of what was happening, Aaron said.
Shizu? Shizue Izawa?
Kaval exclaimed in realization. That Shizue Izawa. The legendary hero, the Conqueror of Flames.
Aaron asked in shock. Yeah.
Then this magicule pressure is from. Jido said as his sentence got completed by the occurrence before them. The flames swirled around Shizu as the fire rapidly turned blue and dispersed away, revealing a demonic creature with a hair made of blue fire, floating in the air. Ifrit, the spirit of vengeance.
Aaron said.
Can someone help me understand what the hell is going on in my village? That guy just destroyed 2 of the houses for God's sake. Report, Ifrit was a lesser spirit of flames, that had made a contract with individual Shizue Izawa and now has taken full control of her body. The blue flames is due to him evolving into a mutated spirit. Great Sage San kindly explained.
Mutated?
Let's see that later, for now let's fix this thing here. I hope this is not that hard.
Oh, how wrong I was.
The fight with Ifrit was my most difficult and dangerous fight I ever had, just because his flames had a destructive property. Not like regular flames, no. His blue flames had the power to even burn magicules and also seemed to have some sentience of their own. When they got separate form Ifrit in our fight, those flames would take up different shapes and attack me. But all these was solved with a simple gluttony. We are now currently inside a house. Inside, only me and Shizu-san was present. She laid on the bed as her death came closer. I was unable to save her, not even a full potion could. For the first time in my life, I felt frustrated anger at myself for being so useless.
Rimuru-san.
You must be quite sad, right?
Shizu spoke.
Obviously, you were the first fellow Japanese I met in this life.
I said.
And my fated one. Haha, then I am really sorry for leaving you forever. Rimuru, can I ask for a favor?
Asked Shizu-san. Yes.
I don't want to die in this world, eat me Rimuru, I loathe this world for what it has given me and not given me. I don't want to be a part of this world. Shizu-san requested. Which was quite understandable. For her, this world only gave her hurt and wounds, nothing more. Alright Shizu-san. Can I trust you with my students? They are in Ingracia. Just go to the Free Guild headquarters and tell the Grandmaster that I set you, he will know. Can you do these for me, Rimuru?
Please?
Said Shizu as I sensed her life starting to fade away. I didn't say anything but enlarged my body to cover hers. Thank you, she whispered as Shizue Izawa forever left this world, into a happy one that I hope she likes. After eating her, I saw all the memories of her. Her experiences in the castle of Leon Cromwell, the one who summoned her on this world. I swear I will give you the same pain that she felt.
I promised in my mind.
Next was the memories of the children which were her students. And then about her relationship with him. It seems that during one of her missions, he saved her and offered her to live in his castle. In exchange for working as his subordinate, Baal would make Ifrit obey her. But he warned that she might not live for that long regardless, just because for the past decades she was suppressing the spirit which damaged her magicule network. He gave her a choice, to fully assimilate Ifrit's power and live eternally as a half-spirit or use him as a magicule source where he won't be as aggressive as before, but die in a fixed time. She chose the later. She decided that doing living for eternity was not what she wanted to die, but had regrets that she wanted to clear before her death. The face of seriousness she had in that time was the same I saw in the crystal ball. Which made me realize what the true scene was. She had so many resolves in her, to save those children, to ask Cromwell why, and finally to experience true love. But when she found me, She felt like I could fulfill them. That's why she entrusted me with those promises. Shizu-san, I promise that I will definitely help those children have a bright future as you wanted.
Third POV. In the castle of Dudinia.
My lord, an incident has occurred in Jura Forest. Adrigal entered an office where Bale was reviewing the reports of the Empire with Medusa by his side.
HM?
What is it? An army of 500,000 orcs have been spotted marching towards the center of the Jura Forest. As you said, we have put shadow demons to spy on those Harlequin group. Adrigal reported. So the plot has reached this much.
Thought Bale.
Very good, Adrigal. Keep observing them, don't reveal yourself for now. Let the inhabitants do whatever they do. Bale ordered as he smiled to himself. But Lord Bale, please enlighten this insignificant subordinate of yours, why we are doing this. Adrigal asked as she knelt on the ground. You don't have to kneel every time you ask something you genuinely don't know, Adrigal.
Stand up.
Bale looked at Adrigal as she stood up, a look of confusion clear on her eyes.
It's simple, really.
This world is too small for us. With 500 years already passed, the day won't be far when I will become bored of what this world can offer. Bale said as he leaned back on his chair. Then, my lord, what do you plan to solve this problem?
Medusa asked.
It's simple, the same way we came here, we will travel to other worlds, and spread our world domination there also. Bale answered as a small glint appeared on his eyes for a second. The sign of greed and pridefulness clear on those eyes. A marvelous plan, my lord. Even with the brain personally crafted by the supreme beings, I was unable to understand your wisdom and far-sightedness. Bowed Medusa in reverence.
Thanks, Medusa.
Initially, I planned to station one of you guardians here to guard against any threats, but I have already seen a better alternative.
Bale hinted. That slime.
Gasped Medusa as a sudden realization hit her. Exactly, although he is a race which can be considered to be the lowest of the monster race, but this quirk will be his greatest asset. Enemies will be tricked into underestimating him, giving him an edge over them. Not to mention, he is someone who is tied to the fate of this world. Tied to the fate? Adrigal uttered. Someone who is fated to rule this world as its deity, and I plan on using his fate to my advantage.
Bale smiled.
But my lord, what if he betrays us?
Adrigal cautioned.
Do you not trust me, Adrigal? No, my lord. If a day came when I did, then I swear on my life that I will kill myself. It's fine, Adrigal. There won't ever come a day like that. Just trust your lord.
Rimuru POV.
So what do you say to working under me until this crisis has been solved? After that, you guys are free to choose what to do. I asked as I sat in my slime form, before 5 orgs. It has been a few days since Shizu-san died. A few things has happened in between. Other than the village now rapidly transforming into a small city, we had an encounter with a group of these orgs. Initially they mistook me for someone else, but after a short battle and one of the 2 girls in the group who looked like a typical Oju-sama, persuading the rest, all was well. We then found out that their village of 500 had been destroyed completely by the orcs, only they were the sole survivors of this massacre. I, as the head this group and of whatever is left of my clan, accept your offer. I am ready to serve under you. The red-haired org said as he knelt before me, followed by the rest.
All right.
It's good that you guys accepted my offer. Anyways, it's too annoying to call you without names, so I will be naming you now.
Wait, Rimuru-sama.
Please consider this carefully, naming us could have serious consequences for yous. The red-haired guys said. Don't worry, I have done this before. I reassured. Then, we will gladly accept you kindness. They bowed as I started naming them.
And you will be named, Ara?
What is happening? As I completed the naming, a sudden darkness hit me, sending me into sleep mode once again for the second time.
MHN, ha.
Where am I? I groggily woke up and started to see the surroundings when I found something heavy and soft on top of me. Looking up, I saw one of the most beautiful and bountiful valley I had ever seen. Those curves, that largeness, as if I could complete disappear in it.
Rimuru-sama.
Are you awake? My admiring was interrupted by Rigard, who stormed inside the house I was in, flexing his muscles. Yes, Rigard, I am awake. Rimuru-sama, do you recognize me? The woman on whom I had been sitting this whole time asked. As I looked through her valley on her face, I noticed the resemblance it had with that other org girl holding a giant mace. How did that fierce girl transform into this beauty? And why is she so human-like? Report, this is due to them having evolved into a rare subspecies called Kijin. During the evolution process they took your desire to have human features and added on themselves. So my desire affected them on taking more human features?
Yes.
Rimuru-sama, I hope you are well. A sweet voice echoed from the entrance on the house as a pink-haired lady walked in followed by 4 males. All of them had horns on their heads. I recognized them instantly to be Shuna, the Oju-sama-looking girl, Benimaru, the red-haired guys, Sui the ninja-looking guy, Hakuro, the old one, and Kurobe, the normal-looking guy. It's relieving that this world still has average-looking guys. I cried in slimes as I greeted them. After Benimaru and the rest accepted my proposal, we held a meeting to discuss what was happening in the Jura forest. Just a few hours before, a bunch of lizardmen led by a rather stupid lizardman came to our village. They came to propose an alliance where we will be under them. Clearly we refused, but that guy didn't understand our meaning and unnecessarily tried to instigate us. Luckily our prodigy goblin Gopta taught them a lesson and now we are here. I believe whatever is happening in the forest, it will need every one of us to deal with it, even those lizardmen. I started. You are right, Rimurudana. Kaijin concurred. I scouted the orcs. They numbered in 500,000, and by their trajectory and the pace they were marching from the river towards north, I believe they will reach the swamps by 2 days. Sui reported. As expected of the reliable ninja. I also have a report to mention. Sui, did you find anything? Shuna asked. No. There was no body at all, not even the fallen orcs. Sui answered. By body you don't mean? I asked. Yes. I asked Sui to go back to our village, to see whether there were any bodies. But our suspicions were right. Shuna said. An orc lord? Kaijin exclaimed. That legendary unique monster that consumes even their kin's fear? Realization hit me. By consuming, it doesn't mean eating their enemies and their kins, right? Yes. No ordinary orc can command such a large number of orcs. They are chaotic and unlawful by nature. Only an orc lord can pull off such a feat. Benimaru spoke. Suddenly Sui jolted in shock as we looked in worry of why he did that. Rimuru-sama, one from my body doubles have been contacted by an individual. They wish to have an audience with you. Sui spoke. Audience? I hope they are not weird like that lizardmen. I sighed out. One weird encounter is enough for today. I will not say they are weird. But it is a dryad. Oh. A dryad. A legendary tree spirit who guards the forest in games. Call them in. Suddenly, a large amount of magicules concentrated in the middle of the table has been sprouted from the table. The vines converged to and the extended to reveal a beautiful figure. Greetings, ruler of monsters and all those loyal to him. I apologize for such an unannounced visit. I am Trainee, a dryad. The figure introduced. Sitting on the chair, Trainee seemed like she owned the place as she sipped the tea and ate the potato chips. Well, she is the guardian of the forest and we are in her home pursery. Anyways, contrary to her calm behavior, the rest of the council seemed a bit anxious over a dryad sitting with them. So, Trainee-san, why did you ask for my audience? I said, trying to steer the awkward atmosphere that has formed with her presence. Oh. As you might know, there have been a sudden influx of a large numbers of orcs in the forest. And they aim to completely destroy the forest. I as a guardian of this forest am naturally against it. Thus, I come before you, O ruler of monsters. Please help us kill the orc lord. Trainee revealed. So it is true, there is an orc lord behind this whole act. Kaijin spoke. By now, the presence of an orc lord was just in speculation by us. How do we trust your word? I asked. We dryads know everything that goes on inside this forest. That orc lord has a unique skill called starved. It is something like your predator. She really knows everything, huh? Then our kin? Shuna asked. It is not actually as you might think. You clansmen is safe, we most of them. Trainee said. What do you mean? I found no traces of their bodies. Sui asked. Not even blood or their clothes, right? Trainee smiled. You don't mean? Shocked Sui asked. But who would help us? Benimaru asked. That unfortunately I don't know, they didn't reveal themselves, but just as the orcs and the orgs started fighting, a massive magic circle formed on the whole village, teleporting everyone within it. Trainee said. A large-scale teleportation. Clearly there is a larger figure behind all this. No random Majin could have done this. Hakuru said. At least they are safe for now, I hope. Benimaru said. A large magic circle of that scale. Hey great sage, how much would it take for me to do that? Reporting. Calculating the amount of living beings getting transported, with the area of the circle, it can be said that you will die due to magicule exhaustions. That's a rather dark way to put that. But regardless, it can be confirmed that whoever is behind this, he is not weak. So, I once again ask this. Will you, ruler of monsters, help us in this crisis? Trainee asked. Wait a minute, before this, why do you want to drag us into all these? You dryads are the guardians of this forest. Isn't this your responsibility to solve this danger and not push it over to someone else?
Benimaru asked.
We are dryads, we are connected to the sacred tree and are restricted on where we are allowed to take our main bodies. Our only defense is our brothers the Treants. If those orcs reach the sacred tree and destroy it, we too will die.
Trainee said.
Don't worry, our Lord Rimuru-sama will definitely agree to this. Confidently declared Cheyenne. Oi Cheyenne, don't you want to ask my opinion as well? Then I am glad you will accept the task. O ruler of monsters.
Ha.
Alright, I was already going to deal with this issue. Now that we have a proper reason to do so, let's no delay any longer. Sui, can you contact the chief of the lizardmen? I want to form an alliance with them. Considering where this fight will take place, having an ally familiar with the battlefield will be advantageous. No problem, just uttering such words Sui immediately disappeared.
No hesitation at all. He's so confident.
Then, everyone prepare to set out.
Our destination, the swamps. I said.
Yes.
Everyone chorused.
I don't know what will happen tomorrow. I don't know who is behind all this, which demon lords are involved or who saved Benimaru's clan. But this is for sure. I will definitely win.
Third POV. In Dudenia.
Inside the throne room, Baal sat on his throne while Medusa as usual stood beside him as a dutiful wife.
So it begins.
Baal uttered as before him floated a large mirror laden with gold engravings. On the mirror, instead of a reflection, it showed a scene of another place. Specifically the great swamp of the Jura forest, where a battle had currently begun. The two sides consisted of a 500,000 strong orcs, unrelenting and unfearful, while on the other a measly 28,000 lizardmen and goblins. It was clear who was going to lose. And it was going as predicted, but as the lizardmen and goblins got surrounded and were going to get killed, a group of direwolf riders led by Gopta reached the encirclement and saved them. I never could have imagined a goblin to show such strength. Is he a special one? Medusa said as she saw Gopta kill the orc general. I wonder too. This forest is filled with very peculiar and unique beings. There is a slime that has a strength of A+, a group of orgs who after being named by the slime evolved into a rare subspecies called Kijin. And then all the goblins in the village is a hobgoblin, some even have strengths of B+. Baal spoke as he focused on the scene before him. He watched as he saw a red streak travel through the sky and land before the orc lord. The dust created by the explosion of whoever landed cleared to reveal a Magen in aristocratic attire with a plague doctor mask. The Magen attacked the lizardmen and injured Gabaru's squad. As the Magen prepared to launch another attack, it was stopped by a blue-haired young androgynous figure.
HM?
Lord Baal is this?
Medusa asked. Yes, Rimuru Tempest.
The slime I told you about. He is the one who ate Veldora and was proclaimed Veldora's sworn brother. Baal said as he smiled. Isn't calling a slime a brother of a true dragon like you a bit pretentious? The audacity to categorize them with you is pure disrespectful.
Medusa fumed.
By common sense the two beings were very different, like the heaven and earth. The gap was so large that it couldn't be imagined. For a true dragon, a single sigh was enough to completely eradicate the slime race. To Medusa, Rimuru and Veldora becoming sworn brothers was very disrespectful for her lords who himself was a true dragon. She considered the other true dragons to be her lord's relatives, after she got to know the evolution process of this world. She even came to like the company of Velzard who always comes to Dudenia with Guy occasionally. But this Veldora was very stupid in her opinion. And by the stories of Velzard, his sister, it was true. It's fine Medusa, besides it's just a statement, they are really not related by blood. Baal said. Well, in the future he will be the strongest true dragon/demonic slime. But only if I had not come here. Now I will be the only strongest.
Baal thought.
Still, my lord.
Medusa.
Before Medusa could continue, Baal spoke in a calm tone while side-eyeing her. Although his tone was calm, Medusa felt a cold chill hearing her name being called out like that. I am sorry, my lord. She immediately bowed and apologized. Please try to rein your disdain for the other races. You can already see this here. Baal pointed towards the mirror, showing the view of the battle. How that slime clearly defeated the Orc Lord. But I too can do that, in fact any one of the Guardians could have easily killed the Orc Lord.
Medusa pouted.
It's not about if you guys can do it, it's about who did it. Can you say the same if you were a snake? Baal asked as he smiled a bit. Medusa struggled to answer back as she knew there was no answer for that. As a Gorgon, if it was the evolutionary steps followed by this world, she first should have to be a snake as her base race.
She could confidently say that she would be the strongest compared to all snakes, but that doesn't mean she was strong enough to kill the Orc Lord. Heh, she's thinking quite a lot. Obviously she wouldn't be a simple snake, but who said she could kill the Orc Lord then? She could level up and then become strong enough to one-hit kill it. Well, that's how I did in my early game phase in Yggdrasil.
Bale thought.
There was no real answer to his question, because the question itself was not correct. Who told her to kill the Orc Lord only in her weak phase? She could stall and become strong then kill it. It was just a joke Bale said to see how Medusa would react to. And it was as he expected. Medusa with a high IQ was coming up with thousands of explanations, scenarios and examples to answer Bale's question.
Forget it.
What I meant to say is, the same slime you considered to be weak killed the Orc Lord. So it can be said that the slime is not simple. It has potential, a large one, to become very strong. Maybe even be the same as the Guardians.
It all depends on him.
So don't underestimate anyone, without any concrete information. Even if you think you know everything about your enemy, maintain a layer of cautiousness. Bale advised as he saw the end of the battle, with the lizardmen, Khajiits and orcs along with Rimuru and the goblins enter the home of the lizardmen, probably to discuss the aftermath. Where Rimuru will become the chancellor of the Jura Federation. Turning the mirror off, Bale activated his Demon Lord ring, given by Guy to communicate between Demon Lords.
Hey Melim.
Bale asked into the ring. Hello Uncle Bale. Came an enthusiastic reply. How many times have I got to tell you not to call me that? Bale's sweat dropped at the reply. At first he was alright with the uncle thing, but it got annoying very quickly. No one likes to be called an uncle when they are only 500 years young. Not to mention the speaker is 2,000 years old herself. That too Gabriel.
Sorry.
But you are my uncle. You are the same as my father, right? Yes, but just call me Bale. I give you sweets and many other dishes to eat like your big brother, right? Bale tried to bargain.
Yeah.
So if you start calling me Bale, then I will ask the chefs to make your favorite chocolate chip jumbo blastic ice cream Omega version.
Really?
A high decibel scream resounded from the ring so strong that even Medusa got blown a few feet back. Bale had to erect a multilateral barrier to protect himself from the strong wind currents enough to blow a mountain to dust.
Melim.
Another screamed followed which was at manageable audio.
Sorry.
Fry.
Melim spoke.
What do you mean by sorry? You blew half of my castle away. And what about that kilometers-long hole over there?
Fry asked Kami.
Fry was a demon lord who was a harpy queen. Her kingdom resided on a chain of jagged and tall mountains. She was one of the friends of Melim and was currently housing her after Melim ran from her followers who tried to feed her raw beetroot. Anyways, Melim. Are you going there? Bale said so as to bring the conversation back on track.
Oh.
You saw that too, right?
Melim asked.
Of course, I was about to visit them.
Wanna come? Bale asked.
I was just about to go there myself. Let's go together then. Melim said excitedly. Then I will prepare the guards. Medusa spoke as she bowed and was about to leave when Bale stopped her. That will not be necessary. I will go with Melim. Me and Melim are enough for any danger that you are currently imagining. Bale said as he stood up.
But my lord humph.
Medusa got interrupted by Bale who kissed her on the lips. Medusa was about to get herself out of her stupor at the sudden action and enjoy the moment when Bale suddenly separate, leaving her wanting to relieve the moment once more. After I return.
Be ready.
Bale smiled as he opened a gate, disappearing for the throne room. Yes, my love. Medusa muttered dreamily as a blush formed on her cheeks, her hair swiftly transforming into snakes as they wiggled frantically as if expressing the happiness and ecstasy their mother felt.
Third POV.
In a dimly lit room, a round table was set in the middle with 5 chairs surrounding it. On them, 5 individuals sat. One of them was the hero king Gazel Dwargo. The orc invasion has been halted, Gazel announced as he burned a piece of parchment on the candle.
What?
500,000 of them. The commander of the Pegasus Knights exclaimed. Rather than rampaging over the forest, the remaining 250,000 have been dispersed peacefully. Gazel continued. Multiple superior magians participated in the battle as it came to an end with the slime winning it. Is it possible they are his subjects?
Gazel thought in concern.
The growing power of that slime is worrying. If this eye left unchecked, then the nation could be on the brink of destruction. Not to mention. His thoughts wandered as an image surfaced in his mind. An image of a figure he had seen on that dreadful day, seated on that demonic throne. His smile as if mocking their whole life of pain, the culprit of his father's and many other warriors' deaths. Bail? After the trial of Kaijin and that slime that day, he had gathered information of what really happened. On one hand, he was disgusted with what Vesta had done, and had already come up with a perfect punishment for him. On the other hand, he got to know about the crystal ball incident. Prepare the Pegasus, we will set out to that slime's territory. I myself will see what he is made of. Rimuru POV. After the battle, all the representatives of the forest gathered to discuss the aftermath. In the end, it was decided that the orcs will contribute as laborers, while the lizardmen will provide for food and clean water, while Tempest will provide processed goods in return. With this, the Jura Federation was formed, of which somehow I was made the chancellor. I initially didn't expect it, but considering I was the one who killed Geld and the Dryads themselves insisted, I agreed. After that, I named Geld's son Geld, and also the rest of the 250,000 orcs. As usual, I had to go into sleep mode for 5 days. It took me 2 days more than usual due to such a high number of orcs I had to name. And I am ashamed to say that I just added letters to base names after the first 1,000, like Bob, Bobby, Bobby, Boba. I think some of them were just names of game characters I know of. Anyways, the town was going great. Benimaru also decided to stay, but we also decided to start the search for his clan mates after everything has properly settled. Until Rimuru-sama, there is an issue. Sui informed urgently as he appeared before me. About 100 Pegasus Knights from Dworgen is approaching the east side of the town. Sui continued. What? Running towards the east gate of the town, we saw the Pegasus Knights beginning to land on the clearing. On the front was a figure I recognized instantly, the hero King Gazel Dwargo. But what the hell is he doing here? It's good to see you once again, my king. Kaijin knelt as he greeted Gazel. How have you been, Kaijin? Gazel asked. I am fine, my king. So are you the slime who killed the orc lord? Gazel then asked me. Yeah, but don't underestimate me just because I am a slime. After all, I am now the chancellor of the Jura forest. I said as I transformed into my human form. Ho? Chancellor, you say? Then let me see what you truly are. With my sword. Gazel declared. Ha-ha-ha. So that happened. Gazel came, fought me in a sword duel where I had blocked his special strike at the end, only to be revealed that both our teacher was same. How old is Hakuru to be a 300-year-old hero king's teacher? Anyways, after that, we discussed my true ambition, which was simply to enjoy life and keep my people safe from threats. Gazel also gave me Vesta, as an apology and for Vesta's redemption. So now we have a R&D department now, led by one of the best researchers we could possibly hope for. All was finally looking good when suddenly Great Sage informed me of a very disturbing news. Warning. A high-density magicule source is approaching at Mach speed in your vicinity. What the hell? At that speed, the whole town would be destroyed. Assuming that this source is locked in on me, I ran towards the hill where there was nothing around so that at least the destruction could be manageable. As soon as I reached the hill, I saw the pink streak of light land before me, causing a large explosion with dusts blowing all over. Thankfully, I had sticky silk threads to hold me down, otherwise I might have flown to another continent. Mwahaha. Rejoice. I am the one and only Dragonoid, the destroyer Malim Navajeo. A childish laugh reverberated all around as a silhouette of a short-statured girl could be seen. As the dust cleared, a pink-haired girl, with a rather revealing garment that for lesser terms was simply a glorified undergarments, stood in the crater she just created. Malim. Report, one of the oldest Demon Lord in the Demon Lord Council. Right, I remember her, she is quite cute for her title. Are you the one who killed Geld? Suddenly Malim stood before me, almost jump-scaring me. Geld? You mean the Orc Lord? Yeah, I did. Did you came here to avenge him? I asked, already ordering Great Sage to activate all the defensive and offensive skills I had on my command. Why would I? Rather than doing what I expected her to, she showed a confused expression as if I had asked her a dumb question. You are not her to kill me? No. I just came here to see who could kill that puppet and also say hello. Malim innocently replied. Rimuru-sama. Before I could say anything, Cheyenne jumped from behind me and swung her giant sword. What was it called? Broad sword? Great sword? Or bastard sword? Which was subsequently caught and terrifically broken by Malim. That was a high-grade magi steel sword, you know. From the side, Ronga picked me up and ran in the opposite direction as Benimaru, Hakuru, and Sui attacked Malim. Oi, Ronga put me down. I am sorry, master, but we need to go as far away from her. Ronga refused as he sped up even more, until I gripped a tree branch and stopped him. Back on the fight, Sui tied Malim with his steel threads while Benimaru used his hellflare.
Even she should have a few burns, right? Benimaru asked to no one in particular, as cold sweat ran down his forehead.
Mwahaha.
Your efforts are quite commendable. Other demon lords might not have survived it, but this much won't be enough for me, Jo, said Malim as she broke free from her bondage and started charging an attack. As I ran towards the fight, I saw Malim charging a very powerful attack which could seriously injure even me. Before she could release her attack, I jumped before the key genes as I used my predator to eat the attack up.
Huh?
You used that skill to defeat the puppet too, right? That's quite powerful. Malim, unfazed that her attack was neutralized, spoke. Hey you guys, stand back, let me handle this, I said to Benimaru and company as I walked towards Malim.
Ho? You wanna fight too?
Malim said, as a crazed smile emerged on her face for an instant as it quickly disappeared. That will be enough, Malim. An unfamiliar voice echoed as a dark purple portal formed behind Malim. Great sage.
Understood.
Analyzing portal. Unknown energy detected in the portal. More information needed. Information unavailable. Evolution needed.
What?
This was the first time I saw Great Sage come up with a negative.
Can I copy it?
Negative. I am unable to copy the spell. Reason. The caster has a skill that denies any form of copying. A skill that negates copying?
Mao.
I wanted to enjoy a little more Bale. Malim whined as I immediately recalled the name.
Bale.
Just then, a tall figure emerged from the portal. His magical density was very terrifyingly terrifying. If Veldora and him was compared, it was as if the former was water while Bale's was a highly viscous liquid. He had worn a deep purple and black scale-looking armor. His head was adorned with a pair of curved horns, his ears long just like an elf's while his hair was almost extending down his back. The most striking feature was the starry purple eyes he had, with a hint of golden in it. It felt like I was watching a whole universe in those eyes. The more I looked, the more I felt like I was getting sucked inside it when suddenly I didn't. Hello, Rimuru Tempest, the sworn brother of Veldora. We finally meet. Bale looked at me as he smiled. His smile left a shudder on my non-existent spine, thinking what was forming in this honestly villain-looking guy's head. God save me.
Third POV.
In a dark and voided world, a solitary figure floated in perpetual space. The figure's faces was contorted with frowns, constantly changing from fear, despair, confusion, worry, and anger. Suddenly a series of flashes occurred, showing a different scene each time it changed.
First, a battlefield.
Flushed in the red hue of the setting sun along with the twisting flames burning all around. The battlefield was covered with a layer of blood bodies, some marred by cuts, some burned. The scene stretched all around the horizon, with countless flags and banners sticking out of those poles of bodies. Almost all broken, or torn apart as if to signify the hard loss the dead had suffered. Every banner or flag had different emblems embroidered on it. One of them that stuck out the most was of a large banner propped on a small hill of bodies, the insignia that of an winged golden angel holding both its hands in a reverent prayer. The white cloth and the gold embroidery drenched in crimson blood as the flag slowly caught fire and burned along with the whole scene, shifting to the next. On the second, there was what could be imagined as the army of a great alliance, faces of many that held hope of winning the upcoming war, regrets of not staying with their family for a little longer. The scene focused on a trio, a male and a female looking towards you. They held smiles on their faces as they looked at you, or the one whose memories this was. Suddenly a rumbling roar echoed.
Ruoarar.
As the roar sounded, a large thunder struck as an ominous scene emerged. A kilometer-tall dragon, its void purple scales glistening in the light of the thunder, as its gaping maw charged a large magical beam. The scene, once again, changed to the battlefield. Now with a figure of a battered warrior knelt before the flag where the angel prayed. The last rays of the sun before it set pierced through the thick clouds only to shine the lone figure, as if to provide solace to him. Was this necessary? Why couldn't I save them? The figure muttered softly. This was necessary. With the dead of them, now no one will be against me. No more meaningless death will be needed anymore now. A voice rang from the back. No more meaningless death, you say? Is the death of millions not meaningless to you? The figure screamed as he turned towards the voice. The sacrifice of a few is needed for the happiness of the many. It was their fault for not agreeing that time. What I did was nothing but showing what will happen if you disagreed with me. The voice rang once more. You are a tyrant, the figure said as he gripped his sword. Maybe. But what I do is for the greater good. Many more than whom that have died here will enjoy a life they never could have dreamed of. They will be happy. Then what of the family of those that died? They won't be happy, the figure retorted. That's the difference between us, Riku.
You are a hero while I am a demon lord. The voice spoke as he revealed the figure to be Riku, the hero of light who played a big role in the Great War. That's why I will kill you, even if I die. Riku spoke as he held his sword up and rushed at the voice. Even though he had no magic power or strength left for his attack to even reach the voice, he attacked. Arf! Suddenly the scene dissipated and a pair of eyes opened wide. Riku sat straight from his sleeping position as he struggled to breathe properly, sweat dripping down his forehead like a fountain. Clank clank asterisk. Metal getting dropped sounded as Riku swift turned towards the noise to see a young girl having a stunned face looking at him. Riku frowned for an instant as he looked down to see a plate, piece of cloth and a bowl scattered on the ground. The floor was wet due to the water he assumed was stored on the bowl that the girl dropped. Before he could utter anything, the girl ran through the dupe of the room and disappeared. Gathering himself together, Riku looked around the room properly. The room looked like a simple tavern room, with wooded beams supporting the whole room, a bed on which he sat, a side table on which a bowl of fruit was placed. Through the window on his left, he saw a bustling village setting, and from further observation he noticed that the house where he currently resided on was raised on the ground. Judging by the whole village outside being several meters below, or maybe he was on a high floor. As he missed such thoughts, the closed door opened to let in the girl from earlier, an old-aged man probably in his 50s and a middle-aged man, from which Riku could sense a hint of holy magic from. It was not much but enough for him to know that the man was probably a priest of relatively high standing. Hello, my name is Luther. I am the head priest of this village. I am relieved that you are finally awake. The middle-aged man spoke. My name is Holmes. I am the village chief and this is my granddaughter Lily, who took care of you. The old man said as the young girl, probably 18, greeted shyly. How long was I asleep? Riku struggled to properly formulate his sentence as he found his throat as parched as a great desert. You were in a coma for 3 years. The priest said as Lily promptly provided Riku with cold water, which he appreciated. Now that he looked closely, he saw a little resemblance of one of his friends on her. Maybe it was just his imagination. How did you find me? Riku asked. We didn't, you came to us. All battered, as if you survived the great dragon's wrath himself. The old man, Holmes jested. You could say that. Riku replied, thinking how what this old man said was so on point. Wait, what year is it? Riku suddenly asked. It's the 500th year of the Great Dragonic Calendar. The priest replied. Great Dragonic Calendar? Riku thought in suspicion. And how long ago did the war occur? Riku asked. War? You mean the Great War? It was 300 years ago. The priest Luther said. 300. Riku's eyes widened at the revelation. Next chapter. What is my purpose? Riku POV. How am I alive? Didn't I die at that war? Didn't he kill me? So why am I here? Is this my punishment? For choosing what I thought was right? Or was I wrong all along? Such thoughts ran in my head as I struggled to reach the correct answer. Every time I think the answer was near, it just turned into another question. Young man, can we know your name? The old man, Holmes' words broke me out of my thoughts as I contemplated on whether to give them my real name, and then. Lloyd, my name is Lloyd. I had decided, I gave them an alias. Using my true name might raise some suspicions or even alert some people I don't want to meet yet. Sir, where is my armor? I then asked as I just noticed me being covered in bandages on my torso, as I had a pant on me. Oh it's in the other room next to this. The armor made the room quite unpleasant so we shifted it there, and it was a real struggle you know? That breastplate took 7 of the strongest men to even lift it up. Holmes said as he gave me a questioning look. You might be wondering how I could wear it. I asked as they nodded. It's enchanted by my friend. Only I ordered the one I give permission to is allowed to freely wear it. If anyone had tried to wear it without my permission, then the armor would simply shrink rapidly until they died. I stated as I could see the cold sweat dripping on their heads. Well, it's good that none did try. Anyways, Lily will be taking care of you. I have some things I need to attend, so is Father Luther too, right? Holmes said. Yes. We shall meet again, Sir Lloyd. The priest Luther said as the duo left the room, leaving me on my bed with a shy-looking young girl. Speaking of, she is maybe 18 years old, same as I was when we met Armin. Now, I must be 300. My body hasn't changed a bit it seems. Mr. Lloyd. The girl meekly spoke as I turned towards her. Call me Lloyd. I said plainly as I stood up. Please rest. You might still have some injuries. Lily, seeing me moving out the bed, spoke quickly, only to be stunned at how easily I stood and moved about. As if I had just woken up, not like I had been in a 3-year coma. Did I worry you? Miss Lily? I smiled at her concern for my well-being. This girl had been taking care of me for God knows how long. Being nice to her is the least I could do. Please call me Lily. Lily spoke shyly as a small blush crept on her cheeks. Then, Lily, could you take me for a tour of your village? I asked her. Of course. My question made her forget her initial shyness as she beamed a smile at me. She's very innocent for her age. Walking around the small market of the village with Lily, I came to know a lot of what has happened in the world. After the Great War, it seems the empire stopped expanding its territory. Taking monetary compensation formed the losing countries and annexing smaller ones. After that, the following years were observed to be peaceful. No more wars of such a scale ever erupted. But the whole world did change after that. The economy of most countries now depends on the empire for its new technology, cheap magical products, delectable foods and goods. And for this village to have survived the changes is quite amazing. It is a small village that is associated with no particular kingdom. This village was formed simply by the ancestors of the village who were refugees of a dying kingdom. They established this village near the Jura forest, which provided them with resources and food. Due to being close to the forest, no kingdom had claimed this area as its. But this also brings a problem. Every year, monsters keep coming out of the forest to attack them. But the village has some warriors who are skilled enough to kill the monsters. So Lloyd, where do you come from? Lily asked me as we walked side by side out of the village market. I come from a place that had been annexed by the empire. My people fought for their country but sadly they were killed. I am sorry for bringing that up. Lily apologized. It's fine. I am sure they are in a better place. Yeah, but the empire is not that bad by what I heard. Lily said. What do you mean? I asked, curious as to how the empire dealt with its citizens. Well, during the meeting my grandpa holds, I heard that the empire is kind to those who have done their fair share of work. The empire is said to give away rewards to the deserving and punishes those who slack off. There is no difference between a peasant and a noble, because you can become a powerful person from your merits. Lily stated in a simple manner. It's just like the government in my world. Is he? But why would he cause a war if he? My mind scattered once more, trying to come up with a reasoning to Bale's actions. Hey Mom. Look. The hero. A child's voice interrupted my musings as a small 6-year-old girl walked up to me. Behind her, the mother worriedly followed her. Don't be rude, dear. I am sorry for my child's misbehavior. The mother bowed her head at me as she did her child's. They look fearful of me. Do I look like I will eat them? Confusing arose inside my mind as I looked at Lily who had been with me all this time. Then I realized why the mother was afraid of me. In the eyes of Lily, I saw my reflection, which was very resembling of a noble. Maybe they thought I was one and were concerned I would do something bad to them. Don't worry, ma'am. I didn't mind her enthusiasm. Children's her age should be cheerful. I smiled at the mother as I helped her stand straight. Thank you, my lord. The mother once again tried to bow as I interrupted her. Lloyd. You can call me Lloyd. A wry smile crossed my face as I struggled to come up with a reasoning of how to make this woman comfortable with me. So, child. Why did you call me a hero? I asked her. 3 years ago when you came to our village, you wore that shiny armor and although you were covered in red paint, you looked like a hero. My friends said that you are the hero who killed the dragon. The child innocently replied, her words sometimes mixed up and mispronounced. She didn't even know what blood was, simply referring to it as red paint. Besides, she doesn't know how on point she was. Except for the last part. Sadly, I couldn't kill him. Ha ha ha, thank you for calling me a hero. But I am not that hero you guys think. He is. Far greater and stronger than me, you know? I smiled. Really? Is he very strong? Can I meet him? I want my friends to see that I know the hero of light. The child excitedly asked. Irina, stop bothering Sir Lloyd. Apologize now. The child whose name was Irina, her mother admonished her. Ah. I am sorry, Sir Lloyd. Although she mispronounced my name, I still reassured her. Don't worry, I promise that one day you will meet him. Really? The downed girl quickly regained her cheerful nature. Yes, but promise me, you will listen to everything your mother will ask of you. If you don't, then the hero will be angry with you and not come. He likes good children the most. I said. Yes. I promise. I am a good child. I girl cutely curled her hands in a fist as if to show her resolution as her mother smiled. Is it wise to promise the girl something like that? Lily asked as she watched the duo leave hand in hand. Who knows? But one thing is for sure, I never break my promise. And that girl will surely meet the hero.
I said as I walked back to the village chief's house. And I will fulfill my promise to you too, Misu.
Bale POV.
I silently sipped the tea served to me by Shuna.
HMN, this tea is good.
But not better than the one Dudinia has. As I compared the beverage of Tensura with mine, I pretended to not notice the wary glances the monster stole at me. Even Rimuru was more guarded against me rather than at Malim, who was the one to fight them. This cake is delicious. I want more. The tension was broken by Malim, who asked for more cakes from Shuna. I sometimes wonder if she is truly oblivious or just acting. If it is the latter, then Malim is quite a menace.
Sure, Malim-sama.
Shuna smiled as she donned her responsible housewife personality. So, why are you guys here? Rimuru finally asked as he looked at us, especially me.
Didn't I tell you?
We are here to just say hello. Malim said as she looked at Rimuru in confusion as to how this guy could forget what happened an hour ago. I am sorry to intervene, but for two of the most powerful demon lords coming here, this is clearly no simple matter. We hope that you please clarify. Trainee, who was also present in the room, asked me. She had a frown over her face as she looked at me, the one responsible for partly sealing Veldora, her lord. I could guess where her confidence to speak comes from. She knows that we know she is a subject of Veldora and most importantly a subordinate of Ramiris. Besides, I myself am a true dragon, so we are sort of connected, via Veldora, even if this relationship is like a rival sort of way. Well, what Malim said is partially true. We came here to say hello. And also to see who could have defeated the puppet. I said as I put down the finished tea. Then, were you the ones behind this Orc Lord incident? Rimuru asked with a frown as the rest got ready for a fight. When did I need a worm to destroy an ecosystem? I smiled as I release a fraction of my demon lord's haki.
Rimuru-sama.
Benimaru yelled as they formed a protective shield around Rimuru. Cold sweat forming on their faces as I saw their legs trembling, as if they could collapse any second. Those goblins outside have fainted, good. Then time for you guys. I said as I increased the haki a little bit more, causing the top power of Tempest to fall too. Except for Rimuru, me and Malim, everyone present in Tempest had fainted. I did a two-way haki release so that I didn't harm the weaker monsters with the strong haki influx, just using the bare minimum to put them to sleep. After asking Gabriel to erect a barrier around Tempest, I approached Rimuru, who stepped back a little.
Malim. Yes.
Medusa told me that she prepared some special desserts for you today.
I coaxed her. Oh. Ahem. Rimuru.
I have some important business to attend, so I will see you next time.
See ya.
Malim yelled as she zoomed past the window as Gabriel hastily opened a hole in the barrier to let her out. Now then, you wanted to know my real reason for coming here, right? I said as my eyes glowed.
Yeah, scared Rimuru affirmed.
What do you know about me?
I asked.
You are Baal, a demon lord, the emperor of the Empire of Orion and the one responsible for the deaths of millions. Rimuru answered.
You did your homework.
Anyways, you definitely asked your skill about me, right?
I smiled. You.
Stunned, Rimuru uttered. Rimuru was damn sure that no one knows about Great Sage. Rimuru Tempest, a reincarnated soul who was lucky enough to encounter Veldora and become his sworn brother. Tell me, what do you wish to do with this village of yours? I continued as the shock in Rimuru's face continued to increase. And what do you aim to do with my wishes? Rimuru asked a question instead. Based on your answer, your fate will be decided. If I am not satisfied with your answer, this village and you will be history. I said as I used despair aura on him, putting him under immense pressure as metamorphical sweat dripped all over him. So I hope you give me a suitable answer. I asked as I lifted the aura. I already knew his answer, but I wanted to hear it from him. My only wish is to live a carefree life, to enjoy the company of the friends I have made on the way, and to find people like me. Rimuru said as he looked at me directly, determination flashing on his eyes.
You pass.
I said as Rimuru dropped on the ground due to exhaustion.
Ha 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 ha.
I couldn't help but laugh at his predicament. What I just did was a simple prank, no harm really. You are quite naive, Rimuru. I said as I controlled my laughter.
Ha.
Confused, he looked at me. Your dreams is quite unique and simple. But with the attitude you have right now, it simply won't be enough to ensure the peace you desire. I said as my smile faded away, with him listening intently. Have you ever thought that the humans won't be too kind to this congregation of monsters? They will definitely act on this, and when that happens, your precious friends will be sure to suffer. I will be there to protect them. Rimuru tried to come up with an argument, but before he could continue, I intervened. What if you were trapped somewhere else? You yourself best know the minds of humans. They are cunning, and merciless when they want to be. Not to mention the other malicious races. What guarantee can you provide that none of them will attack your people when you are away? I further spoke as Rimuru stood in silence. Do you know what is the only solution to this? I asked as Rimuru looked at me, as if asking me to continue. Have you ever taken human life? I smiled as realization struck him. But there should be another way, killing humans, he struggled to speak. I know that as a reincarnator, you yourself was a human and is conflicted on this. But let me tell you, this is a completely different world. For you to have peace, you need to have the strength to back you up, so that no one will try to scheme against you. I said solemnly. Then, how do I gain the strength? He asked. You have to become a demon lord. Ask your great sage, it will know how. As I spoke, Rimuru, who initially had a resolved expression, quickly showed a face of reluctance and hesitation. What? Afraid of taking a few lives? I asked. But killing 10,000 humans, Rimuru said as he looked at me. HHMPH, if you are so conflicted on this, then you are free to refrain from this. But rest assured, one day you will surely remember my words. Anyways, I have a request from you. I said. What? The memories of everyone in Tempest will be a little different from when they were awake. They won't ever remember that they were visited by 2 demon lords. Don't let it slip that I visited you. So be mindful that only Malim came, okay? Sure. Unsure of what to say, Rimuru agreed. All right. Have fun with your small nation, rest assured. I have no real hostility towards you. If you are able to become Malim's friend and Veldora's brother, then you are my friend too. I smiled as I teleported from the forest to my castle. My lord. Greeted Medusa as I exited the gate. Where is Malim? I asked as I walked towards the throne. Lady Malim is currently in the cafeteria, enjoying her chocolate chip Jumbo Blastic Omega ice cream. Medusa replied with a small smile. Medusa and the other female guardians had embraced Malim's and mine relationship as a sort of uncle and niece quite well. They even treat her as a little sister of theirs, especially Medusa. That's good. How is the project going? I asked as I opened a panel with the help of the Throne of Dragons, viewing the project site. It is going well for now, my lord. The initial testing has gone well. And we will move on to building the project soon. The only limit we have is the resources needed to build it. The star ore is very expensive to gather and will require a few years until we have a substantial amount. Medusa reported. As I initially planned, I want to visit other universes outside of Tensura's, and after the evolution, Gabriel's evolution into a Monas made her able to compute the requirements for this ambition of mine to come true. And one of the requirements was the strongest metals that this universe could provide, named Star Oregon. A metal that was made in the very beginning of this world when Veldanava spread his divinity-infused magicules in the void. The magicules fused together to form star or which have become the core of some giant planets, and currently Yama, Roku, Rhombus and Shah El-Ru are responsible for gathering the ores from all over the universe. To make the something that many sci-fi enthusiastic people will love, especially the Star War fans. I plan to make a star destroyer. With obviously many modifications to it. Although the star ore is scarce, it has several good properties. Like adamantium and vibraniums of Marvel, it is the most toughest metal in the universe. It can absorb kinetic as well as magical attacks and store them until it is released. The most important advantage of using this metal is that in this universe, it is the only metal that can tolerate the pressure of the void. Which is essential if I need to escape this universe. And for the fact that this ore is limited, I could in theory copy and replicate it using Gabriel's copy and paste skill, but doing so will require 90% of my magicules and a large amount of divinity which I currently don't have. And that's why we are currently focusing on gathering as much ore as we can, while also gathering more followers simultaneously. Don't be so stressed, Medusa, you guys are doing quite well. Don't worry about the time, because for me, time is unlimited. I assured her. Speaking of starships and all, you guys might be wondering if the Tenma War will happen sooner cause of this. Well, the answer is simple. Rudra can only see what is happening on this planet, and the project is currently happening far away on another galaxy, so there is nothing of note here. Rimuru-sama, we have a problem. Benimaru says urgently as Sui and Trainee stands behind him. Yeah, I can guess what the problem is. Rimuru frowned as he sensed a massive amount of magicule rapidly closing in on Tempest. Before you do anything, let me clarify who this aura belongs to. It is the illegitimate child of Veldora born from his magicule and malice of the world, Charybdis. Its danger is on a level of a disaster class and was being sealed in a hidden place deep inside Jura Forest. I don't know how it got unsealed, but currently only you can deal with this. Trainee said with desperation. She didn't know who did this, but she had a suspicion that the clowns are somehow connected to this. But she was unsure how they got to find the place where Charybdis was sealed. Charybdis, you say? Well, I guess I have to deal with this anyways since it is coming here. Rimuru sighed to himself. Due to the intervention of Bale and Malim prematurely leaving to eat the Omega ice cream, it was on Rimuru to deal with it. He didn't know how unlucky compared to his anime counterpart was, but still, because Bale had caused this, he was also the one to indirectly give Rimuru the solution. I hope the skill I got from Shizue-san helps. Report: skill Dragon's Force can be used on enemy Charybdis, but the effect will not last long. Individual Rimuru Tempest will have to seal it inside your stomach. Yeah, that should do, I guess. I will be reuniting Veldora with his child anyways, thought Rimuru as he began formulating a plan with Benimaru and company about how to deal with the minions of Charybdis.
A/N.
Hey great sage. Explain the skill to the reader please.
Understood, author.
Skill: Dragon's Force is a sub-skill of the unevolved unique skill, Dragon's Authority, that weakens and debuffs any monsters with Dragon Factor in them. The higher the Dragon Factor, the higher the effect will be. For the original owner Bale, using this skill would have killed any pure-blooded dragon like the elemental dragons. But the skill have been nerfed to only affect magicule jamming, psychic interference and confusion to any dragonic being. Thanks great sage. Anyways, this skill was acquired by Shizue via Ifrit, who got named by Bale, and thus Rimuru also got it. Alright, everyone knows what to do, right? Rimuru asked as the meeting ended.
Yes.
The guys chorused in affirmation.
Good.
Then let's go, guys. I literally forgot about the butterfly effect. I thought as I say the flying Charybdis along with its shark minions flying over the Jura forest. When I initially saw this, I contemplated on whether I should send Malim back, but Gabriel informed me of the fact that Rimuru has one of the sub-skill of Dragon's Authority he got via Ifrit. I seem to be getting old. How could I forget about that part? I internally sighed as I thought about this slip-up of mine. Although the skill Rimuru is not even 1% of the true extent I could exert with it, still it will be very handy for him. And now that I think about it, I completely ignored the fact that Rimuru is also a monster. I could technically rename him and we will be connected via food chain. But doing that would surely make him unable to become a demon lord, so I guess it's good I didn't do it. But really, how did Veldora have a child and didn't even acknowledge this fact? Even though it has no mind of its own, it is still his child in essence. I guess he was too engrossed in woeing Luminous to even think about it. Maybe I could also do it. Considering till now Medusa is yet to have a child of mine. Hey Gabriel, can this be possible?
Yes.
There is a 87% certainty that you can make a being with a mind of its own. With your soul manipulation skill, it is possibility. By there is a 13% chance that you won't be able to create a fully functioning soul. Creating a soul from scratch will be hard, too hard for you who is still bound by the law of the universe. And I am not talking about the voice of the world, but the fundamental law of every universe. VOTW is merely a tool operating the laws according to the program its creator Veldanava gave it. The fundamental laws dictates the basic rules of the world. For example, you can't go back in time and change what has happened because it will only create a paradoxically new timeline where what you did happened and the other one where it didn't, but the laws will try to disrupt this effect by making what will happen to happen. Time is too confusing. Yeah. The fundamental laws also dictates that you can't create something from nothing, but you could technically create something from the void. Because Veldanava himself created the world from the void matter itself. Then isn't the laws being contradictory? Because the void itself is nothing, right? The void is not only nothing. It is also everything. Everything that started, began from the void, and everything that ended, joined the void. Like dark matter, void matter is an invisible, omnipotent, omnipresent particle that is in every matter, just diluted. Can I sense it? Unfortunately no. You are still not strong enough to do that. In this world, only Veldanava was strong enough to faintly sense it, still he managed to create the universe from it. But it was too much for him, so he created the VOTW to help him manipulate it to the subatomic value.
I see.
Then I guess I have only another option then, using the already existing souls and molding them to make a clean slate. Yeah, you could do that. But you have to make a strong soul corresponding to the strength of the body you will make. A weak soul can't control a highly strong body. I see. Hey Gabriel, you seem to have a lot of information about this world right now. It's because I have evolved into a Monus, and I have access to more knowledge of this world from VOTD.
That's great.
Thinking of this, I was happy that I already started the New World project. For this project to get ready will take some years, and now that I am feeling that my powers are becoming stagnant, going to a new world will help in making me more stronger. Besides, I am growing bored right now. But let's enjoy this show, shall we? I smiled as the fight between Rimuru and Charybdis started.
Everyone, stay safe, okay? I'll be back soon.
I yelled as I got farther away from the growing city, which was called Tempest. In comparison to the old horses, Ronga was very fast. He was speeding so fast that only a blur would pass by and you wouldn't see a thing. It has been a few weeks after the Charybdis incident and a lot of things happened. First off, the perpetrators of Charybdis were the same group of clowns who caused the orc incident. And Phobio, a beast keeper of Eurysania, was the one who was inside Charybdis. I need to thank Bale for that skill, it really helped. Right after I ate Charybdis and saved him, Carrion arrived and gave me a proposal of trade. Which I couldn't disagree. They grew a variety of fruits, especially grapes that could be used to make the finest wines. All was going well until I had a dream. Of Shizue-san and those children. It was then I decided that it was time to see them, and so here we are passing the border of Jura Forest and entering the Orion Empire. At first I had no idea how big Bale's empire was, but after seeing the map provided by Fuse I had to stop myself from screaming in shock. That guy had almost half the world under his rule. And he's a demon lord. An emperor, a demon lord, a true dragon. And also a god by what I am seeing from the civilians. They seem to refer to him as the dragon overlord. Watching the city I entered, it felt like I had been transferred to the Industrial Revolution era, but with no smokes, lesser machinery and more magical than what it could ever be. The street was paved, street lights that emitted a dim blue glow stood on either sides. The buildings were at least 3-storied and there were shops opened on the ground floor, gadgets, small mechanical machines working all over. The people looks quite happy. The guards wore what seemed to be traditional fantasy knight armor, but they had a bunch of runes etched on them. Speaking of, this city, which was a border city, had many runes and magic formations on its ley lines, and I also sensed a thin layer of barrier over this city when I entered.
What does it mean?
Well, for starters, the empire is very advanced, very much compared to other kingdoms, was what I heard from Fuse, and it seems to be the truth. Even Dworgen didn't have such magical equipments. Then the fact that this city is one of the cities that is situated near the border, and unusually such cities will be left mostly unattended since all the political and economic activities will occur in the heart of a nation. But Orion clearly breaks that norm. I wonder how the capital would be if even a countryside city is like this. As I was thinking of all these, I suddenly noticed something. Looking around, I saw the people who were just now lively had paused. In fact, they froze into whatever they were doing at that point, like statues, like time froze. We meet again, Rimuru. A very familiar voice attracted my attention behind me as I turned.
Did you stop time?
I incredulously asked Bale as he just remained there, in the middle of the street standing while holding his hands behind his back. What do you think is all these then? I am sure they aren't pranking you, right? Bale chuckled out as a purple swirl formed behind him. Wadash, before I could ask what that swirl was, it rushed towards me, engulfing me whole as a tunnel-like space formed before me, formed of what looked like a purple mass and stars mixed with blue light to it. In the next second, I saw a completely different scene. I was relatively on the same place on the street. But what was different was the city, or in this case a metropolis. The buildings were of a darker tone, made of what looked like blackstone. The street was designed with the same template as the city before, but now it had lampposts that had a ghastly flame on it. In fact, all these buildings were like those gothic ones I saw in one magazine in my last life. And in the distance where this large street led, was a castle. No, calling this a castle won't fit right when this one was taller than the Burj Khalifa. /n let's just assume the Burj Khalifa was present when he died. Impressive, isn't it? Bale's voice once again sounded behind me as I saw him stand beside me in my peripheral vision. Why, yeah, it is, I said as I was still looking at the castle/tower of Babel. Wait, where quite are we? I asked, as in Have never heard of such a city from Fuse before, and he would know of such a city, being a merchant who went to different cities. Such a place won't just be ignored by anyone by the scale at which this city stretched and also the different species of beings I sensed all around. One thing to note is that I am unable to even sense what was near that tower, not to mention what was inside it. Welcome, Rimuru Tempest, to my empire.
Orion.
We are in its heart, or basically where the whole empire started, in Dudenia.
Wait, Dudenia?
I thought in shock as I remembered it from somewhere in my memory. Report. Dudenia is the city situated at the continent of Deathlands, renamed as Draconia. I remember now. But how did he teleport us so far away? Asterisk chuckles asterisk, I see you are speaking to your unique skill. Anyways, don't be so surprised. In fact, let me tell you why I brought you here. Bale said as he walked towards the tower.
What do you mean?
I asked as I caught up with him. Well, for starters, you were in my empire, so I had to meet you. As you know, we dragons are quite territorial, and I will always know when you enter my territory, Bale said.
How?
I marked you really. The moment you passed by that barrier, It signaled a reaction which was intercepted, and I knew you came. Wait, like an internet? I asked, realizing what he meant. Yes, technically. I never did mention I was a reincarnator, did I? Well, you can call me one, but I come from a completely different world than yours.
Bale explained.
How is Earth there? In biological terms, very sick. It has been infested by cancer cells that have already eaten its inside out, its lungs or atmosphere has been filled with smoke and has started failing, like all its other organs. The air is corrosive to the point you are required to wear a mask, sunlight no longer passes through the smoke-thick sky and the stars also no longer visible. The people or cancer for Earth are killing each other. Companies rule the world now. Bale said, as in the end his voice had a hint of reminiscent and sorrow. I am sorry to hear that. I said the only thing that came to my mind. But thinking about it, his world was the future that my world was going towards. If my Earth's people too continue to do what they are doing, then it won't be far when they reach what Bale's world is going through. Thinking of this, a resolve formed in my heart, to never let such a thing happen to this world, to my new home.
It's all right.
I never did have much feelings for that world. Maybe because I was born in an era where emotions didn't matter, only money and status did. But I want to make this world an utopia, where the people will be happy. Bale said. Hearing him, I thought back to the moment where the people in that city were smiling, going about their life, carefree and free of any worries. And for that to come true, I need you, Rimuru Tempest. I need you to become a representative of mine in this world. Bale suddenly said as he turned around, facing me in the eye. His back facing the now closed gate that led to whatever was inside the tower we stood in front of. Wait? What do you mean by that? I asked once again for the 6th or 5th time. Haha, you ask a lot of questions, Rimuru, can I call you that?
Bale asks as I nod.
Well, I am growing tired of this world. Not the people but the mundanity that is setting in. As someone who is strong enough to blast this planet to oblivion, though I won't, there is little that interests me now. One of them in fact is you. Bale finishes as he points at me. Me? Yes, you are quite like me. But also different in a way. A reincarnator, someone born in a non-human body, have loyal subordinates and also a growing nation, and yours and my dream is same, a world where we can live however we like with our closed ones.
Bale pointed out.
Though the only thing that separates us is strength. Without strength you won't be able to do what I did. You won't be able to just negotiate your way out to gain peace. You need to have the strength to back your claim of peace. To show them that your words hold weight. To show them that messing with you will be their last mistake they will make before they die for it. Saying these, a glow emitted from Bale's eyes which soon faded away. What do you say, Rimuru?
Do you accept?
To become my representative in ruling this empire.
Bale smiled.
But we haven't even known each other for long yet. How do you know that I won't betray you? I muttered out loud, confused as to why he would put such a large trust on me.
Didn't I say it before?
We are not so different, but what you lack is strength. So I won't force you to make your choice. Take time, grow stronger, and then come to me and then tell me what you choose. Bale said as he opened another of those purple swirl. Here, this will lead you near that city where you are going to. Also, you will need to find the Spirit Queen if you want to cure them. Good luck, Rimuru. Shizu-san told you?
I asked.
A nod from him was all I needed as I once again passed into the dark purple swirling mass, but voluntarily now as a forest came to my vision. That dark dystopian, but at the same time advanced city no more to be seen. Well, that was surely interesting. I thought as a sigh left me. I only came to meet the children, how did I got entangled with the fate of this world? I thought tiredly as I walked to what I assume was the capital of Ingracia. My lord, you were perfect. Your words truly compelled him into considering your proposal. Only a little push and you might have made him agree. Rhombus' voice echoed as he suddenly appeared behind Bale, who was still standing on the ground where him and Rimuru talked. But what I don't understand is why you didn't do what Rhombus just said now. Medusa also appeared. It's not time yet. Pretty soon he will become a demon lord and consequently a Walpurgis will be held for it. Then he will know that strength is what he needs if he wants his dreams to come true. Bale said as he turned and walked towards the now opening gate of Dudinia Castle. How do you know, master, that he won't betray you? Rhombus asked as the two guardians followed him inside.
Because he won't.
Bale's words echoed in the hall as the towering doors closed with a boom.
Yo, author here.
It's been a long time since I have talked with you guys.
So here I am.
I wanted to inform you guys that this novel will soon be arriving its end, possibly. I don't know, I think I will continue its next part in another completely new novel. But I am not sure yet on which world to go, so that's on hold. Speaking of new novel, I am currently working on a new novel, name not decided yet. It is a world where Japanese, Western, and Chinese genre are mixed together. What I mean to say is that MC is from a Naruto OG clan and is in a world where Western fantasy and Eastern Xianxia ESQ worlds are together. Don't know how the power rankings will go, but currently it's very confusing. So that's that. I am hoping on stock pilling at least 20 chapters before releasing, so it might take this whole year. Well, thanks for all the power stones and also the comments. Last time I saw them it was over 100 power stones. Holy shit, did I fall off my chair that time. See ya at the next chapter.
Until then, sayonara.
It's been almost 3 months since I have met the children. To begin with, they would have had a very terrible life had I not met them. And the timeline is fucked and I know it. And we are too deep in this to fix it, so let's just roll with it. Getting summoned to a completely different world, separate from your family and friends, but also left alone to die just because you didn't have what they wanted is not the way to live. These children knew that, but maybe it was thanks to Yuki that they have been holding on. In these 3 months, I have taken the place of Shizue and have become their tutor, teaching them how to correctly use their unique powers. Due to them having bodies from Earth, it made them unable to contain the magicules inside them, leading to the slow deterioration of their bodies. In less than a few years they might have died. But thanks to Bale's hint, I went to the dwelling of spirits with them and successfully saved them by putting a lesser spirit inside them. Most of them anyway. Chloe's spirit was a higher ranking on by what Ramirez said. And so, after a full 3 months in Ingracia, bidding farewell to the children, I left for Tempest. All was going well until... Time skipped to a few hours.
Announcement.
Harvest Festival for individual Rimuru Tempest has begun. A booming voice spread all over the world as the voice of the world announced the evolution to Demon Lord of Rimuru. Finally, I had been waiting for this. Bale smiled as he thought of the scene where Rimuru rushes to the town square and sees the dead bodies of his friends, especially Cheyenne's. Although I wonder if my involvement was the cause for Falmouth to send 30k knights instead of the original 20k, thought Bale. Well, it doesn't matter either way, they will die anyways. Bale spoke out loud in the empty throne room. An upgraded mirror of remote viewing in front of him, showing the carnage unfolding in Jura Forest.
A few hours before. In Jura Forest. How did it happen? When?
Rimuru involuntarily thought as a memory passed his mind. Remember everyone. Do not harm any humans. Was it because of my order that they didn't retaliate? Was this my fault? Thought Rimuru as he hovered high above the main vanguard camp. Remember, in this world, to achieve your dreams you will need power, and here, killing humans is the easiest way to more power. Another memory crossed his mind, but it was not his words, it was Bale's. I was really naive, wasn't I?
Yes.
Great Sage painfully answered. I thought that I could somehow convince humans to live in harmony with monsters, living peacefully together without fighting, but it seems that I was too naive. Then, I must thank you guys for providing yourself as my food. Be happy that at least you served to make me stronger. Rimuru spoke as a large magic circle formed below, encapsulating the whole camp.
Megiddo. Act to present.
Announcement. Evolution of individual Rimuru Tempest into Demon Lord is successful. Gifts will be distributed to the followers. The VOTW announced once again as its voice quickly faded away. Just as the announcement passed, Bale's Demon Lord ring lit up, Guy's voice sounding from it. Yo, come to my castle. Guy just said these words as the transmission cut off.
This guy.
Bale thought in annoyance at the way Guy just called him, like he was a long-standing friend of his. Which could be considered true. During these 500 years, both had become sort of like best friends, but there was only one person stopping them from becoming total besties, and that was Rudra. Although Bale knew Rudra's condition, Guy didn't, because he didn't actively seek information about Rudra and just stayed in his ice castle with Velzer doing
things.
Message, Medusa. Yes, my lord. Medusa's alluring voice sounded beside Bale's ear as he spoke. I am going to Guy's place, take care of things here. Understood, my lord. It is correct to assume this is related to the announcement just now.
Medusa clarified. Yes.
Bale said as the magic cut off. Gate. In the desolate, icy continent. On the top of the castle where a large dragon-shaped structure stood, the world's two most powerful and dangerous beings sat side by side talking to each other casually.
So, let's get to the point.
I know you have had some contact with that slime with Malim, right? Guy said as he kept his sipped cup of tea on the plate.
Yes.
Bale simply stated as leisurely sipped the red tea served by the primordial maids. He didn't ask how Guy knew, as he knew that for someone like Guy, information was the least of his troubles. What is so special about that slime anyways? A cold voice sounded behind Guy as Velzard appeared behind him. She swiftly positioned herself on the armrest of his chair, sitting in while half-hugging Guy. Well, for starters, he might be the reincarnation of Veldanava, or at least his dragon factor, and also the fact that he will be useful to me. Right, I remember you mentioning it that time. Velzard said as she remembered that time when Bale mentioned about the possibility of Veldanava reincarnating. But it's still hard to believe my brother will be a slime. Velzard spoke incredulously. Why would a dragon, the apex of the world, choose to reincarnate as a lowly slime? Well, it doesn't matter if he really is Veldanava or not. If you think that he is useful, then I don't mind him joining the council. Guy interrupted Velzard's train of thoughts as he looked at Bale.
You can do that.
I believe soon Claymanik will initiate a Walpurgis, so we don't need to do anything. We might free some space in the Council of the Deadweights anyway. Bale said.
Ha ha ha, you're right.
Anyways, how is Medusa?
Guy asked.
He didn't literally mean how was Medusa, but about the condition of being unable to produce a child. We have finally got a solution. But I think that will also have to wait until Voice of the World is dealt with. Bale sighed out as he thought of what had happened to even the god of this universe after him and his wife gave birth to Malim. The problem why Bale and Medusa couldn't naturally produce a child was because of the restriction put by the Voice of the World as well as their individual heritage. While Bale was the top-tier dragon, Medusa was simply a variant of the dragon factor. The two sides were worlds apart, and conceiving a child while possible would have taken many millennia simply for the genes to match properly. If it was forced, then there was a possibility that Medusa might lose more than her magicule count and it would just produce a child like Charybdis, a mindless being. And the solution was to elevate Medusa's dragonic status to or almost Bale's, but it was easier said than done, and for that too he would need to control VOTD to achieve the conditions to evolve her into a true dragon. I see. Anyways, I'd like to see how you control VOTW though. Guy smirked as he looked at Bale in interest. This guy had done far more impossible things than even the Crimson Lord himself had. Starting up an empire, becoming a true dragon, having divinity which naturally came with the large followers he now has. Bale was resembling more and more like Veldanava now than what that slime who was hypothetically Veldanava was. I wonder what I would see if I continue to serve him. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. A sound of glass breaking echoed as a scream reverberated in a room. That slime! Clayman exclaimed in anger as veins popped all over his face. Asterisk chuckles asterisk. This is the first time I have seen the great Clayman Sama lose his temper. A clown with a winking mask mocked Clayman as he sat leisurely on the couch. Humph. That slime. I will kill that bastard. After all these, and even losing that witch, he is still alive. Clayman spoke as he looked at his hands. And stronger, don't forget that. He's a demon lord now. The clown added as he sees Clayman walk towards the large window. It doesn't matter, demon lord or not. I will call for a Walpurgis. With Malim, under my control, no demon lord is a match for me. Clayman declared as he looked outside the window towards the army of Magians gathered. And what about him?
The clown mentioned.
Bale won't interfere. I have noticed that Bale would rather enjoy watching everything burn down than do something about it. He would only act if I target him or his people specifically, which I am not so foolish to do so, Laplace. Clayman turned towards Laplace the clown. Asterisk chuckles asterisk. You shouldn't underestimate him. After all, he's a true dragon too. And everyone knows true dragons are unpredictable.
Laplace advised.
It was a fact that the stronger you are, the more strange you behave for the normal people. Take all the demon lords for example. One enjoys attacking humans in such a way that the humans would somehow win, although Guy could just go and kill them all. Another have a whole religion formed on her. One sleeps and one is a pesky fly, and so on.
I won't.
Clayman half-heartedly spoke as he turned his back. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Welp. I gotta go now. President has some tasks for me.
Be alert.
Laplace said his final words as a smoke bomb exploded and quickly faded away, with Laplace now gone.
TCH. Rimuru POV. Tempest City.
Goodness Rimuru, you should at least tell me such important things beforehand. I might get a heart attack one day if this continues. Fuse, the guildmaster of Blumend Kingdom, sighed out. Did I forget to tell you? Well, you already know, right?
I joked. Don't joke around. Haha.
You are so energetic, it means you have recovered, right? It was a day after the massacre of Falmouth Army, and a meeting was currently being held in Tempest. The members attending were Gazef Dwargo and the Pegasus Knights captain, emissary of the Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarayon Ellis Grimwald, representative of Blumend Fusan, representative of Falmouth Yum, Myuran and Gurin, and the Beast Keepers. After I retell my story of how I got reincarnated, met Veldora, ate him and every events that led to this point, the meeting resumed. Asterisk sigh asterisk. It's still hard to believe it.
A newly born demon lord and Aslo the storm dragon Veldora on the same area. People might get the wrong idea about this.
Ellis spoke.
Is that so?
I asked.
Yes, after all, the last time something similar to this happened, an empire was created on the blood of millions. Gazef spoke solemnly, his voice sounded as if it hurt to even mention it. Notice, individual Gazef's father died in the Great War, by the hands of Emperor Baal. Raphael Sensei clarified for me as I now understood why Gazef looked conflicted. Don't worry, nothing close to that will happen. In fact, Veldora is quite the chill person if you get to know him. Right, Veldora? I asked as I turned back to see Veldora lounging on the sofa with a manga in his hands.
Yeah, whatever.
Veldora spoke as he didn't even look away from the manga. Leaving that aside, your description of Hinata Sakaguchi doesn't fit the intelligence we have about her.
Fuse spoke. What do you mean?
According to the information, she is supposed to be quite rational and reasonable person. But maybe there is a law in the Luminism Code that prohibits from making deals with monsters.
Fuse elaborated.
So there was no chance of a conversation from the beginning, huh? As expected of the Guild Master of Blumund, your information network is as intricate as they say. For me too, Hinata Sakaguchi's description fits yours. Gazef agreed with Fuse.
Ours too. Ellis too added.
Then it doesn't make sense why she would allow for the Otherworlders summoning rituals. No matter how you look at it, it's morally not right.
I thought out loud.
How can we be sure that she allows it? For all we know, she might be unaware of it.
Fuse justified.
It could be what Fuse-san is saying, maybe she really is unaware of it. Kufufu Rimuru-sama, would I suggest removing her? Our new addition to Tempest, Diablo, the demon who I summoned before my evolution began spoke. Oh, Diablo, Hinata is crazy strong, you know? So, you now want to take my position as Rimuru-sama's first secretary, huh? Cheyenne spoke as a purple aura emitted all around her. My Cheyenne Dono, why do you think I would do that? Diablo chuckled as he also started to emit a red aura.
Enough. X3.
Why are you so shocked, Veldora? I wasn't trying to get involved at all. Veldora stuttered as he dejectedly sat down. Listen, we are not going to actively trying to fight the Western Church. If Hinata doesn't come at us, we won't either. You guys understand? I looked at the three.
Hi.
Asterisk cough. Asterisk back on track as I was saying. Before I could continue, a fly interrupted us.
Ouch.
Ramiris. I asked in shock as Ramiris removed herself from the glass and joined us. I have heard it all. Tempest will be destroyed. Ramiris exclaimed urgently.
Rimuru Dono, who is this spirit?
Gazef asked, appearing unsure if he should refer to it as a spirit or a fly.
She's an acquaintance of mine.
Although she doesn't look like it, but she's one of the demon lords. I embarrassedly said.
Demon lords, huh?
Fuse-san stoically said.
What?
You don't sound so enthusiastic? For your information, I am Ramiris of the Labyrinth. You should be glad that you have seen me in the flesh. Ramiris pointed at Fuse. I am sorry, but after learning of Veldora's revival, I am not sure if anything will surprise me anymore. Fuse said, as the dumb trio silently nodded in agreement.
What? Veldora?
I can beat his ass with just half my power. After all, I am the strongest demon lord. That puny storm dragon is nothing before me. After all, his era is over. The era of Ramiris the Great has started. She rambled on and on as I brought her on Veldora's chest. Veldora, deal with this kid for me. Veldora removed his manga as Ramiris saw Veldora's face. One look was enough for her to recognize Veldora and faint. Back on track, as I was going to say, I already plan on announcing Veldora's revival, and after some discussion with Gazef and Ellis Grimwald, we have decided to pin all the deaths of Falmouth to Veldora. You don't mind it, right?
I asked.
Just a few thousand lives doesn't do much to the amount I have on my head, so I don't mind. After all, you are my sworn brother. Veldora head locked me as he reassured me. I am afraid that won't convince the smarter people though. A familiar voice sounded from behind as all the members present immediately stood up in defense, Diablo, Cheyenne and Benimaru shielding me. That's not how you welcome a guest. The same voice sounded, but now it was from the position where Veldora was previously reading manga. There he was, the man himself, seated on the sofa with his legs crossed, sipping on the tea and eating the snacks so elegantly that he looked like a noble. Notice, he is an emperor. Yes, I know Raphael Sensei, I was just pointing it out. I take back my statement. The The dragon overlord appearing before me is the greatest shock, far above the revival of the storm dragon. Fuse confessed as moment after his words left him, his consciousness followed.
He's quite funny.
What do you say, Veldora? Bale looked at Fuse for a moment as he turned towards Veldora, who was stiffly seated right beside him, sweat dripping all over him. Why yeah, indeed. Veldora struggled to form words as he forced the words to come out of his mouth. Why so tense, brother? Bale smiled at Veldora, more like grinned. Kufufu, greetings, Overlord of all dragonkind, Emperor Bale Draconio Arminon. Diablo bowed at Bale as he introduced Bale to the ones who were still unaware of his identity. Flashback to a few months before Rimuru's Demon Lord evolution. In an ethereal space, devoid of any furniture, matter or object. Just a blank space with only one crystal ball in the center. Standing near it were two individuals, one standing a little behind the other. He certainly is an interesting guy, isn't he? Bale said as the crystal ball showed what was essentially a future scene of Rimuru's journey till demon lordhood. I am not sure if you should call him one when you yourself are much more intriguing than him, Bale-sama.
An amused voice spoke.
Well, it's your opinion, Diablo. Bale said without turning towards the voice.
Tap tap.
Without there even being a visible floor, the sounds of footsteps echoed in the space. I must say though, I am surprised that he is the reincarnation of the god of this world. Diablo said as he walked away, stopping near a chair that materialized itself. Fate is an interesting concept, have you ever considered it? Sometimes it appears before us when we least expect it. While we may try to avoid it, we may very well be very much closer to it.
Bale spoke.
This quote is sponsored by a certain turtle. Do you mean to say that fate is inevitable? How would I know? Bale knowingly smiled. The only way to escape it might be to gain power. Strength so strong that fate itself will be scared to tie its threads to you. Without any further explanations, Diablo understood what Bale meant to say. He had glimpsed at that slime, and with the help of Bale, he now knew who this seemingly ordinary slime really was. Someone whose fate was tied to this world. For him, strength didn't really matter much, but he also understands the importance of it. Without strength, you are a victim to the plays of the strong. He on the other hand was one of the top strongest people in the world. He didn't need to worry about such trivial things. This slime though, he felt that if he sticked around with it, he could get to see things far more entertaining and interesting than whatever his previous 20,000 years had offered. Maybe even the truth of this world would reveal itself? But this Bale is also quite interesting. Why is it so that I am lucky and unlucky at the same time? Two extremely unique beings just spawns out of nowhere and I can't choose which one to follow. I see that you are struggling a bit.
Bale smiled.
Well, you have already named me and now I am in your service. I know this is not very loyal like for a servant, but I want to serve Rimuru. I want to explore the truth more, and I am not sure. Bale interrupted Diablo's explanation as he spoke. You are free to choose anyone as your master. But your ultimate master will be me, do you understand?
Of course, my master.
Diablo bowed a perfect 90-degree angle as he grinned widely. If I had to choose between you and him, I would certainly choose you, my lord. That won't be necessary, but I appreciate your loyalty. Bale's voice echoed in the space as the master and servant duo continued talking about the plans they had formed. Kufufu, greetings, Overlord of all dragonkind, Emperor Bale Draconio Arminon. Diablo bowed at Bale as he introduced Bale to the ones who were still unaware of his identity. Now, that's how you welcome your guests properly. Honestly, you guys should learn some manners from this guy. Bale smiled as he abruptly stood up, earning a jolt from Veldora. Looks like me and Velzard kicking his ass a few times together gave him a PTSD of me too. Bale thought as a cold sweat formed on his head seeing Veldora so tame. Why are you here, Emperor? Gazef agitatedly spoke, a slight flame of anger burning in his eyes. You must be the son of Grald Wargo, right? Bale said as he approached Gazef, inspecting him intensely with his hands on his chin. Yes, you haven't explained your presence here. Demon Lord Bale. Gazef said, now with anger starting to form inside him, as he spat the Bale's title venomously. What? Can't you see? My brother Veldora had revived, why won't I come and check in on him? And also the one responsible for it? Besides, Ramiris asked me to come here. She had something urgent to say. Bale said as he turned towards the still passed-out Fairy Queen. Lord Bale, you said something about our plan being not convincing enough. Could you please elaborate? Ellis Grimwald, noticing his colleague about to blow up with his father's killer right in front of him, tried to shift the topic. Which luckily enough worked. Well, what would you do if news came about the army of Falmouth being destroyed by Veldora and a slime becoming Demon Lord?
Bale asked.
You would obviously investigate it. while commoners are unable to do such tasks and takes news in their face value. The nobles and powerful figures wouldn't believe it, and try to investigate the authenticity of the news. And when they try hard, they will find that the time of Veldora's revival and the army's destruction is off, by a large margin. They may suspect something off about it and may do things that wouldn't be beneficial for what Rimuru has planned for. That is to make himself an approachable person whom the outsiders could trust.
Bale explained.
Then what do you suggest? Dragon Lord?
Gazef asked,
now able to calm down with much effort and help from Ellis. Well, why not let me handle it? Bale spoke as he spread his hands, as if proposing a grand offer. The area where Falmouth was destroyed is quite close to the border of my empire. Using that as a basis, I can justify their destruction as a retaliation of them not explaining why they were marching so close to our borders. The revival of Veldora can be explained by me releasing his seal after all. I was the one to help seal him. Then, you somehow were in the wrong place in the right time, to gather those free souls and evolve into a demon lord, and is now working as my subordinate.
Bale explained his plan.
That's more convincing than what we wait. Why would I be your subordinate? Rimuru exclaimed as he realized the small comment made in last. That's because the world knows me as someone who will take in whomever is interesting. You are genuinely quite interesting to me, so that's that. Bale smiled innocently, but except for the people of Tempest, the emissaries of various nations present here had a chill run down their spine hearing his claim. They had a minor flashback to all those death, blood and destruction that this guy had caused. He hasn't changed a bit, was the thought that ran through Ellis's mind. Juan had witnessed his might firsthand 300 years ago.
I see. Rimuru spoke.
Now wait a minute, why would Rimuru-sama be under you? Who are you to claim him as your subordinate? Cheyenne called out as she held her Hercules edge out.
Calm down, woman.
You don't understand who you are dealing with. Seeing Cheyenne's act, Ellis couldn't help but scream in his mind as he coughed to get everyone's attention. Rimuru, please tell your secretary to refrain from using violence her.
Why yes.
Oi.
Cheyenne.
Stop with your act, we'll deal with this latter. We have another matter at hand that needs dealing.
Hi.
Cheyenne disheartenedly dragged her sword on the ground as she retreated behind Rimuru. Hey Ramiris, I know you are awake. Tell me, what do you mean by Tempest will be destroyed? Rimuru turned to the fly, who was now wide awake for a while now but was still pretending to be passed out.
Ah. You caught me.
Anyways, Tempest will be destroyed. Clayman has called for a Walpurgis with Malim and Fry backing him up. Ramiris buzzed around in a frenzy, who swiftly got caught by her wings by Rimuru as he asked her to properly explain what this Walpurgis is.
Long ago,
founding demon lords, that's me, Guy and Malim used to meet up once in a while, to talk over some tea. As time went on, more and more demon lords joined in, and now the world calls it a Walpurgis. Essentially it's a tea party really, Ramiris said. I once read in an old book that a Walpurgis was held when the demon lords declared war on someone.
Ellis asked.
What? Why would I do that? I don't have that much free time, you know. Ramiris spoke in confusion as Rimuru thought to himself what this fly was busy with. Then, what does the destruction of Tempest have to do with your tea party? It's not the meeting itself but the topic. A new force has been born in Jura Forest, is the topic which has been put forward by Clayman. You declared yourself a demon lord, right? You should know that to become one, you need to gain approval from the Demon Lord Council. And you declaring yourself one can be seen as an act of arrogance which will lead to the destruction of Tempest. Ramiris exclaimed as she raised her hands high. Then how do I gain their approval? Rimuru asked, not that surprised. Well, you could defeat an already established demon lord or gain a majority vote from us. The last one is by being nominated as a demon lord. Ramiris explained.
Then, can you nominate me? Rimuru asked.
No. I am the Queen of Fairies and according to the world, I had become a member of the Demon Lord Council to keep them in check. Nominating you as one would be counterintuitive. Ramiris sadly explained. I could nominate you. Bale suddenly spoke. Can you? Rimuru quickly turned around as he saw Bale calmly sipping the tea Shuna prepared for him.
Yes. But I won't. Bale calmly said. Great.
Then that problem is solved. Wait. Rimuru, in a fit of excitement, didn't completely understand Bale's words, but after a reminder from Raphael he stopped. I won't nominate you, you should show your strength to them so that they get the message that you are strong enough to deal with whatever they will throw at you. If I nominated you, then they will think you are hiding behind my power.
Bale explained. That makes sense. All right.
Then it is decided, I will go to Walpurgis. Let's see what Clayman has in store for us. With that, the fate of Tempest was now in Rimuru's hands. After that, The Sorcerer's dynasty formed an alliance treaty with Tempest, and Tempest gained itself another ally. After that meeting, Bale left as he came, suddenly. Next day, Rimuru got dressed up by Shuna as he prepared to go to Walpurgis. "And there. You look good, Rimuru-sama," Shuna said after fixing his collar. "Is that so? It's all thanks to your help after all," Rimuru complimented. As they were finishing up, a gate materialized in the room, opening up to reveal a swirling mass of magicules. A maid in blue hair exited the gate and greeted Rimuru. "Greetings, ruler of the forest Rimuru-sama. I am Rain, one of the maids serving Lord Guy Crimson. I have come to take you to the Walpurgis venue. You are allowed to choose 2 of your subordinates to come with you." Rain spoke in a stoic voice. After selecting Ronga and Cheyenne, Rimuru and Rain entered the gate. Rimuru POV. As I exited the gate, what lay before me was a large round table that was made of a very rare and strong metal, as explained by Raphael-sensei. The table was surrounded by chairs, and right opposite to my position, a being with red hair sat, looking at me as if seeing something very amusing. His smirk kind of irked me, and if not for his great magicules getting released, I might have confronted him on that. That is Guy Crimson, one of the oldest demon lords in existence. I can guess his aura is something a weak demon lord would never have. Sitting towards his left side was Bale, who was also looking at me, his smile though as if it was of a friend's reassuring one that everything will be fine. And I hope so. Now that I look at it, his aura is almost equal to Guy's. Doesn't that mean he's also very strong? Correction, Bale is using a fraction of his magicules. His true capacity is unknown. Shit. As I sat on the chair before me, we stayed in silence for a while. Well, for me that is, Bale and Guy were chatting as if they were best of friends. While I was here, observing the room. The walls were practically non-existent, replaced by a void-like appearance. The ceiling too had the similar effect, but it was circulating with stars visible on it. The whole ceiling was held by pillars on all sides. Behind Bale, there was 2 figures that I didn't recognize. One was a beautiful lady with a well-endowed chest as well as body. She had a small horn poking out of her head just like that of a goat but more shiny. Her eyes were emerald green and she had an elegant smile on her face. Right beside her on Bale's right was a young girl. She had 2 braids on her hair, which was an earthy brown color mixed with green. She held a staff that looked more like that of a tree branch. Her entire demeanor seemed to say that she was very jovial and a happy person, as noticed by her cheerful smile. All these features didn't hide the fact that both were strong, crazy strong. Even all of Tempest, including myself, would struggle against any of them, by the amount of magicules they had. The older one is Medusa, Bale's wife and his religion's high priestess. She is also the prime minister of his empire. The younger one is Gaia, the minister of life. She has control over all plant life in Dodinia, the continent where you and Bale met. I won't even try to comment on it. I sighed inside my head as I thought of the incredible power these guys had, especially Gaia. I sensed how large that continent was, and if she could control all plant life on it, it's an incredible thing for anyone to escape alive from there. Not to mention Medusa, she's Bale's wife, so obviously she should be also very strong. Speaking of, all these names are from the Greek mythology. Does he have a bias for them? As my mind wandered to pointless musings, more and more people arrived. Until only 3 seats were left. Finally, the hero of the show arrived. Clayman, Melim and Fry arrived. As I saw Melim, she looked dull, as if she were a robot acting on someone's command. As I thought what could have happened to her, Clayman raised his hand to slap, but his hands abruptly stopped midair. Looking towards who was the cause of it, I sighed in relief. Bale had released a slight jolt of magicules towards Clayman that restrained him. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, puppet," Bale said in an unsettling way. His words seemed to anger Clayman even more, but luckily he refrained from doing anything and dropped his hands. He glanced at Guy for any reaction, but unfortunately for him, Guy was sipping his tea. TCH. Clayman soon reached his seat, and thus began the Walpurgis Bale POV. The meeting officially began. Clayman, with his arrogant nature, tightened his tie as he spoke. As you all must have already known, Melim attacked and destroyed Eurazania. And she had a very good reason for it. It was reported by my loyal subordinate Mjurin that Carrion with this slime concocted a plan to wreak havoc on the human kingdoms and evolve into a demon lord from the seeds. Clayman began his bullshit. And as someone who loves humans, I asked her to destroy Eurazania and called for this Walpurgis. I request you guys to take action and kill this slime before it becomes more of a nuisance. Clayman gave his speech as he sat down, satisfied that we will obviously mindlessly listen to him. "Say, Guy, mind if I ask some questions?" I asked Guy as I turned to him. Guy had a posture that suggested he was not very interested in such things. Yeah, do whatever you want. He waved his hands as he continued doing what he did. Then, Rimuru Tempest, why don't we have your side? You want to say something? I prompted. Yes, thanks for the opportunity. First of, Clayman. You are really talented in bullshitting your way out, huh? Saying all these things that neither I nor Carrion ever did. Rimuru stood up as he turned to Clayman. What do you mean, slime? Obviously you dash. Clayman gets interrupted by a chair thrown towards him that misses his face by a millimeter and blasts the wall behind him. You still have the guts to spout such nonsense, huh? Rimuru said as he channeled his aura, flaring it all over the place. Although it affected Fry and his subordinates a little, the rest of us were sitting as if we were in the sun's rays. We have seen what we have to say. Why don't you guys fight it out? Whoever wins have the final say. I suggested. What? Why don't you guys understand that this slime is clearly trying to trick you? He even killed my lovely subordinate. Clayman rambled on, but it fell on no one's ears. Guy made some distance between us as he erected a barrier in the center. And thus, the fight began. I went on as the original really. The only exception was that Rimuru was a little more brutal than usual. Maybe he got to release his pent-up anger on something. And so, after Clayman was successfully killed, I secretly collected his soul. It could be useful for something, because it was not just one singular soul but a conglomerate of thousands. That's a lot of soul power to play with. After everything was set to the previous state, I stood up. Now that the main event has ended in an anticlimactic way, I have a question that I wanted to ask. Dino-san, how long has it been since you decided to betray us? My question seemed to send a shock wave throughout the room. What do you mean, Bale? Dino has been one of the oldest members of our group, why do you think he would betray us? Ramiris questioned what was in everyone's mind. I have a unique skill that allows me to sense, see and identify souls. I can clearly see the souls of everyone present. Here, for example, Guy has a red and black glow in his soul that represents his crimson red lineage and his demon status. As for Luminous, it's a bloody textured red with a mix of gold in it, signifying her vampire lineage. I explained my ability partly. In truth, my soul manipulation can do much more than that, but the less they know the more advantage I have, especially now when we have a traitor in the room. I still don't get what you're trying to say, Bale. Guy asked a little confused. As I said, I can see everyone's soul. But Dino has a pure white soul in him, which signifies his lineage of a pure breed angel. So tell me, Dino, are you really a fallen angel? I asked. So you figured me out, huh? Dino sighed out as he lazily woke up. It wasn't hard. I already knew you would betray, and as I looked at your soul, it gave me the reason to act now. Better safe than sorry, they say. I thought to myself. What I didn't say was that Dino had another color in his soul. Deep inside his core, a small marble-sized golden orb rotated inside him. It was a foreign substance to his body, but also something that was considered familiar by his body. According to Gabriel, that is the core that most angels have, and it is like a connection to the main server, that is the heavens. And from the information that she provided, I now knew why Feldway could easily control Dino's thoughts and actions indirectly. The core inside him made him subservient to the hierarchy. It didn't matter if it went against his wishes, he had to do it. No matter what. And the Dino before us was not really the real Dino, his main body was still in heaven, probably in stasis. The Dino here has 80% of the full power that original have, with his soul, that's why the rest couldn't identify him being a fake, a clone. And destroying the core wasn't even an option, it was directly connected to his soul, so separating it prematurely could only lead to his death. The only way is via the voice of the world or from heaven. It wasn't hard for me. Though I must say, your inactivity did lead me to believe you truly didn't have any desire to betray us. How could you betray us, Dino? I thought we were best of friends. Ramiris exclaimed his sadness. I am sorry, Rami. Dino apologized as he turned to me. So, what will you do now? Don't ask me, ask Guy. I pointed. Guy was still seated on his chair, but his head was hung low, shadow casting his face. A slow but gradually increasing amount of magicules leaked from his body as the amount reached a point where even some of the demon lords felt pressurized. I will give you 10 seconds, leave. His voice was low, a growl escaped at his last word. Sorry, Guy. Dino muttered as a portal opened and he exited the room. Why did you leave him? If he really is the traitor, then you let him leave with crucial information on all of us which the heavens will surely use. Luminous asked in confusion. Is it really true, Bale? Instead of answering her, Guy asked me calmly. I had informed Guy to reel in his raging magicules as I told him a way to release Dano from his predicament, through thought communication between us. Yes. Dino, has not really betrayed us. Rather, he is forced to do so. He really doesn't want to hurt us, but due to circumstances he won't be able to follow his own will. I explained. It sounds like he has become a Rimuru spoke. A puppet. I completed for him. Where will he go now? De Gruel asked as Dino previously resided in his domain, and after today's revelation, he swears Dino won't be stepping in his territory with his bones broken to dust by him. I believe he will probably go to the Eastern Empire. Guy spoke as he knew Dino the best. Maybe the Tenma War will happen sooner than we might anticipate. Luminous spoke as she clicked her tongue. The last Tenma War had cost her a hearty price. We shall see. But for now, what to do with you? Guy spoke as he regained his usual arrogant smirk, looking towards Rimuru, who had been out of the loop throughout the whole conversation. I will be fine, right? Rimuru nervously thought as he gulped his non-existent spit. We shall see. But for now, what to do with you? Guy spoke as he walked towards Rimuru. I have done nothing wrong, so I should be safe, right? Rimuru nervously thought to himself, but on the outside he showed his determination to face Guy even though he was really sweating inside. But Guy didn't continue to talk, he just stared at Rimuru for the whole time. As the seconds of silence began to feel like eternity, Guy once again opened his mouth. Well, you are free to join us now. Guy nonchalantly spoke as he returned back to his seat. Sigh, a huge breath of relief exited Rimuru's mouth he didn't know he had held on to. A few minutes after the commotion, the Walpurgis began once again, the group now 2 members short, one who was killed and one who left. So what do we do now? With Clayman, Dino and Carrion gone, we dashed before Leon could continue. Bale interrupted him. I won't say Carrion is dead. In fact, he's present here, right Carrion? Bale said as he turned towards a certain someone who had a lion's head. Ha ha ha, you caught me, Bale. A strangely familiar voice called out from the lion's unnaturally unmoving mouth. Carrion. You're not dead, exclaimed Rimuru in shock. After which Carrion explained everything that went after Malim came to cause trouble in Eurasania. After that was settled, another shocking announcement was made. You really want to relinquish your Demon Lord title? Guy asked Fry and Carrion as they announced to serve under Malim. After what happened in Eurasania and then here, I have come to the realization that I am really weak compared to all of you guys. Especially Malim. So I have decided to serve her. After all, she did defeat me. Carrion justified. Really? You could have become a true demon lord after a few decades, you know. Guy said. I am afraid I have no desire to go against my decision now. Carrion, shaking his head, denied Guy's proposal. And what about you, Fry? Guy asked. I too have realized that I am too weak to be considered a demon lord. Fry said. But Fry. You are indomitable in the sky. Malim tried to stop Fry from stepping down. Yes, that's true, but that's the only place where I can win. It wouldn't look good in me if I used that as an excuse after a loose against someone on the ground, right? Fry smiled at Malim. After all, if I become your subordinate, we will have more time to spend together. Malim struggled to come up with any other reasons to stop Fry, so she eventually gave up. Then it is decided. Carrion and Fry will from now on serve under Malim and have no right to claim the title as Demon Lord. Their territories will now be considered Malim's. As for Rimuru Tempest, since he is from Jura Forest and Veldora seems to be with him, he will have the forest as his territory. Guy declared. None of the members spoke against it. Well then, as a celebration, why don't we rename our ragtag group? Bale knowingly proposed. Just the mention of renaming their group casted a shadow on their faces as they silently glared at Bale for even coming up with it. Well, Bale, the Demon Lord Council will do just fine, don't you think? Guy smiled at Bale as his mouth's uplifted corner twitched. I guess it does, but since we have a new member, let's just celebrate his welcoming, right guys? And Rimuru, as the one who is the special honored one, why don't you come up with a name for our group? Bale calmly spoke. Why are they so scared of naming? Rimuru thought to himself in confusion. Alright then, I did hear that you are good at coming up with good names. I, Guy Crimson, give you the honor of naming our group. No thanks. Rimuru hesitated. Where did you hear I was good at naming? I remember one of the orcs was named Bobo, and that's the one of the better ones. Rimuru thought to himself as he remembered all those cringe names he gave to those goblin and orcs only because his naming capacity was running out. Crack. The table cracked and split in a perfect half as Guy slowly walked towards Rimuru. Rimuru, getting the honor to name our group is a very important and special privilege, you know? After all, you are the reason that Clayman, Carrion, Fry and Dino are no more member, right? Guy walked up to Rimuru as he held his chin up. So won't you take responsibility for this? Guy creeped closer to his ears as he whispered.
A chill ran down Rimuru's body as he spoke up.
All right.
Don't blame me when you don't like it, okay?
Good.
HMN, how do I come up with a good name? HMN, we are 8 members now, right? Ramiris, Milim, Bale, Guy, Luminous, Leon de Gruel, and then me. So something that fits the number 8. Octagon stars, 8 stars, oh.
Rimuru thought. Got it.
Why don't we rename ourselves to the octagram? The 8-pointed stars. He suggested. A moment of silence fell in the room as everyone contemplated his suggestion.
I like it. Bale spoke.
I don't mind it too. Leon also joined in. It's alright, I guess.
I don't care. That's good.
One by one, the rest too agreed with Rimuru's suggestions as the Walpurgis officially ended. Now all that was left was the delicious feast after the meeting. As the Walpurgis began and ended, the demon lords left to their respective territory. The changes in the group didn't cause any significant changes for them, and life for them went as usual. But it couldn't be said the same for the humans. The moment it was known Walpurgis was being held, all the human kingdoms except the Empire were in a turmoil. They got worried over what the demon lords will do now. And their worry became true. It was now declared that Dino has left the Demon Lord Council, now renamed Octagram, and Carrion and Fry will now serve Malim. And the most important news for all, Clayman was killed by the slime from Jura Forest. It has been announced that from now on, the Jura Forest as well as the puppet nation Gistav will now be under the new Demon Lord's domain. This was a huge news because before, Bale had the largest territory after Guys and now Rimuru had the second largest territory of them all. It was also important to note that Jura Forest is a place where numerous monsters live in it. Since Rimuru has authority over all its resources and land, he is also the ruler of them all. Just thinking of what he would do if he decided to invade them like a certain empire caused headaches for the kings.
Dino?
Why are you here? In a room somewhere in the Eastern Empire, a beautiful but androgynous blonde being asked as they turned towards Dino, who was lazily walking towards them.
They got me, boss.
Dino said as he sat down on the couch present in the room as he placed his head on the table.
Who?
That new demon lord.
The being asked.
They knew that none of the older demon lords couldn't have found out about Dino's secret.
No, it was Bale.
Dino's muffled voice came from the table as he slow drifted into sleep. That dragon, huh? I knew he suspected you, but it seems he finally decided to act on it now. But, how did you escape? The being thought to themselves as they turned towards Dino, only to see ZS trailing from his head. This guy is sleeping so quickly.
The being sighed out.
Regardless, I guess I need to modify some of my plans now. Just a few more years and Michael will have full control of that human. After that, I can begin my plan. The being declared to no one.
Then,
only the one God, Lord Veldanava, can stop me. I can't stand this anymore. Our religion, which had been long established millennia ago, has been overshadowed by that blasphemous dragon god. Why has Lady Luminous not done anything? Ser grunted out, annoyed that the Holy Kingdom has not taken any action against a literal monster empire and is now more focused on a newbie demon lord in a jungle. Calm down, Ser. Lady Luminous works in ways that we can never hope to imagine.
Believe in her.
Bacchus, the mediator of the 10 saints, spoke. I do, but I am not sure if the people does anymore. Almost half the believers outside the kingdom has been converted, while almost half inside are considering whether to switch sides. If this goes on, then only we will be left as the true believers of the true divine. Ser's frustration didn't end as he screamed the last sentence.
That's enough, Ser.
Hinata calmly spoke as she sat at the top of the table.
TCH.
This effectively silenced Ser, but his folded hands still showed how dissatisfied he was with the whole ordeal. It can't be helped, the goddess rarely shows herself, if not never, while the dragon Overlord is frequently seen, and he's a true dragon for Luminous' sake. True dragons are equivalent to gods in humans' eyes, and strength is what dictates in this world. No wonder they will decide to worship him. Glenda spoke unscrupulously. Glenda, you shouldn't speak such heinous words in the room. You could be executed for it. Bacchus reprimanded Glenda. What? You can't deny that I am right, can you? Glenda argued. See. All of you know this is true. Admit it, that Bale has our maneuvers us. We are stuck now. We can't freely declare his empire a heretic nation and wage war, that might lose what remaining devotees we will have. Glenda spoke. The religion of the dragon acknowledged Luminism as a religion that did exist before it. But it added a clause that made everything change. It said that Luminous was a former dragon goddess that had forsaken its dragon divinity and chose to sacrifice her life for the humans, saving them from monsters. It stated that Luminous as a former dragon goddess was a part of the Greer dragon pantheon of whose ruler was the dragon Overlord Bale. Now this was completely made-up fact that the saints and truly knowledgeable people knew, but for ordinary people, they considered it to be the truth. And if the Holy Kingdom now attacked the Empire, it will go against the Codex, the people will begin to really doubt the kingdom. And what was Luminous going to do about it? Well, she cared not for what was happening. What she really wanted by establishing this religion was for her and her subordinates to have a constant and easy supply of human blood to stay alive that was now unnecessary, due to Baal providing them with a medicine. This medicine removed the unrelenting urge to drink blood and made it so that one can stay without ingesting blood for decades. Luminous was really thankful Baal. Not only he helped seal that lizard up, but he also saved her people from the curse of being forced to drink blood continuously to stay alive. The concept of two religions will soon vanish, leaving only one standing, the great Dragonic religion Draconism. Let's leave this to the 7 luminaries. We are the 10 saints, our work is to combat monsters and protect the true believers of Luminism. Now, what was the message from Tempest?
Hinata continued. Yes.
As we known, the orb contained a message. After investigation it went like this. Lotus stood up as she explained the situation. After her report, the room fell silent for a moment as they digested the information they had obtained. The slime had challenged Hinata for a duel. It declared that if Hinata refused to accept it, then he will act against the Holy Kingdom. What are we waiting for? That lowly slime clearly wants to die. Why not crush it and set an example? It will also solve the political issues we have. Guard pridefully spoke. His confidence could be seen from a mile away of how he was sure he would crush the enemy. All of you will stand by. Only I will go.
Hinata declared. What?
But Captain, it's clearly a trap. You know that monsters doesn't care for morals and ethics. Lytus frantically spoke. I know what I am doing and you will acknowledge that. If anything does happen to me, then Ser will get to fulfill his dream. Hinata spoke as she left the room.
Huck.
Ser couldn't help but look at the retreating figure of Hinata, his thoughts unclear for anyone to know what he was thinking about. It has been a long time since we have all gathered here in this throne room. Baal spoke as he looked at all his guardians gathered in the throne room. His guardians, now titled ministers of different departments, were often busy with tasks that would take years to finish, especially the Project M, which stood for Multiverse. We, guardians, are always available for whenever you may call. The echoes spread in the room as the guardians stayed knelt on the floor. Rise, my faithful servants. You have completed every task that I give you, and I know that you will continue to do so.
Rhombus. Report. Baal spoke.
Yes, Lord Baal. The project is coming along nicely. I believe you are already aware of the star or limitations that Medusa probably mentioned in her written reports.
Rhombus spoke.
Well, I have recently discovered a moon, in sector Zeta 091. It is registered as Z-star A, or just Stara. It a moon double the size of the cardinal planet, and it houses enough star ore to finalize over half the construction of the main ship's hull. If we encounter another such large deposit, then we can complete the project in approximately 2 years. Rhombus said proudly. Sectors were divisions stretching more than 10 galaxies apart, made to simply the process of databasing the records and logistics of the vast space. Hearing Rhombus reports, Baal smiled. Baal felt like luck was on his side. With the current pace, the project was estimated to be completed in a few decades, but now that he had struck gold, it was not far when he will get to travel the multiverse.
Excellent job, Rhombus.
Tell me, what do you wish for in exchange for your achievement? Anything you wish, I shall fulfill it to the greatest of my capacity. Baal proposed. A loyal subordinate was the best anyone could ask for, but keeping your subordinate happy was also important. I wish for nothing to serve you eternally, my lord.
Rhombus spoke.
Rhombus, you have brought great joy to me with your endeavor. This wish of yours is already granted. Ask for something else. Then I hope you would grant me the power to create any schematic I know of instantly.
Rhombus asked.
Granted. You are now able to create any non-living product, but it will require the right amount of compensation. Baal said as he granted Rhombus the watered-down version of the creation ability he had with Gabriel. Thank you, my lord. Rhombus bowed in gratitude as he retreated to join his fellow guardians. Medusa, I want you to speed up the development of the Empire. Begin providing the army with the rune armor and weapons. Isabella, begin releasing more technological equipments. Yama and Roku, strengthen the defenses of the Empire. Gaia and Adriana, begin connecting up the ley lines of the Empire. Baal gave a set of instructions to each of the guardians. As for Elizabeth, Sharel Ru, Adrigal and Darkside, you will stay in Dudenia and fortify the castle as well as the continent, assist the rest if they need it. Rhombus, continue the project.
Your wish is our command.
The guardians chanted as Baal went away.
His orders set forth a chain of events that meant only one thing: war was in sight. When? No one knew, but what they knew for sure was that they only needed to do what their lord had asked of them, and all will fit according to his great plan. The Guardians worked immediately, and it was not even a few days that passed that the changes were being felt by the world. New technologies were rapidly being introduced, the army getting more stronger with their new armor and weapons. The few spies that the foreign nations painstakingly managed to embed in low-end hierarchy were quickly getting killed. It was a known fact that Orion was in the process of gradually becoming more and more advanced than the military empire of Nazca Namrium Almeria. Much less now that news had it that the rate of advancement has increased twofold. And this began to worry the older generation beings, magians, warriors and special humans who has lived for centuries and more. They knew what such advancements would mean for the world. A great purge. Those feathered beings will descend once again to cull the population. The technology will be lost again. They knew it was inevitable since it seems to happen every 500 years, but the recent Tenma War happened 350 years ago, and it was 150 years too early. What was the dragon Overlord thinking? No one knew, but what they did know was that River of Blood will be following so. I wonder what Baal is doing right now. Rimuru thought as he signed a few important documents on his table. It has been 2 months since the Walpurgis, and a lot happened since then. Being the ruler of the whole Jura forest and Gistav, he now has authority over all creatures in his domain. A week after Walpurgis, Tempest welcomed all the different races for an audience with Rimuru. This went on for 3 days. Next, he intended to launch a festival to raise awareness that Tempest was welcome to trade and was a friendly nation, but it got suspended when Diablo mentioned that he noticed the Empire becoming active once again after hundreds of years. The Empire had remained passive for 300 years or so, and now it has finally begun to move. The army was being strengthened and the technology and living style advancing to a new degree. Only Rimuru recognized what this technology was. Communication systems closely similar to internet but with magic, machines that resembled Gundams, tanks, missile launchers and firearms like guns, rocket guns and other such weapons were something Rimuru never imagined he would see in a fantasy world. All of these dictated to Baal being a reincarnator, and the only difference formed the Earth's technology and this one's is magic. Magicule and magic concepts were deeply integrated into the machines that made it 10 times more powerful than the original counterparts. Just what on earth was the Empire doing, he didn't know, but he could guess it was related to that Dino guy and the Tenma War. Speaking of, he didn't ask Raphael about it, did he? Yes, you didn't. She sarcastically replied. Sorry, I kinda forgot about it. Sheepishly apologized Rimuru as he gave a lame excuse. So can you tell me what this Tenma War is? The Tenma War is a great war that happens every 500 years when the world becomes too advanced and needs to be culled so that humanity doesn't destroy the world. It has been happening because of a game between Guy Crimson and Rudra, the Emperor of the Eastern Empire. The last Tenma War occurred 350 years ago. So why is Baal trying? Wait. He is trying to kickstart the war, isn't he? Rimuru quickly realized what the Orion Empire was doing. Preparing for the Great War. Yes. It is speculated that Baal wishes to end the cycle of Tenma Wars once and for all. His aim in the Walpurgis was simply for the other side to know that he is now ready. It was a message for the Eastern Empire. I see. So he planned for this long ago, huh? Cheyenne. Rimuru called out to Cheyenne, who was dutifully standing beside him as the first secretary should. Yes, Rimuru-sama. Cheyenne replied. Arrange a meeting with all the allies for Tempest. Rimuru asked. I assume you want me to arrange this meeting virtually? Cheyenne confirmed. Yes. Rimuru said as he went back into finishing up the paperwork for the day. So this is the Empire's plan? A translucent figure of Gazef spoke as he crossed his hands deep in thought. Beside him the translucent figure of the Pegasus captain was present. The figures of Yume, Cavil, Fuse, Ellis were present in translucent form. The room was also occupied by the high-ranking members of Tempest. They were in their own countries far away from Tempest but were able to communicate with each other due to a technology that the Empire Orion had introduced called remote communication, which was modified by Raphael to be tailored for only confidential meetings. It was always good to attend confidential meetings in person, but time was not on their side right now. Rimuru wanted to inform the guys about Baal's plans and he wanted opinions from them because they knew the Empire more than him. Yes. Well, it's a theory really which has a probability of being true. Rimuru answered. It is not a baseless theory regardless. Orion is a nation known for its highly advanced technology. It was speculated by us that maybe the Empire was intentionally holding back on fully exposing their prosperity in this aspect. And it turned out to be true. Ellis Grimwald added. Why do you think the Empire would make such moves now? Like it could wait for another year or more. After all, I doubt Bale has any issues with time. Fuse said. Maybe because it really is an issue with time. Maybe there is something that made him do it. Benimaru guessed. It could be that. The rest also tried to figure out what the motives of the Empire was, and they reached nothing. Hey, Rimuru, you seem to be quite acquainted with Bale, why not ask him yourself? Veldora suggested as he casually ate some chips. What? You are friends with him? Fuse couldn't help but scream. Rimuru, we shall have a very thorough conversation regarding this matter afterwards. For now, call Demon Lord Bale and ask him what he's doing. Gazef stared at Rimuru as the slime sheepishly rubbed his back head. The Orion Empire is moving its pieces now. Yuki spoke as he swirled the wine on his glass. A habit he picked up from Clayman. Boss, what is the response from the angels? Kigali asked. They are waiting. Feldway wants to stall this as much as it is possible. He wants to make sure that Michael has fully regained control over Rudra's body before doing anything. But it seems Bale knows about it, and he won't let it happen. Yuki answered. Are we Aslos stepping in it? Tyr asked. Yes. We have to. Feldway is even considering making an alliance with the Insectars. Yuki said. But aren't the Phantom and Insector races against each other? Not to mention, they are a completely mindless alien race. Why would they consider participating? Kigali asked. Feldway is backed in a corner. He is not that confident in fighting Bale. He knows his strength. Also, the Empire has those 10 guardians or ministers. The Insectars are not entirely mindless. They work as a hive mind, and the leader or queen are vastly intelligent creatures. Yuki explained. I wonder which side the demons will take. Footman wondered to no one. He already knew the answer. It's clear, they will side with Orion. Leaving Guy, Rain and Misery, we have Noir, who is now under that newbie. As for Blanc, John and Violet, they are now under Bale. Yuki added. Damn. This lineup is getting crazier the more I think about it. Laplace joked as he twirled around. Yeah, I guess the time has come for us to go all out. I was hoping to get more mangas from Rimuru, but it seems he has already figured me out. He also took those children with him. Yuki sighed in regret. It was as you had predicted. The Eastern Empire has not made any movement yet. It is as if they are waiting for something. Medusa reported. In the dimly lit throne room, only her and Bale were present as usual. Both had already gotten used to each other's presence without any external distractions. It should be because Rudra still has some spirit left in him to fight for the dominance of his own body against Michael. But I suppose it won't be long before something really happens. Bale spoke as he guessed the reason behind the inactivity of the East. It has been almost half a year since Orion started raising their tech and powers. During this period, Bale had set out and done something he always aimed to do but was caught up in other situations. That was to gather the remaining primordials for himself. It went as he'd expected. A fight occurred which he then proceeded to squash the demons instantly, led by him naming them. From now on, John would be Thalia, Blanc would be Selnia, and Violet being Calypso. Bale already had subordinates named after Greek beings, so why not add more to the mix? Consequently, the demons of the 3 lineage has been already added as a part of the Empire's army and is currently stationed in the continent of Dodinia. How are you feeling? Bale asked as he looked at Medusa's changing body. A few years ago, with the help of Isabel and Gabriel, Bale came up with a method to slowly but successfully alter Medusa's genetic makeup so that her body can accept more of the dragon's factor. The process was a success, and every few months, Medusa would have some physical changes happening on her body. One of them were those horns she had on her forehead. Before, it was only comparable to a newborn goat horn, but now it had matured enough to be called a dragon horn. Aside from that, she had scales creeping on her skin from the back as they glimmer in the light of the throne room. This metamorphosis of her was an expected outcome, but it was predicted to go away as soon as her body becomes fully integrated with the dragon factor and become a dragon herself. I am feeling quite well, honestly. How do I explain it? I feel like I have become stronger. My senses feel more intimate with my brain. Medusa replied. That's good. If any unusual feelings or changes occur, then make sure to inform me. Bale cautioned. Certainly, my love. Medusa spoke. There was no one present in the room other than the two, and Medusa chose to act as a reliable subordinate when they were before others. This was a hidden fact that everyone knew. It seems you are quite excited. How about I help with that? Bale said as they teleported to an unknown area, somewhere no one will disturb them for a while. In an unknown tavern, inside a small kingdom between Dworgen and Falmouth, the inhabitants were drinking and chatting amongst each other. The loud chattering and jovial laughs could be heard from the street. On one of the tables, a group of 3 ragtag middle-aged men sat drinking what seemed like rum. They talked obnoxiously loudly as if they didn't care about what others thought of them. Did you two hear? Falmouth is now under a new government. And it is said that they are being controlled by that new demon lord from the Jura forest. A gruff man spoke. Obviously. It has been a hot news for a few weeks lately. I heard that the demon lord is a slime. Do you believe that? A scrawny man added. TCH. And to add that, it is surrounded by beautiful women. I want to live in heaven too. The last, buff but dumb-looking guy spoke in lament. Ha! As if any girl would like to sleep with you. You'd be lucky if an old hag did it though. The scrawny guy mocked. You. The dumb man grabbed the scrawny man's collar as he raised his other fist to punch him, but he was stopped by the gruff man who was clearly the leader of the trio. Stop it already. I am already frustrated and now you want to start a ruckus now? Sorry boss. The two apologized as they sat down. Hey boss, I heard the two empires are plotting something. The scrawny guy asked to shift the mood. I did too. They are probably going to war. The gruffy guy spoke as he lit a cigar. Ha, that dragon, thinking it could rival the Eastern Empire that has been standing for thousands of years. Blowing a ring if smoke he huffed out. But boss, that dragon's a god, no? The dumb man asked. What god? He's no god. If he really was, then he could have helped us steal that mayor's money. Gods fulfill a worshipper's wishes, right? The gruffy man sarcastically said. I don't believe in gods. They are just scammers. Who you're referring to is just a big OL lizard. Nothing fancy about that. He continued. Boss, could you please be quiet about it? Many present here are his followers, and if they heard you, we might have to prepare a grave for you. The scrawny man said in concern as he lowered his head. I am sorry to interrupt your conversation, gentlemen, but I couldn't help but hear that you were talking about Orion going to war? A fourth voice came from behind the dumb guy as the three looked at the newcomer in caution. They thought that this guy was here to teach them a lesson for disrespecting his god or something, so they already had their hands on their sword hilts and were on guard. Ah, please don't be alarmed. I am a traveler. I was just traveling to Dworgen and resting here, and I heard you three having a rather interesting conversation. The guy raised his two hands in surrender. Know that the three looked at his, they noticed his white, almost new gauntlet and his armor, all of which were lined with gold. Those were partially covered by a large cloak over his body. On his hip was a sword that looked like the dwarf king himself forged. As for his face, it was being concealed by the helmet he wore. They had already came to a conclusion to who this guy could be. Although the three didn't look like it, they were experienced adventurers and had dealt with nobles before. They could probably guess this guy before them was just an ignorant young master from a wealthy house flaunting his power. And from their years of experience they knew such creatures always brought trouble on the heads of others. Kid, it is as you heard. The Eastern Empire and Orion are rumored to be preparing for war. It is said that both the empires are currently aiming on raising their defenses, and it is clear that both are preparing. If you ask me, I already knew this day would come. There can only be one true empire, and I guess the day is near for that. The gruffy guy immediately explained the contents as he sat down after finishing his part. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. The guy muttered something as he went away. Hey boss, why'd you let him go away so easily? You could have easily extorted some good sums from him. The dumb man asked. Fool, unlike you, I know when not to look for trouble. That man looked like someone from a high background, and such people don't just roam around without any powerful shadows guarding them. If we even try to do what you said, we'd be buried 6 feet under before you could say money. The gruff man explained. I guess I know where to go now. Riku thought to himself as he walked away from the town he stayed in. 2 months later. In the throne room of the Eastern Empire. Sat on the golden throne was a blonde-haired man. He was the emperor of the Eastern Empire and a friend of Guy Crimson Rudra. Prepare for war. A monotonous voice came from his mouth as his declaration shocked the council beneath the throne. But your majesty, it is not time yet. We won't be able to combat the full might of Orion. We need time. One of the high-ranking official pleaded. And time is what we don't have, counselor. Feldway responded. Orion has long been preparing for this moment. They have begun their moves, and is now waiting for us to react. If we don't do something about this soon, the world will think of us being too passive. Another counselor supported Feldway. But Lord Feldway, can we take on the 10 guardians? Along with the true dragon Bale? Yes. I have already made arrangements for this. Does anyone have any more questions? Feldway answered. Silence permeated the room as no one made an attempt to go against him anymore. Good. Then to war we go. Right, your highness. Feldway smiled as he looked at Rudra.
Rudra's eyes had a faint red glow on him as his chins lifted slightly.
Certainly. Feldway.
There would be a chapter title there if I'd knew what to add.
War was declared.
The world was going into a turmoil as the two great empires were about to go to war. The rest of the world, though, was not feeling quite happy about it. Them going to war meant the smaller and more unnoticeable movements will also appear. They had already begun to move, the small nations, taking this as an opportunity to raise their own military might, territory, and wealth. How would they have known that this war might be the last war they ever participated in, independently? This was not how it should have gone.
What went wrong?
No, I can't be wrong. I am the genius Yuki Kagarazaka. I am the protagonist, damn it. He yelled as he charged at the culprit of all this.
A beak-shaped masked nobleman.
He had metallic claws attached to his fingers as his boots clicked on the floor as he walked. Blood dripping from his claws as the bodies of the Harlequin clowns were sprawled on the floor, their bodies lifeless. Kigali too was dead. TCH, you speak too much, mongrel. Rhombus spoke as he gripped Yuki's throat. You thought all was going according to your plan, but it was because of the Supreme One that you are still alive. Well, for now, that is. Your last use is as a dead meat, for the chimeras to eat. Rhombus declared as he twisted Yuki's head. I must thank Baal-sama for granting me this skill. Without it, dealing with him might have been a little annoying.
He muttered.
Rhombus had gained a skill from Baal that allowed him to completely shut down any skills below unique and jam the unique ones. It was a skill that was synthesized from the properties of the magic jamming extra skill by Gabriel. Throwing the dead body away, he took out a crystal ball. Suddenly the ball began to light up as all the souls of the clowns and Yuki gathered inside it. After that was done, he made a gate and disappeared, not before leaving a Japanese-styled seal behind. The seal slowly floated down as it landed on the floor. The moment it did, a huge explosion occurred as it blew a huge chunk of the Free Guild building.
Rimuru POV.
So the East finally declared war? I spoke as I sipped the red tea Shuna gave me. I was in the meeting room along with my top executives or guardians, as the name has been quite popular. People started to compare Benimaru and the rest with the ministers of Orion, but for me, I still have a lingering feeling they are stronger. It was a few months ago that Hinata-san came, the second meeting after our fight. That first one also didn't go well, with misunderstandings and all. Thankfully Luminous-san decided to intervene and all was well, I guess. Now the Holy Kingdom and Tempest are in a diplomatic relationship with each other. Well, that too won't be for long. She plans to dissolve the faith and let Baal take reign of the divine side. Anyways, during these few months of calm before the storm, I managed to host a festival, inviting our allies and important dignitaries from over the world. It went quite well if you'd ask me, if you ignore the silent tension that was radiating out of them. Which was understandable. Two of the top military nations were about to go to war, and this meant that they too will be dragged in it, starting a world war. Yes, the Empire is currently gathering its forces and marching towards us. It will take about half a day to reach the border of Jura Forest. How do you want to proceed, Rimuru-sama?
Diablo reported.
As a powerful demon, he was naturally skilled. I guess he also had proficiency in information gathering because he always seems to know about the world before the world even got to know about itself. And it always helps to have such reliable subordinates. This seems a bit unfair, Rimuru-sama. The ones to go to war are Orion and the East, but here the war will go on our territory. Gopta raised a valid question. It can't be helped, Gopta. Our nation is strategically situated in the middle of the world. And the East will prefer to cross the forest with a weak demon lord rather than deal with high mountains filled with dragons and dwarves. I answered with a sigh. I never was a war strategy type. I'd much rather pitch a sales pitch than oversee a war. But I guess the major bulk will be handled by Orion. We just have to act as supports. Any news from Orion?
I asked.
Yes, the Prime Minister Lady Medusa sent a voice message that their army will arrive soon. Benimaru answered. That's a relief. Everyone seemed to sigh in relief as they felt a little weight lifted from their shoulders. The empires are known as the top-tier nation because they were the best. They had better technology, military, and more powerhouses than the rest. Even Tempest was currently not a match for them, so to hear that the Orion will arrive on time gave a breath of relief to us.
All right, we too can't slack off. Shuna, erect barriers. Benimaru, prepare the army.
Sui, keep informing me about the two empires' whereabouts. And Veldora, you stay. I ordered.
Yeah? Why?
I too want to join to fight. He whined as I silently finished my red tea. Alright, then I won't give you the next volume of Attack on Titans. I simply said. As you wish. He silently muttered as he went back to reading the manga. As for the rest of you guys, help wherever necessary. This will be our first large-scale battle we will be fighting, so be cautious. Also, don't get too overconfident with the revival abilities, the Eastern Empire might have something to negate it.
I cautioned.
We understand, Rimuru-sama. So Michael gained control, huh? Bale speculated as he heard the news of Rudra declaring war on Orion. Medusa, assemble the meeting. Bale ordered as she went to work. A few minutes after, all the guardians along with the 3 primordial demons were gathered and knelt in one single file. My subordinates, it is now time to show your worth to me. To show me how much stronger you have truly become. The East has finally declared war on us, and now we shall show them what we're made of. First, you 3 will be in charge of usurping the rest of the free nations. Adrigal, Roku, Shah El-Ru and Elizabeth, gather your army. Isabella will teleport you guys to the outskirts of Tempest. I have the initial orders. We understand, Supreme One. Next, Isabel, activate the ley lines and defense mechanisms in case Feldway decide to attack Dudinia. The rest of you will guard the castle with me. My lord, won't you participate in the war? John or Thalia asked. I will, but not yet. When Feldway decides to truly act, I would too. For now this is just a war between 2 nations, the real fight is yet to begin.
Bale smiled.
And it was true, the armies that Diablo described to Rimuru consisted of the known military Rudra had, the Insectars or the truly strong personnel of the Empire were not there. This meant that Feldway was likely testing the waters, trying to see how much Orion was determined to go to. The army of Eastern Empire drew closer to the borders of Jura Forest. A slither of worry crept inside the minds of the people of Tempest. Why was there still no sign of Orion's army? Was all they were now thinking. Rimuru was especially worried, because as Orion was too late, then Tempest will have to initiate the fight first, and as a passive pacifist, he'd rather have peace than fight. Not that he wouldn't fight if forced to, but it was his nature to choose peace first. Sui, prepare to intercept the enemy. We will attempt to negotiate first. If that doesn't turn out well, which I expect it to, then Benimaru, are you guys ready?
Rimuru asked.
Yes, Rimuru-sama, all the corps are ready and awaiting orders.
Benimaru affirmed.
That won't be necessary. A female voice came from nowhere and also everywhere as a swarm of bats flooded a spot in the meeting room. The bats soon began to take the shape of a female figure and suddenly disappeared, revealing the owner of the voice. A regal lady dressed in a Victorian-styled gown, her pale skin, long ears and slitted red eyes hinted her origin as a non-human. As she spoke, it already confirmed the guess in Rimuru's mind.
A vampire! Rimuru exclaimed.
So far he had only encountered that Valentine guy from the Valpurgis, Luminous and Roy. Adding this lady here, he had seen a total of 4 vampires. What was next? Dracula himself. My name is Elizabeth, the Minister of Internal Defense of Orion. Elizabeth elegantly spoke, befitting her appearance. A small smile on her face as she spoke. Welcome to Tempest, Elizabeth-san. I believe Bale sent you? Rimuru said in confusion.
Indeed.
By the wish of the Supreme One, me and my fellow ministers will assist you in fighting the army of the Eastern Empire.
She responded.
Not to be rude, Lady Elizabeth, but I don't see your army or any of your fellow ministers.
Benimaru asked.
Well, that's why I am here. As a courtesy and sign of respect, I have come here to ask for permission to open a portal outside the city.
Elizabeth spoke. A portal? Oh.
They're using that method. He thought back to the way he transferred his army right inside Gistav. Doing something like that had advantages of its own. The enemy will be caught off guard, and also it negates the need of time and resources needed for travel.
Granted.
In the clearing few kilometers away from the town, the group was gathered there with Elizabeth. Soon, she opened a purple-black gate as it quickly expanded. As the gate stabilized, the army of Orion arrived. Soldiers, armed to the teeth with dragon-scale armor, holding lances and swords on their waists. Occasional large towering golems 2 meters tall marched with the dragon knights. The knights were about 800,000 as the golems numbered to 125,000. These knights had an aura of honor, pride and discipline on them. After 5 whole minutes passed with them marching out, another group emerged. They were dressed in long robes concealing most of their bodies. They wore masks with intricate designs as they held staffs. It was clear that they were mages. This one was clearly smaller, but they still numbered to 500,000. After them another group emerged from the portal. Unlike the uniform and orderly march of the previous 2, this one was chaotic. Howls and roars were echoing as the beastmen exited the portal. There were various types of beastmen in the group. All numbered to about 600,000. Next was the most ominous of them all, the undead. Seeing the Death Knights, Soul Eaters and many more of the undead, the group couldn't help but feel a bit cautious. The aura that they radiated made the surrounding feel deathly. These undead numbered to 500,000.
But everyone present her knew that the number of undead would never be constant. If a human dies, they could be resurrected as undead, this increasing this number. About time you opened the portal. I was getting impatient. Roku held his large broad sword on his shoulders as he grinned at Elizabeth. So this is the new demon lord. A ghastly voice sounded as Shah El-Ru approached Rimuru. Before he could come any closer to him, Cheyenne and Benimaru blocked Shah's pay. Rightfully so, wherever Shah went death followed him. As evident by the trail of withered plants he left. Apologies, I got too carried away. Shah apologized as he backed away. This action of his made the group confused and shocked. A seemingly necromancer apologizing? Something completely unheard of. They always prided over their powers and looked down on living beings. Understanding the look, Adrigal explained. Shah's not that evil if you know him, he's quite a shy guy. Always deep into biological research. Studying the mysteries of the living body as he calls it. Adrigal spoke. I do not agree to whatever this woman just said. Shah defended as he went towards his army. He's really shy. Seeing the retreating figure further solidified Adrigal's stalemate in their heart. Ahem. So, Adrigal-san. I heard you have dragons as you army. Rimuru asked. Curious as to how hundreds of thousands of dragon herd would look like in real life. They won't be here for now. Lord Bale said that they will protect the continent against any sneak attacks. Adrigal spoke. If they did, they'd be no better than scums. Such cowardly act is not befitting of a warrior. Roku added. Well, those warriors are about an hour away from reaching the border. Shall we go now? Elizabeth rhetorically asked. Yes, yes. Sound the horn. Roku said. One of the beastmen blew a large horn as soon multiple others sounded from different part of the army. Immediately after, the army began marching east, to meet with the enemy. Wow! Such a large number. Hey, Benimaru, how many do we have? Rimuru asked curiously. About 500,000 Rimuru-sama. Benimaru answered. And their S is almost 2 million, not counting the golem and undead. Rimuru spoke in a dry tone. It was rumored that Orion had a vast number of army reaching almost 7 million. To that, Tempest's army was just a drop in the ocean. Not to mention all their armor, weapons and robes were filled to the brim with runes, making each individual a rank. With this, toppling a kingdom would be quite easy, right? Yep. But I don't see any advanced weapons though. Rimuru wondered. From all those news of Orion advancing 10 steps ahead of the world's current technology, he guessed that Orion would have guns and ranks by now, but it seems they didn't. Report. In a magical world, guns and tanks would be redundant simply because here, individual strength of an A rank was enough to become much stronger than normal tanks and have more magic firepower than guns. Yeah, that's right. Why need cold weapons when you have hot magic to blast you to pieces in a snap? Rimuru joked in his mind. I guess Raphael-sensei didn't like it. Rimuru-sama, should we move out too? Benimaru asked. According to the intelligence gathered from Diablo's expedition, the Eastern Empire was currently sending 4.5 million strong army. Maybe Orion's 2 million might not stand against them, so it was better to mobilize Tempest's minuscule 500,000. That won't be necessary. Rimuru Dano, your army can stay in Tempest and protect it. This is our fight and it is an order from Bale-sama, that no interference occurs in our fight here. Adrigal spoke. But are you guys confident? The enemy's number is 4.5 million. Rimuru asked. Yes. We will win. For it is the will of our Supreme One. Adrigal smiled as they left. Whoa, they are very loyal to him, I guess. And what's with that Supreme One title? It's edgy. Rimuru thought as he told Benimaru to stand by and left to join Adrigal. Even though he agreed to not participate, it wouldn't hurt to look. Right? What could possibly go wrong? Nighttime. In the middle of a grassy plain, 2 army camps could be seen kilometers apart. Both were set up on a hill created magically for vantage and strategic purposes. The 2 armies had flags of Orion in purple-blue cloth with a dragon embroidered in gold, while the other had a red cloth with a shield and 2 swords crossed embroidered in gold raised high and flowing with the wind. A/N. I couldn't find any reference to the Empire's flags, so I took some liberties. Behind the army of Orion was the vast expanse of the Jura forest, while behind the Eastern Empires was the border leading to the Empire. Both sides had reached a mutual agreement to postpone the inevitable clash for a few hours. In the largest tent of the Eastern Empire, a meeting was being held. Bang! I was told that those bastards will take at most a day to meet us. But why do I see the enemy's army already before us? Does anyone have a good explanation before I kill all of you? A black-haired youth asked. He had a facial feature similar to a Japanese,
his attire reminiscent of the Japanese naval uniform.
He was Tatsuya Kondo,
the first lieutenant or the leader of the Imperial Guardians. Along with him, Calgurio and Gradem were present in this expedition. If he were to be honest, he would rather continue training his swordsmanship than participate in this boring fight. Even if the general public didn't know it, he, as an important figure of the Empire, naturally was aware of the true war that was yet to happen. This one where he was right now was just a warm-up if you ask him. I don't know, according to my scouts, there was no sign of the army, but it looks like they appeared out of nowhere as if they
teleported.
Calgurio, the strategist and commander of the strongest division of the army, spoke. As he trailed along, he finally realized why his scouts were unable to give him a proper report. So you want to say they teleported? Almost 2 million individuals, all B rank and above. Tatsuya asked in skepticism. Teleporting even a group of 4 required intensive resources and magi ores. Teleporting millions would kill even the Empire's economy. If it were to be conducted by a mage, they'd have to have a high understanding of spatial awareness or simply have vast magicules and a skill related to it.
Yes.
It is not implausible. I heard that one of the ministers is skilled in magic.
Isabella, I believe.
Maybe this was her doing. Calgurio justified his statement. Although absurd, spatial transfer was not uncommon, one just needs to have the right skill for it. Let's forget about that, and hope they can't do the same again, or else it might lead to a catastrophic consequence.
Tatsuya spoke.
His words understood by everyone present in the meeting room. If Orion decided to just teleport their army right inside Nazca's camp, then there might be a chaos leading to massive losses on their sides. Leave all these useless things. Tell me, when will we fight them? I can smell some strong beings from their camp. Gradem, a tiger lycanthrope, impatiently asked. Although rash in certain aspects, he was one of the strongest combatants in the Empire. He had a rare skill that allowed him to gauge the speciality, magicule count and potential of his target just like Melimai but from smell. How strong are they? Calgurio asked. Since Orion arrived so suddenly, they didn't get a chance to fully scan the army and find out how many powerhouses were participating in this war. By the magicule density, 5. No 4 are really strong. But they are not stronger than us. Yes, one of them is quite strong, a little too strong actually.
Gradem spoke.
The 4 he was talking about was obviously Elizabeth, Roku, Shah El Ru and Adrigal. He was about to take Rimuru into consideration, but quickly decided that Rimuru was not worth mentioning. Naturally, the power ranking he guessed was flawed, because the team had suppressed their magicule density and buffed themselves with false data spells. It allowed them an edge against the enemy, which it effectively did. The room was energized to hear the news. Basically, leaving one troublesome factor, the rest of Orion's army can be managed quite easily, though some sacrifices would be given. This made them happy that at least this war will end quite quickly. The delusion of the room didn't last long as a soldier quickly entered the tent unannounced. Bad news, Commander. They have launched an attack. The soldier quickly reported as he promptly collapsed on the ground.
What?
The surprise didn't last for long as large tremors soon followed as the group quickly stabilized themselves and exited the tent.
A few minutes ago.
In the darkness of the night, the brilliant full moon shone upon the camps as the army prepared their equipments of the upcoming fight. Campfires were already started as the fragrance of the roasted hunts filled the air. Everything seemed peaceful. Like the night might quickly pass by, quietly.
Until
one of the soldiers looked up, as if wanting to bask in the moonlight, but soon noticed a strange yellow light shining brighter than the stars in the clear sky. It soon became larger and larger when he realized that the star was not a star, but a fireball. Before he could warn his comrades, it was too late. The fireball landed upon his position as the flames engulfed everyone within. It was not the last one. Following the first one, many more fireballs fell on the camp as a great fire started. The explosions caused by the impact incurred the earth to shake. What the fuck's going on? Tatsuya screamed at no one particular. He knew what was going on. He should have expected it. The enemy he was fighting was not a conventional one. They wouldn't wait for daytime to strike. Preferably, night was the most suitable for an ambush, and it was common in such scenarios, but what was happening now was no ambush. It was an outright catastrophe. Fire everywhere as explosions after explosions followed. Calgurio quickly managed to gather mages to form a barrier to protect the remaining soldiers while the group tried to launch a counterattack. Screams of pain and anguish were spreading in the camp of the Eastern Empire as Adrigal, Elizabeth and Rimuru watched it all unfold from the sky. Hey! Raphael, how many deaths has occurred? Rimuru hesitantly asked. The destruction and carnage below was nothing like he had seen. Even when he fought Falmouth, such a scenario was very distant to that.
There, compared to what was happening now, it could be said to be cleaner and more merciful. 665,789 deaths and rising. Raphael responded. And it's just been a minute. He looked below, to see the mages lined behind a 5-row line of melee troops, constantly firing fireballs the size of cars ahead. It was a fact that if you had magic, then siege weapons were basically useless in a war. A simple explosion spell could do what a lage siege weapon could do to a fortress wall. You simply have to be a mage to accomplish it. The next phase is beginning. After the initial 1.5 minutes of constant fireball casting, a barrier was soon erected from the enemy's side as the death toll stopped increasing. The mages too stopped their assault as the melee took charge. The left wing consisted of beastmen as the right was with the undead. The vanguard or the middle had the knights. The golems were equally spread throughout the lineup. Roku and Shah El-Ru were also on their respective wings. Roku, as a battle-loving one, chose to fight the assault head-on in the front, as Shah El-Ru chose to let his minions do his dirty work. As the two sides clashed with each other, Baal watched it all from his throne room. My lord Thalia, Calypso and Selenia have departed, Medusa informed him. As the Jura Forest battle occurred, Baal chose to continue the battle atmosphere all around the globe. Soon, the 3 demon sisters will march to the free western kingdoms, annexing the lands for the Supreme One. HMN. Baal hummed out as he closed his eyes, thinking of something. If I time traveled, can I finally figure out what came first? The egg or the chicken? It was not a thought that would be befitting of a person such as himself, but what could a dragon god do when he has nothing else to distract himself? And even then it was a pain because he already knew the answer to his questions. Ideally speaking, evolution would have led to the formation of the creature that produced the egg. But this is a magical world. Everything's possible. You are getting distracted. Won't you like to know the answer to it? I am a Monas. A skill that has the power to comprehend, understand and store all the information of the world. I was literally the Akashic Records, which was an ultimate skill, but author decided to make it a unique skill. A/N, it was a mishap, damn it. Then you know the answer, right? Obviously, but the readers aren't here for that, right? True. Well, the chapter has ended here, so they have to wait for 2 more days to continue. If the author decided to do it. He is slacking off. While the war was beginning to get hectic in the Jura Forest front. Meanwhile, in an unknown place. Boom, boom. Explosions boomed as an unknown kingdom was besieged by demons. All of them had a distinctive yellow color on some part of their bodies, either it be their hair, eyes or even just clothings. Up high in the sky, a small figure lazily floated as her fingers occasionally threw nuclear magic down below, uncaring of whether it might hit the demons or humans. ***, this is too boring. I had hoped boss would give me an exciting first mission. This is just lame. Thalia sighed out in boredom. There was nothing fun for her in this kingdom. This unknown kingdom was so weak that one of her underlings could demolish this whole place easily. She only participated because there was nothing else to do. I wonder what those two might be doing. She thought as she guessed their plan of actions based on their personality. Blanc, or Selenia would have just allowed her subordinates to deal with these weaklings. As for Calypso, she might have taken the political route. The 3 demon sisters, as they are referred to now, were given free rein over what to do with their targets. As long as the final result was the complete annexation of the kingdoms, it didn't matter what the process was. The only catch was that it had to be done before this war ended, which might take a few months. Which was a lot for primordial demons like them. Even a day was enough. Never thought that I would be able to freely destroy a kingdom. I wonder what Guy is thinking. As her thoughts wandered, she looked down to see that the invasion of this kingdom was done. Welp, for more to go and I can have that cupcake those chefs make. Back to the Jura front. How are these monsters so strong? One of the eastern soldiers screamed as he quickly deflected a sword strike from a dragon knights only to be slashed by another. Let me ask you a better one, why are they so strong? A companion of the soldier screamed in as he jumped in before the sword slash holding his shield. But the slash was too strong for them as they got knocked back a few feet. The heavily armored dragon knights showed unnatural speed as it quickly approached the 2 soldiers and slashed them, ending their lives. Such scenes was happening throughout the vast plains as in the night sky, illuminated by the moonlight and the roaring fire of the burning camps. The dragon knights fought off 2 or 3 of the eastern soldiers at once. With their B-tier strength and speed enhanced by the runes and powerful weapons upon them, the exerted strength on par with an unorthodox special B rank. The Dragon Knights had undergone a serious training regime and were induced with a dragon serum that made them stronger the more longer they fought. Their bloodlust would rise and their magicule production would also be doubled with no side effects like berserking off mindlessly. The battlefield was a complete slaughter. It was a fact that the Eastern Empire were experiencing, while the middle was relatively clean with the Dragon Knights quickly finishing off the enemies. It couldn't be said the same for the two wings. On one side, the beastmen ripped their opponents apart as they savored the blood and gore, finding pleasure in the screams of suffering their victims let out for the fleeting moment before they ultimately got severed in half. While on the other side, the undead killed their victims as they too transformed into zombies, skeletons or ghouls. This caused far more panic and confusion in the ranks as the soldiers struggled to attack their former fellow soldiers. The magic tanks of the Empire were also involved in the battlefield, but they were quickly matched with the golems that Orion had. With the help of the mages, the tanks were getting dismantled. Swiftly the battlefield was getting evened out. While a few minutes back the Eastern Empire had doubled the amount of soldiers compared to Orion's. Now, the number advantage was quickly dwindling, not that they had any advantages to begin with. On the other hand, Orion was quickly gaining more fighting power in the form of more undead as they suffered relatively low casualties with the mages' rapid healing spells. What about the leaders, you'd say? Well, they are currently in a perilous situation. Currently they have become entangled in a barrier with the ministers of Orion as they got themselves played with. The three were under a barrier that quickly drained the magicules of the target as it transferred the magicules to either the one casting it or is used in other uses. Tatsuya and Gadrim were relatively uninjured, but Calgurio had already perished under Elizabeth's Holy Strike spell. They didn't even have the time to question how a vampire could use holy magic, their only thoughts being how to escape this barrier. The one who cast it was Adrigal, or rather the rotating cube beside her was responsible for this troublesome barrier. A construct made by the efforts of Isabella and Rhombus' magical and scientific capabilities that allowed one to cast a large barrier capable of even trapping a true dragon, although for only a few minutes until it eventually would quickly get destroyed. Besieged by Adrigal, the strongest attacker of Dudinia's guardians, Elizabeth, the all-rounder battle maiden, it was simply a matter of time before Tatsuya and Gadrim too perished. It has been a long time since they became an S-rank individuals, along with the experience gained from hundreds of years and Baal's divine dragon aura saturating them made them awaken into special S-ranks. Sigh, I really wished I asked for more personnels. Tatsuya sighed as he looked at the two females ahead. He regretted not bringing all of the Imperial Guardians. It was in fact foolish of him to think he alone be able to clear a path to the capital of Orion. Yes, their now dwindled army were merely scouts that would be used to cut down the fodders before the real war would be staged. But still. Ha ha ha. I too would have liked to fight and maybe die by the hands of that lion beast man. He was strong. They all are. I am sorry Kondu, I failed you guys. At first Gadrim made a jest as he expressed his real feelings at the moment. It was because of him they decided to rush out directly to the main bosses, thinking only one of them were special S rank. But as it turns out 3 of them were special S rank and the other already reaching it. Don't you apologize Gadrim. We will surely get out this alive. Calgurio, I am sorry we failed to save you. As Tatsuya admonished Gadrim for giving up so early, he also made a silent prayer to the one whose soul and body both were disintegrated into the subatomic particles. Enough of this, we are still alive. We die or not today, it doesn't matter. We live for the Empire and we will also die for it. Even though trapped in the barrier, his voice echoed throughout the battlefield as the Empire's soldiers gained a bit of courage as they too rallied, striking more harder and fierce than before. But it is already too late. Baal spoke as he got up from his throne. Are we moving to the next step, my lord? Medusa asked as she saw Baal walk in the middle of the throne room. Yes, was all he needed to say as Medusa got to work, using the console provided by the throne to order the NPCs into moving. Asterisk boom. Asterisk sryich. Gradam's body slid back for some meters before coming to a stop. A large dent was made on his mythical armor thanks to the kick from Elizabeth. He could feel 8 of his ribs and sternum practically disintegrate as the bones pierced his lungs. Asterisk cough. Asterisk blood splattered on the ground as he knelt to stabilize himself. He survived. Elizabeth asked in shock. She had used half her base strength in that kick which she believed was enough to kill the cat. To her surprise though, it seemed he was stronger than that, well barely. He won't be for long. Let's deal with the other one, I have other things to do. Adrigal chimed in as she prepared her holy ray. Shit. Shit. Why are they so strong? I thought only those demon lords were the top dogs. How the fuck are these nobodies so strong? Tatsuya cursed his luck in his head as he struggled to comprehend why such powerful beings were so easy to meet. It should be known that people of special S ranked are rare and should be counted in 2 hands. Why are they appearing so casually now? Did the world suddenly become stronger? Are special S ranks now no more special? Is the information wrong? No, the Empire would have known if any beings like them emerged. Yes, That's it. They hid their powers. He came up with an excuse. Maybe this was the full might of the Orion Empire, leaving Baal maybe all the truly strongest was here. Looking behind him, seeing the devastation Shah El-Ru, Roku and then Adrigal and Elizabeth caused, he was now convinced that Orion has no other special S-ranks remaining to guard the capital except for Baal. What he didn't know was that in the capital, leaving Baal, there were still 6 more special S-rank beings. I just need to escape this encirclement and this information can be given to Feldway Sama. But how? This was the hard part he was stuck on. The barrier he was on was stronger than his skill remover. Meaning this magic was cast maybe using an unique skill or even an ultimate. What are you thinking, dead guy? You are already dead, so stop thinking and simply try to remember all those you cherished before I kill you. Adrigal said as she finally released her holy ray. The ray was a large cylindrical beam that quickly reached Tatsuya in half a second, fully engulfing him. Am I going to die now? But I don't want to. Someone save me. Such was his last thoughts before the light engulfed him. He closed his eyes, finally accepting his fate. He waited for a few seconds for the imagined pain to course through his body. But the pain never came as he expected it to when he saw the light beam. Instead he saw a familiar room, adorned in gold to the brim, white marble on every ungilded floor, wall or ceiling, pillars holding the grand ceiling on either sides as he faced that androgynous face. Feldway Sama, did you die too? Is this heaven? Tatsuya for some reason seemed to have gotten his mind mixed. A tick formed on Feldway's forehead as he chopped Tatsuya's head. What nonsense are you spouting, kid? You are in the capital Nazca right now. I teleported you before that light ray could disintegrate your soul. Feldway explained. Using spatial domination, it was easy for him to transfer Tatsuya in the Empire even from the barrier which just prevented basic teleportation. What? Really? Thank you, Feldway Sama. I don't know how I would repay this debt, but I will do my very best. Tatsuya bowed his body 90 degrees as he thanked Feldway. Well, you could fulfill that now by providing your body. Feldway spoke. Huh. You want my body? Tatsuya spoke as he slowly backed away from Feldway, hugging his body tightly. Don't you dare imagine that kind of thing, you idiot. Confused as to why Tatsuya was acting strange so suddenly, he recounted the words he spoke just now and finally realized his slip-up. After years of observing the humans in the Empire, he came to know that words had many different meanings to the way you use and enunciate it. He was weirded out by this strange ability of humans to interpret these kinds of meanings. What I meant to say was I want to use your body as my vessel to channel my power into it, so that I can use it to fight. This body I have right now is needed for something else. He explained. Oh, but that doesn't help the situation, rather it's worse. Tatsuya spoke. I don't need your opinion. Feldway spoke as he casually mind-controlled Tatsuya into submission as he transferred part of his consciousness inside the body via parallel existence. Now, let's see who these ministers of Orion truly are. Feldway thought as he disappeared from the vicinity. Back to the moment when the beam hit the target. Huh? He escaped. Adrigal spoke as she cancelled her attack. The area where the beam landed was scorched and was covered in lava and molten glass. No, he probably got teleported by someone. Elizabeth corrected her as she walked to the cube, deactivating the barrier and storing it inside her spatial pocket. HMN. Well, the fight here has ended. Let's see how the two boys are doing. Adrigal spoke as she flew in the sky, followed by Elizabeth. Back in the battlefield, the Eastern Empire soldiers were getting decimated as a quarter of their forces remained. Engrossed in dealing with the threat of instantly dying made them unaware that their leaders had long perished. Or maybe they were clinging to a hope that a miracle might happen, but alas. When the army saw Elizabeth and Adrigal land in the middle of the battlefield, it was clear that their leaders have been defeated. Tatsuya-sama? Retreat. The second in charge after Tatsuya quickly issued a retreat, knowing that continuing this meaningless fight will only cost them more than they had already suffered. Should we chase them? Roku asked as he approached Adrigal. No, one of my blood familiars has spotted a guest arriving here. He might be more important than these ants. Elizabeth answered. A few minutes of waiting later, with Rimuru joining the quartet after seeing that they were still stood on the plain now filled with corpses slowly getting turned to undead. A strong magicule pressure descended upon the group. Rimuru struggled a lot to even stand up as his human body transformed into his slime body. The quartet were also suffering in various degrees, with Adrigal and Elizabeth faring better than Roku and Shah El-Ru. As the figure's features became apparent, the still retreating army noticed him. Tatsuya-sama? Joy and happiness could be felt from the army as they gained their confidence back. HMPHF, useless critters. Tatsuya spoke as he raised his hands at them.
Instantly the army fell to the ground as if their strings were cut. Condensed particles floated from those bodies as Tatsuya absorbed them. What the hell is happening? Rimuru screamed in his head as he held onto Adrigal's horns, preventing his slimy body from getting blasted away by the magicule blasts that person was releasing. It is hypothesized that the individual who is Tatsuya has gained a power-up by consuming the souls. Raphael answered for Rimuru. Like a demon lord awakening? Yes, and I am also sensing that this individual is not really Tatsuya.
What do you meant? Confused, Rimuru asked. Because he is Feldway.
The one Lord Bale spoke about. Adrigal spoke as she made a barrier protecting the group from the magicule blasts. Did she read my mind? No, she likely guessed we were conversing. Oh, as Rimuru and Raphael Sensei conversed in his mind, another conversation was going on outside, in the material world.
You are quite sharp,
Tatsuya or Feldway answered.
It was quite easy.
Yours and Tatsuya's soul signatures were different. And how could I forget that you were the one that tried to ambush us though you failed?
Adrigal mocked.
At that time I was caught off guard, but now I am ready. Your master will be dead alongside you all. Feldway spoke as he charged a magicule ba. The magicule bomb was instantly formed as Feldway threw at the group. The bomb impacted with the barrier as it exploded. The explosion was equivalent to a modern-day miniature atomic bombs. For an individual of an awakened claimant level, this explosion would have completely decimated them. The explosion quickly subsided as the dust cleared to reveal a completely intact barrier and the group within. The area around the barrier had become a large crater 2 human deep.
As expected,
Feldway muttered as he finally started taking them seriously. Well, relative to this body of his. If it were his original or concealed form, they wouldn't have stood a chance, but due to certain conditions he had to take up another new body. This sudden possession led to him being a little unfamiliar with the body and had weakened his comparative power output if he were to have gotten to familiarize himself in this body. Regardless, although troublesome, this body should be enough, Feldway thought as he began his assault.
Dark beam.
A dark beam was cast by him as the beam quickly traveled the distance and instantly shattered the barrier, almost reaching the group until a portal appeared before it, absorbing a small part of the beam before collapsing and letting the rest go. This all happened in a second, but that second was long enough for the group to separate and disperse away from the beam that suddenly redirected and targeted Elizabeth. The sudden change in the beam caught her off guard as the half-powered beam contacted with Elizabeth. Arg! The arm where the beam hit rapidly turned into a black slimy mess as it spread all over her body.
Elizabeth.
Fearing for her companion's well-being, Adrigal called her out, but seeing the vampire in pain, she teleported towards her, observing the black slime growing. What was that? Rimuru thought in fear as he felt that if that beam touched him he too would have turned into a black slime, and he wasn't interested in being one.
He quite liked his blue color.
That beam was a variation of the dark light using the properties of spiritrons, emitting radiation strong enough to alter and mutate DNA strands. The black slime is the result of that. Raphael answered. What would happen if I was hit?
A curious blue slime thought. Simple.
You would die instantly. You are strong enough like Elizabeth to struggle with the mutation and radiation which would instantly disintegrate you into atoms. The dark beam was a special attack that Feldway created by taking inspiration from Dark Light's application and from one of the attacks that the void creatures used.
Damn, am I that weak? Rimuru sighed. Arg, I'll be fine. Focus on him.
Elizabeth voiced out in between her pain as she quickly dismembered her left arm. It fell on the ground as the black slime quickly enveloped the arm and turned to dust. Seeing the severed arm regrow instantly, the group sighed in relief. That slime was very dangerous. If it contacted with any of her body parts like torso, it would have maybe required Gaia's unique skills help. Feldway was not idle in all these. He immediately began his next move the moment the beam left his hands. By the time the group turned to him, he activated a barrier.
Castle Guard.
Enveloping the entire group as a large radius of the area was now sucked out of its magicules. The group felt their powers waning and their magicule production fluctuating. They sensed their skills unresponsive as if it was turned off.
This is bad.
We are not able to use anything. My skills are not working. Roku exclaimed as he frowned for the first time since arriving here.
Me too.
The magicule fluctuations are preventing me from operating the cube too. Adrigal spoke as she flexed her hands. But, I can probably beat him to death. She spoke as she instantly reached Feldway's position, a punch headed straight for his face. Feldway, unaffected by the sudden turn, flashed away as he barely avoided another attack from Elizabeth. But was finally hit by Roku's axe kick. Sha El Ru remained with Rimuru to protect him, and also he was not a melee type. He specialized in magic and support, so participating now would just slow down his companions.
Damn, I can hardly see the after images. Rimuru thought to himself as he felt that even though he is a demon lord, there are people far stronger than him. Seeing the fight, his desire to grow stronger rose as he thought back to the proposal Baal made to him. Maybe he was right. Power is everything in this world. In the throne room. My lord, Adrigal seems to be in trouble. Medusa said in worry as she observed the fight from the screen. Baal too looked at the screen with a slight frown. This was not supposed to happen. He tried to remember whatever lore and wiki knowledge he had about Feldway and the eventual original Tenma War arc and found that Feldway didn't possess Tatsuya. He felt something off. Why would Feldway do this? He could have come to the battlefield in his original body. Why go in such roundabout way? Baal could tell that this Feldway was not that strong from the castle guard skill he used. If it was the original, then nothing other than a stronger castle guard could demolish it, but this version was weak enough that Reality Slash could break it. And maybe Medusa too had the same thought as she quickly spoke. Why is Elizabeth not using Reality Slash? They are unable to use magic or skill. Only physical or psychological attacks will work in that barrier. Baal explained. Suddenly Medusa held her fingers on her left ear as she smiled. My lord, they have reached the destination. Good. Then it is time, I save my dear guardians. Wouldn't want them to get hurt. Baal smiled. Gabriel, let's do it. Initiating body split. Suddenly, Baal released a large amount of magicules as he split into 4 transparent images formed which quickly solidified. The 4 of them released the same amount of magicules original Baal had as their auras too matched. But they had different demeanor and eye color. One had yellow eyes and a cold calculating feel. Another had red eyes and a bloodthirsty aura radiated from him. Another had a blue eyes as he felt like a divine being descended from the heavens itself. And last but certainly not the least, because it's Baal we are talking about, he had the original purple with a mix of blue eyes as he held his hands on his hips smiling. Damn, do I look good. He admired his clones, or rather his doppelgangers. The 3 were a manifestation of his ultimate skills: Theodon, Askarath and Monus Gabriel. They had the memories of Baal as well as his other skills and magic arsenal. But it didn't mean that he was weakened. Oh no, he had the same strength as he was before splitting. When you are strong enough, then the laws of the world like conservation of energy, mass and matter doesn't matter. What matters is what the one true God decides it to be. You guys know what to do, right? The original Baal said as he looked at his images. Yes. X3 they echoed as one opened a portal and exited while the 2 left from the door of the throne room. My lord? A confused Medusa asked. Don't worry, they are me and not me at the same time. You do what I told you to do, okay? Baal instantly appeared before Medusa as he kissed her and disappeared. Yes, my lord. A day's maiden replied to Noon in particular.